I traveling from a post-apocalyptic world to swallowed star. My wish fulfillment system also travel with me. Now see how I will conquer the universe, dominate the sea of the universe, and break through reincarnation. Chapter 251. 26.9%. Number 251. Chapter 251. Space-Time Plane. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Space Transposition. Xiao Yu appeared out of nowhere in a vast void of space. This place was just an empty void. Xiao Yu, for now, this is just a void. All the scenes need to be arranged by you, Wu reminded. Here, Xiao Yu possessed the highest authority outside of the virtual universe system. He could arrange it according to his wishes, cultivate, entertain, make friends, and invite anyone to come here. Xiao Yu arranged a huge floating palace in this void, the palace being 1,000,000 kilometers long and wide, and over 1.5 million kilometers high. Inside the floating palace were various palaces and villas for special cultivation rooms, rest areas, reception rooms, tea rooms, meditation rooms, studies, bedrooms, and other uses. Outside the floating palace were 10,081 planets with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, slowly rotating. Standing outside the palace, one could clearly see the laws of operation of the 10,081 planets, all conforming to the 10 major origin laws of the universe. Entering the study, he opened his laptop to check his current permissions. Indeed, there had been a great improvement compared to before. Afterwards, Xiao Yu sent emails to Luo Feng, Hong, and others, inviting them to celebrate. He also invited Venerable Guiyi, his second senior brother who had helped him a lot. He personally went to the kitchen to prepare a table of fine dishes, and also exchanged some precious wines from the virtual universe system. Then, he added his own modulation method, integrating the advantages of various wine flavors, along with some law insights, making the modulated wine even more unique. After a while, Hong, Luo Feng and his wife, Rong Jun, Xiao Ling, Bolin and others had arrived. Wow, little brother, this space-time is yours now, Xiao Ling exclaimed. Yeah, senior brother, we are still living in small manners, but now you already own a space-time, Luo Feng said with envy in his eyes. If he owned a space-time, he could naturally live with Shu Xin in the virtual universe. When you pass the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge or become a universe venerable, you will also have such a space-time, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Suddenly, a bald man with a smiling face appeared in the hall. Xiao Yu stood up and called out, "Senior brother." "Not bad, junior brother," Venerable Guiyi said with a smile. "I didn't expect that you, at the level of a domain lord, have already passed the 21st floor of the universe Tongtian Bridge. I estimate that it won't be long before you surpass us." Hong, Luo Feng and others were shocked. They did not expect Venerable Guiyi to say such a thing. They also couldn't imagine how Xiao Yu could quickly catch up with a hegemon in the universe. Hong, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Xiao Ling, Bolin and others present were all members of the Virtual Universe Company. Especially after Xiao Yu and Luo Feng were accepted as personal disciples by City Lord Chaos, and Hong was favored by the Lord of Darkness and accepted as a disciple, they knew more about the City Lord's lineage. Venerable Guiyi then looked at Luo Feng, "Junior brother, you are also very good. You have also advanced to the level of a domain lord. Where do you plan to go for life and death training in the future? The outer battlefield or the cosmic secret realm?" During the period when Xiao Yu was upgrading his inner world, Luo Feng was accepted as a personal disciple by City Lord Chaos and had already advanced to the level of a domain lord. After meeting City Lord Chaos, he obtained the Beast God weapon and the Wings of Wu Slayer bestowed by City Lord Chaos. "I haven't decided yet, but I will most likely go to the outer battlefield," Luo Feng said. The current Luo Feng is still cultivating and has not yet deeply considered whether to go to the outer battlefield or the cosmic secret realm. "Everyone is here, let the banquet begin." With a wave of Xiao Yu's hand, exquisite dishes and various kinds of wine appeared beside Venerable Guiyi, Hong, Luo Feng and others on the huge dining table. Cheers, cheers, Xiao Yu and others drank round after round. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Venerable Guiyi disappeared out of thin air, leaving the space-time. Immediately, the atmosphere of the banquet relaxed a lot, and everyone's voices became much louder. During the period, Hong, "I didn't expect that the real dark horse in our genius battle would be you." Rong Jun picked up a glass of purple liquid and said, "During the 500 years that Xiao Yu went to the outer battlefield, Hong had already passed the 11th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, one floor higher than Death God Bolin. Hong's strength in the original secret realm of the Domain Lord level is also considered good. After the banquet, everyone left. In the following month, Xiao Yu sent invitations to many undyings he knew, such as King Monty. He held a grand banquet, entertaining many friends. The cost was undeniably high, spending nearly 10 billion mixed yuan units on wine alone in 1 month, while also earning a reputation for being generous among many titled kings of the undyings. The joy of owning a virtual space-time passed, and Xiao Yu returned to his usual cultivation habits. At the same time, he also moved his parents and brothers into his space-time, and they also obtained access permissions. At the same time, Xiao Yu had also settled down on the mountainside of Thunder Island. No mistake, one first, one issue, one content, all in 619 book, bar, look. Thunder Island, Central Mountain Range, mountainside, this is an incomparably majestic mountain range. Those universe venerables are all palace complexes, with a bunch of servants, disciples, registered disciples, etc. Each palace complex is hundreds of thousands of kilometers or even 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. He searched for a long time on the mountainside before finally selecting a suitable location. In the process, he also met Venerable Nine Swords and received Venerable Nine Swords' help to select it so quickly. Now Xiao Yu has passed the 21st floor of the Universe Tongtian Bridge, proving his strength. Xiao Yu settling on the mountainside, although it caused a stir among the Universe Venerables, it was all good. This was completely different from Luo Feng's situation. The reason for this was that Xiao Yu had passed the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge during the Domain Lord period. In the palace with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. Xiao Yu sat in the study, thinking about his cultivation path. Previously, Xiao Yu had only exchanged for one copy of Cosmic Evolution, and after studying it for nearly 300 years, he had a further understanding of the fusion of laws. Now, the path of cultivating the fusion of laws in the original universe is basically the path of fusing the 8 lower origin laws and 1 upper origin law, which is also the path of the 8 beast gods of the universe. For example, 7 Transformations of Derivation studies the fusion of the laws of gold and space, and Thunderous Cosmic Correspondence studies the fusion of the laws of thunder and time. The Virtual Universe Company's treasure trove also contains more secret methods for studying the fusion of other laws. Xiao Yu has ended his training in the outer battlefield and retired from the military system. All the military merits of the previous nearly 500 years, in addition to the 100 million military merits already exchanged, still had 23.2 billion military merits remaining, which, if all exchanged for internal points of the Virtual Universe Company, would be 23.2 trillion points. Xiao Yu exchanged for the 8 most top-notch secret methods from the treasure trove, such as 7 Transformations of Derivation, and Thunderous Cosmic Correspondence, which study the fusion of the origin laws. In addition, he also exchanged for hundreds of top-notch combat secret methods to provide reference for creating the subsequent moves of his own Genesis. The total cost reached 3 trillion points. Then, he exchanged for many cultivation resources, some precious materials, and some wines with unique functions, such as Purple Fire Ape Wine, Purple Jade Crystal Wine, and Thunder Icon Wine, with a total value of 20 trillion points. The price of wine alone reached 1 trillion points. Of course, these wines were exchanged in reality, not in the virtual universe. These wines all have unique functions. For example, the Purple Fire Ape Wine, which is formed by a solid ape formed by a mass of purple fire, has the effect of improving the body and soul. Anyone who drinks a few cups will have some changes in their soul. Chapter 252 Qinbao River. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The clarity of perception of the law of fire is enhanced, and the body will be more adapted to the law of fire, with clearer perception, and smoother and more powerful execution. However, the purple flame apes that can brew this kind of fine wine only number in the tens of thousands throughout the universe. Over endless years, the number of purple flame apes will only decrease and will not increase at all. The purple flame ape wine they brew is also very precious, with an exchange price reaching 80 billion mixed yuan units, and there are only 2 bottles in the military system. Xiao Yu exchanged 1 bottle, leaving 1 bottle remaining. The various resources in the military system are provided not only by the human race, but also by many affiliated races participating in extraterritorial battlefields. This purple flame ape wine is provided by a foreign race. Within the Black Dragon Mountain starfield's Wuchen continent in the primal universe. Venerable Gai appeared out of thin air in Xiaoyu's manner. Senior brother, Xiaoyu said with a slight bow. Greetings, Venerable. Nick and other guards and servants respectfully saluted. Junior brother, the teacher asked me to take you to the Thousand Treasure River secret realm. For a long time to come, that will be your place of residence, Venerable Gai said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother, Xiaoyu nodded. Then, with a thought, he retracted the roots of the world tree that had penetrated into the ground of this million-kilometer territory, and at the same time, all the roots were retracted back into the inner world. Oh, Venerable Gai said in surprise, but did not say much. Senior brother, wait a moment, let me make some arrangements, Xiaoyu said with a smile, then looked at Nick and said, from now on, I will move into the Thousand Treasure River Palace. I thank you for taking care of me these thousands of years. Your Highness, it is our honor. Nick and the others respectfully saluted. You have all been very diligent in your work, taking care of the entire territory well, day after day for thousands of years. Xiaoyu looked down below and said with a smile, today, I am leaving this place, and you will not be able to follow. We will part ways here, and I don't know if there will be a day when we meet again. Your Highness, all right, since you have worked hard for thousands of years, whether in the virtual universe or in reality, I am very satisfied with you. On this occasion of parting, I will make the following rewards for you. Nick, you can announce them. Xiaoyu threw a purple metal paper to Nick. Nick glanced at the purple metal paper and said, Your Highness, it is our duty to protect Your Highness, and besides, during this period, we have not only enjoyed the primal secret realm but also received points rewards. Continue, Xiaoyu said with a smile. During this period, Venerable Gai stood by the side, watching quietly with a smile, without saying a word. All right, then I will announce the rewards made by Your Highness. The specific rewards are divided into two aspects, the guard army and the servants, Nick said. For the guard army, firstly, the leader, Nick, will receive a reward of 10 billion mixed yuan units, plus an F9 level mechanical race pyramid. Secondly, the 10 sector lord level generals will each receive 100 million mixed yuan units, plus an F9 level universe spacecraft. Thirdly, the domain lord level captains will each receive 1 million mixed yuan units, plus an E9 level mechanical race pyramid. Finally, the universe level team members will each receive 10,000 mixed yuan units and an E9 level universe spacecraft. Finally, all the servants will receive a reward of 100 mixed yuan units and a D9 level universe spacecraft. Nick finished reading. The tens of thousands of people below immediately clamored and shouted in unison, Your Highness, immortal. The shouts lasted for a long time. These rewards may be unexpected income for these guard soldiers, but for the servants, it is definitely an astronomical figure. All right, everyone, disperse. After I leave, staff will be assigned to your destinations, Xiaoyu said with a smile. The sector lord level, domain lord level guards, and servants reluctantly dispersed. Only Xiaoyu, Venerable Gai, and Nick remained outside the manor. Nick suddenly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Your Highness, I think even if you go to Thousand Treasure River, you will still need subordinates. Nick is willing to swear allegiance to you until death. Are you sure? Allegiance is different from before. After you pledge allegiance to me, it will be for life and you must never betray me as long as you live, Xiaoyu said solemnly. If you betray me, there will only be one outcome. Your subordinate is sure. It is my honor to follow behind Your Highness, and I will never betray you in this life, Nick said respectfully. It was his honor to follow a prince with an unlimited future, and this adult was also very generous. All right, then I will accept you, Xiaoyu said with a smile. You will follow me to the Thousand Treasure River Palace. Yes, your subordinate obeys, Nick said respectfully. Venerable Gai looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, not expecting that he would so easily accept an immortal military lord as his subordinate, and one who knew the roots and had been with him for thousands of years. Let's go. Venerable Gai put one hand on Xiaoyu's shoulder and the other on Nick's shoulder. The three disappeared out of thin air, appearing outside the Wuchen time-space, and then performing teleportation again, they appeared outside the Thousand Treasure River. A vast river of stars, with a width of several light years and an endless length, seemed to lead to the end of the stars. Teacher, Venerable Gai called out. Space shifted. Xiaoyu, Venerable Gai, and the three of them appeared in an empty palace. In the Thousand Treasure River, even ordinary universe masters find it difficult to teleport without permission, let alone venerable level ones. Junior brother, this palace will belong to you from now on, Venerable Gai said with a smile. Goodbye, junior brother, I have to go back to report. There is no mistake in the first issue, the content is in 69 books, just read it. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Venerable Gai disappeared out of thin air and left. Nick, find a side hall as your residence, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Then Xiaoyu entered the main hall, sat cross-legged, and continued to comprehend. 3 days later, a universe spacecraft landed in front of the main hall, and 3 immortal powerhouses appeared in front of Xiaoyu. The wrist-smart optical brain of the leading 3-eyed immortal army master emitted a laser beam towards Xiaoyu. Identity confirmed. Trading is possible. Time-Space King, all the items you traded are in this world ring, the 3-eyed immortal said respectfully. He clearly knew that the time-space in front of him was not only a personal disciple of the City Lord of Chaos, but also personally beheaded countless existences stronger than himself. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded slightly, took the world ring. A trace of the power of the world penetrated into the world ring, and the world ring with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers was full of various cultivation resources. It was filled with various resources worth 20 trillion points that Xiaoyu had exchanged. With the transaction completed, the 3 immortals quickly left. Xiaoyu sat cross-legged again, and his consciousness had entered the origin of the universe, comprehending various laws. Xiaoyu, my disciple, come here. A long voice echoed in Xiaoyu's ears. Teacher, Xiaoyu got up. Time and space shifted. Xiaoyu appeared out of thin air in a palace in the most core area of the palace complex. The Chaos Divine Palace. Teacher, Xiaoyu respectfully saluted. This is the Thunder and Time Beast God Inheritance Token, the City Lord of Chaos said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, a metal box appeared in his hand. Go and accept the inheritance when you feel the time is right. Xiaoyu took the metal box, opened the lid of the metal box, and inside the box was a hexagonal stone tablet, on which was engraved a statue of a beast god roaring to the sky. Is this the Beast God Inheritance Token? Xiaoyu thought to himself, took out the hexagonal stone tablet, and watched it carefully. Chapter 253 Promotion to Immortal. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoyu respectfully bowed. Go, City Lord Chaos said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu was teleported away, returning to his palace. Afterwards, Xiaoyu continued to sit cross-legged. Elder Meng, I have already completed the 3rd level of cultivation of open double angle bracket primal soul close double angle bracket, Xiaoyu said to himself. Yes, not bad, but the 4th level of open double angle bracket primal soul close double angle bracket secret technique requires you to reach the immortal level before you can start cultivating it, an aged voice echoed. Wait until you advance to become an immortal god in your world, then come find me to accept the inheritance. Elder Meng repeatedly said. Okay, understood, Elder Meng, Xiaoyu transmitted. After obtaining the Beast God Inheritance Token, Xiaoyu did not rush to the inheritance site, but instead continued to cultivate wholeheartedly. Time passed, and 50 years went by in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu inherently possessed extremely high talent in comprehending the origin of the Law of Thunder. Coupled with his comprehension of laws already comparable to a universe venerable, and his dedicated study of the 8 lesser laws, his progress was naturally rapid. During his 100 years in the Thousand Treasure River Palace, he was the first to comprehend the origin of the Law of Thunder. When Xiaoyu comprehended the Law of Thunder's origin, a sense of completion filled his heart, a satisfaction from comprehending a Tao within the universe. Boom! An invisible connection instantly linked Xiaoyu to the Thunder Law Ocean in the universe's origin, and the endless aura from the Gold Law Ocean directly transmitted over. The core of life within Xiaoyu, the original bead formed when Xiaoyu advanced to the World Lord level, absorbed the aura transmitted from the Thunder Law Ocean, instantly transforming and directly taking on Xiaoyu's appearance. Laws achieved, origin formed, break the life core, divine power pours in, soul and divine body unite to enter immortality. Xiaoyu thought inwardly. This was the basic process of stepping into immortality. After the original bead transformed into Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu waved his hand, and energy transformed into an energy battle blade, with complex law patterns on the blade. As for the weapon or psychic weapon used after the formation of the original bead, it was merely formed from energy. Boom! Sky split. A dark river of blade light rushed towards the life core, but the life core was incomparably hard, without the slightest sign of breaking. I also encountered the same constraint as Luo Feng. Every drink and peck has its fortunes and misfortunes, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Following that, Xiao Yu continued to comprehend the laws. Another 50 years passed. During these 50 years, Xiao Yu comprehended all 8 lesser origin laws. Then, another 100 years passed. Xiao Yu comprehended all 3 mysteries of space-time, and the 3 systems of the law of space, seal, kill, and instant, were all comprehended. The 3 systems of the law of time, stop, retreat, and change, were also all comprehended. What was lacking was fusion. Having comprehended the 8 lesser origin laws, the 16 sub-souls entered the virtual universe's space-time plane and began to study the fusion laws between the 8 lesser laws and the higher laws. To break the life core constraint, one relies on law comprehension, soul amplification, and secret techniques, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Now, law comprehension cannot be completed in a short time. The main focus now is to create secret techniques and elevate them to the ultimate level. The human body's main soul also participated in the creation of secret techniques, greatly accelerating the research speed. In the training field, Xiao Yu used the sky split secret technique to defeat one opponent after another. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. The 2000th opponent. Today is the day of your demise. Xiao Yu held the Chaos Blade, with a dark river of blade light on the Chaos Blade, the river of blade light reaching 1,000 kilometers in length. The aura of the 10 great origins was rich, and the core of the river of blade light was a trace of dark destructive power exuding an aura of destruction. That avian special life form had already transformed into a stream of black light. Wherever it passed, some distant stars and planets were directly annihilated just by being affected by the black light. The river of blade light and the avian special life form were about to collide. Kill. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. He had already failed 999 times in front of this 2000th opponent. The speed of that long river of light instantly accelerated several times, surpassing the limit of light speed, transforming into a dark light, like an annihilating black hole. Instantly, that black stream of light was annihilated. Only then did a huge crack appear in the starry sky, and at the same time, the huge energy shockwave ravaged the surroundings. Rumble. The sound continuously spread to the surroundings. This first move, Sky Split, has finally become ultimate, Xiao Yu thought to himself. It had been over 1,000 years since he created this move, Sky Split, and after years of effort, it had finally become ultimate. Now that the blade technique had become ultimate, Xiao Yu decided to become immortal first. Even if he advanced to immortality, Xiao Yu had already been recognized by the origin laws and could still enter the origin law lands to comprehend the origin laws. Break the constraints and achieve immortality. A soaring will suddenly burst forth from Xiao Yu's eyes, an indomitable will, from being as calm as a starry sea to instantly being as sharp and unstoppable as a giant battle blade, a complete transformation in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu sent a dark river rushing towards the life core. Sky Split. The current life core was like the eggshell when Pengu split the heavens. Xiao Yu wanted to break the life core in one fell swoop with an indomitable momentum, allowing him to soar freely from then on. Boom! The entire inner wall of the life core shook violently, followed by a bang, directly turning into powder. The first move of open double angle bracket Genesis close double angle bracket, Sky Split, broke the life core constraint in just an instant with an indomitable momentum, surpassing the limit of speed, with unparalleled power and profound mystery. In the instant without this layer of constraint, the humanoid Xiao Yu, formed by the original bead and the endless, 8 lesser law oceans of the universe's origin were instantly completely connected. The 8 origin laws of thunder, gold, light, wind, fire, earth, wood, and water directly descended, appearing above Xiao Yu's palace. Rumble. Endless 7-colored divine power poured in madly. Some world lords who had just stepped into immortality were ordinary immortals and only needed a small amount of divine power to transform into a divine body. Some extremely powerful world lords, upon stepping in, became king-level immortals, requiring much more divine power, but generally only forming a divine body with 10,000 times the power of a world lord. And Xiao Yu, the Earthling's main body, was over 90,000 kilometers tall, with a life gene level exceeding 10,081 times. His Earthling main body, upon becoming a divine body, exceeded 1 billion times the power of a world lord. This already surpassed the vast majority of universe venerables. For example, a universe venerable with a life gene level of 10 times only had 100 million times the power of a world lord. Moreover, besides his human main body, Xiaoyu also had a world tree clone. When the world tree clone advanced to the immortal level, it instantly grew to 300 billion kilometers tall, with a crown diameter exceeding 3 light years. Since the world tree was not a product of this world, there was no concept of life genes, but the vast body required even more 7-colored divine power to shape into an immortal divine body. It was more than 1 trillion times that of the human main body. The amount of divine power needed for a human universe venerable's divine body was not even 1/10,000,000th of that of the world tree. Stepping into immortality, the movement of divine power and fusion was generally very small, even for ordinary universe venerables. However, the movement of Xiaoyu stepping into immortality was too great, more than 10 million times greater than stepping into a universe venerable. In terms of quantity, it exceeded that of a human universe venerable by 1 trillion times. What's going on? How can the 8 origin laws descend at the same time? Throughout the 1,000 Treasure River territory, some universe venerables and a large number of immortal attendants looked in shock at Xiaoyu's palace in the distance, only to see endless 7-colored light enveloping the entire 1,000 Treasure River. Chapter 254 The Great Kingdom of God. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. They had almost never seen such power in their lives. Even reaching the level of universe venerable is not even 1/10,000,000th of this, some universe venerables were shocked. Xiaoyu has become immortal, and he only became immortal after comprehending the 8 lower laws. City Lord of Chaos stood at the top of the main hall, leaning on the railing and looking into the sky. The simultaneous descent of the 8 lower origin laws, covering the entire 1,000 Treasure River, was incredibly powerful. It even surpassed ordinary universe venerables. The sky seemed to have a huge hole, and the endless ocean of laws seemed to be pouring down, with divine power like seawater rushing into the void. Xiaoyu was absorbing the endless divine power to his heart's content. The endless ocean of laws is pouring down, and divine power is infusing his body. Such a situation actually exists. City Lord of Chaos looked up, shocked. Even when the Lord of 9 Nethers became immortal, there wasn't such a commotion. Xiaoyu has great secrets, City Lord of Chaos said silently. I'm afraid what he showed me before was just the tip of the iceberg. As long as they have intelligence, hiding their trump cards is almost instinctive for living beings. Very good. When Xiaoyu reaches the universe venerable level, won't the commotion be even more outrageous than many who reach the universe master level? My human race is probably about to give birth to a super existence that will shock billions of races. City Lord of Chaos nodded slightly. Xiaoyu's human body sat cross-legged, exuding divine might, making Nick, who was beside him, tremble. My lord, this is too terrifying. This divine power was even stronger than that of ordinary universe venerables. Inside the inner world, endless divine power, like the Milky Way pouring down, with countless seawater coming from the void, frantically pouring into the world tree of the covering sky. Master actually advanced to the immortal level before me. This is truly unreasonable. Irina stayed in a corner of the inner world. Haha, delightful, delightful. World Tree Xiaoyu laughed loudly. In the original universe, only when one advances to the immortal level will it be so generous, with the endless ocean of laws descending, allowing the newly advanced immortal to absorb it to their heart's content. Soon, the transformation of the world tree's divine body was also 100% complete. The entire world tree turned 7-colored, with every bit of divine power imprinted with Xiaoyu's soul mark. Xiaoyu looked at the endless divine power within the world tree in his inner world and was extremely satisfied. Even if his human body were to perish in the future, he could instantly split off another human body. The amount of divine power required for that was nothing to the world tree. Xiaoyu exited his inner world with a smile on his face, then stood up. My lord, Nick said respectfully. You stay here first, Xiaoyu instructed, and directly stepped out of the palace. Walking among the palace complex within the 1,000 Treasure River, Xiaoyu arrived in front of the main hall where City Lord of Chaos resided in a few flashes. There were some immortal servants and even universe venerables in front of the main hall. Such strong divine power. Xiaoyu waited outside the hall. Naturally, he had to inform his teacher as soon as he advanced to the immortal level. Come in, a laughing voice came. Xiaoyu then stepped into the hall, and appeared in the center of the hall in one step. Teacher, Xiao Yu saluted respectfully. City Lord of Chaos stared at Xiao Yu for a long time before nodding in satisfaction. You have become immortal. Yes, Xiao Yu said. Very good, you have done even better than I imagined. City Lord of Chaos nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied and happy that Xiao Yu's growth had exceeded his expectations. Having 7-colored divine power at the immortal level was unimaginable. Are you confident in defeating a universe venerable? City Lord of Chaos asked. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. He was indeed confident. A divine body with 1 billion times the power of a domain lord, and a 100 times divine body amplification, that was more than 100 billion times. Ordinary universe venerables with 10 times gene strength only had 100 million times the power of a domain lord. Even with divine body amplification, it would be less than 10 billion times at most, a 10-fold difference in divine body strength. In addition, he could now use the innate secret technique, I am time and space, and also had the self-created ultimate secret technique, Genesis, plus the treasures he possessed that were comparable to supreme treasures. Defeating or even killing a universe venerable was also possible. Very good, City Lord of Chaos nodded in satisfaction. What do you plan to do now? Find a location for my divine kingdom, build my divine kingdom, and then head to the land of inheritance, Xiao Yu said. Yes, the divine kingdom is very important, City Lord of Chaos nodded. The spatial layers are unfathomable, try to choose a deeper one. Understood, Xiao Yu nodded. Go, City Lord of Chaos waved his hand. Xiao Yu saluted respectfully and then left. After returning to the palace, Xiao Yu condensed a 7-colored immortal crystal, put it in a space ring, and then threw the space ring in a safe place in the palace, so that even if City Lord of Chaos used 1000 Treasure River, it would not be lost. Then Xiao Yu left through the Moyun Vine Divine Kingdom teleportation. Master, where are we going? Moyun Vine asked. Mars, Xiao Yu said casually. Xiao Yu stepped into the hazy divine light. When he reappeared, he was already on Mars, concealing his aura, returning to the altar tower, and recondensing an incarnation. This incarnation only had 100,000 times the power of a domain lord, and by injecting a split soul into it, it could display the strength of an invincible king. Swoosh, Xiao Yu disappeared from Earth out of thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already thousands of light years away, continuously teleporting. Xiao Yu finally chose a desolate starry sky about 30 million light years away from Earth, with no life, only dead and barren planets and stars. Let's make it here, Xiao Yu thought to himself. There was actually no pattern to choosing a divine kingdom. Tear, Xiao Yu casually slashed, directly tearing open space, and then stepped into the spatial layers. The spatial layers can be divided into thousands of layers, such as fragment layers, divine kingdom layers, turbulence layers, etc., but these are the divisions of the weak. For powerful beings, the spatial layers are just a vast layer. The closer to the original universe, the smaller the spatial fragments. The farther away from the original universe, the larger the spatial fragments. The farther away from the universe, the greater the threat. Xiao Yu directly teleported past the divine kingdom layer, and then unfolded the wings of time and space, constantly flying deeper in the spatial turbulence. As Xiao Yu penetrated deeper, the spatial fragments became larger and larger. Spatial fragments with a diameter of hundreds of billions of kilometers are still too small, we must continue to go deeper. Xiao Yu saw huge spatial fragments in the spatial turbulence, most of which were fragments with a diameter of tens of billions of kilometers, and occasionally fragments with a diameter of hundreds of billions of kilometers. Some of these spatial fragments had already formed mountains and trees, and each spatial fragment was like a continent. Xiao Yu continued to penetrate deeper along the turbulence, avoiding one spatial fragment after another. 2 days later, the spatial fragments that Xiao Yu saw reached a diameter of trillions of kilometers. Still too small. Continue to go deeper. Such large spatial fragments, even if a universe venerable were hit, they would probably be annihilated instantly. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had the wings of time and space. With the wings of time and space, Xiao Yu carefully continued to penetrate deeper. 10 days later, let's use this fragment. Xiao Yu teleported a short distance around a spatial fragment, probing for a moment. This was a spatial fragment with a maximum diameter of about 3 light years and a minimum diameter of about 2 light years, enough to completely integrate his inner world. Establish the divine kingdom. Xiao Yu unfolded his wings and began to activate his inner world in the endless cosmic torrent. Instantly, the inner world burst out with an invisible energy that directly locked onto the huge spatial fragment in the distance. Then the inner world and the spatial fragment moved closer to each other. Chapter 255 Colorful Divine Power. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Rumble. Space quaked, and other space fragments dodged away. A massive inner world completely fused with a space fragment, transforming into a real world. This was a god kingdom. Xiao Yu stepped in and instantly teleported into the god kingdom. The god kingdom was vast, filled with endless divine power, and its edges were constantly expanding outwards. Divine Palace. Arise. Above the world tree, a large amount of seven-colored divine power converged, and a towering divine palace gradually took shape. It was a huge palace radiating seven-colored divine light. This newly formed divine palace was the core of the god kingdom. Standing in the void of the god kingdom, Xiao Yu seemed to be one with the god kingdom. Xiao Yu closed his eyes and felt everything within the god kingdom: mountains, grasslands, swamps, lightning, flames, light, and so on. At this moment, he and the god kingdom were one. The god kingdom is complete, Xiao Yu thought. The world tree clone immediately emitted rays of seven-colored divine light. 97 human avatars, each with a size of 10 kilometers, appeared within the god kingdom. These clones also possessed divine power equivalent to 100,000 times the power of a domain lord. Under the control of the divided soul, they were comparable to an invincible king, and could even annihilate an invincible king. With the god kingdom built, Xiao Yu teleported back to the Milky Way through his god kingdom, and then condensed hundreds of immortal god crystals as coordinates, placing them throughout the human territory. In particular, 10 immortal god crystals were placed in the Milky Way. The reason for placing so many coordinates was to ensure absolute safety. After all, no one could guarantee that the coordinates they placed would not be destroyed by battles between powerful beings, or other unforeseen disasters. After placing the various coordinates, he teleported back to the Thousand Treasure River through the God Kingdom. During the God Kingdom teleportation, Xiao Yu discovered a peculiar phenomenon. For example, if teleporting from the Virtual Universe Company headquarters to the territory of the Qinwu Universe country through the Moyun Vines God Kingdom, it would cost 3 chaos units of universe crystals. But when Xiao Yu teleported from the Qinwu Universe country to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters through his own God Kingdom, it didn't even cost 1 chaos unit of universe crystals. The power of my 7-colored divine power is more than 10 times that of ordinary immortal divine power, Xiao Yu thought. Subsequently, he exchanged for secret techniques related to immortal gods from the Virtual Universe Company's treasury, such as burning the divine body and the undying body. After learning the method of burning the divine body, he also began to practice the secret technique, I am space-time. In the palace training ground, Xiao Yu used, I am space-time, according to the method recorded in his consciousness. The 7-colored divine body burned, and the power of the 7-colored divine power instantly increased by thousands of times. As this endless 7-colored divine power was used in a special way, he felt his soul consciousness vibrating, as if resonating with a great existence in the endless void. Whoosh! A long river with a width of nearly 10 million kilometers and a length of over 1 billion kilometers, emitting a silver light, descended. This silver river meandered around Xiao Yu, containing a profound aura, and the laws of space-time were incredibly dense. There were shadows within the river. This is the river of space-time. The moment the river descended, Xiao Yu felt that this was indeed a river of space-time, but one that had been reduced countless times in size and had its power restricted countless times. Xiao Yu carefully sensed the silver river, as if he could control this fragment of the river of space-time. After some attempts, the river of space-time could change various shapes as he controlled it. However, it was still very clumsy as it was the first time he used it. This river of space-time only existed for a minute before disappearing. Burning 10% of my 7-colored divine body can make it exist for a minute, which is much longer than expected, Xiao Yu sighed, as the 7-colored divine body was much stronger than he had anticipated. Even a universe overlord would suffer if they fell into this river of space-time, and the bodies of ordinary universe venerables would probably be instantly obliterated, Xiao Yu thought. I am space-time, was many times more domineering than the world tree's innate secret technique of controlling space-time. The mastery of this secret technique is not enough, it still needs diligent training. Afterward, Xiao Yu began to continuously practice the innate secret technique, I am space-time. For 10 consecutive years, he cast, I am space-time, thousands of times, consuming nearly 1,007 colored divine bodies of over 90,000 kilometers. Xiao Yu finally completely mastered, I am space-time, and no longer needed to refer to the casting method engraved in his consciousness. As long as the divine body burned, he could instantly cast, I am space-time. Suddenly, Xiao Yu felt his consciousness being drawn by an irresistible force into a world. This was Dream Old's inheritance world. After thousands of years, Dream Old was still the same as ever. Boy, you've been an immortal for over 10 years and you still haven't come to me to accept the inheritance, the red-bearded old man grumbled. Have you forgotten that you still have an inheritance to receive? Dream Old, wasn't I just about to come when you brought me in? We really are on the same wavelength, Xiao Yu flattered. Stop it, don't give me that cheeky smile, the red-bearded old man said angrily. Xiao Yu immediately pretended to be serious, making a face that was as funny as possible, and Dream Old was instantly amused. All right, you brat, what can I say about you? Dream Old scolded with a smile. Now, you have laid a solid foundation for the cultivation of the Yuan soul. Xiao Yu listened intently. Next is the real cultivation. The fourth level of the Yuan soul involves merging a world into your soul. The fusion process is extremely dangerous. At worst, your soul will be scattered, and at worst, your soul will be annihilated, Dream Old said solemnly. Aren't soul scattering and soul annihilation the same thing? Xiao Yu asked in confusion. They're different. With soul scattering, your soul imprint still exists, but it returns to the original universe. A universe master can still pull you back from the past by reversing time. But with soul annihilation, your soul imprint will disappear along with it. Even if a universe master reverses time, they won't be able to bring you back, Dream Old explained. Why? Xiao Yu asked. Without a soul imprint, it's equivalent to your record not existing in the original universe. The target locked by a universe master reversing time is just an illusion. Even if they pull it back, it's just a fantasy, Dream Old said repeatedly. However, in the original universe, it's very difficult to annihilate a person's soul. Without special secret techniques, even a universe master can't forcibly do it. Xiao Yu patted his chest with relief. Although merging a world is extremely difficult, the benefits will be great once successful. In the future, that world will exist within your soul, protecting your soul. Now your soul has merged with your body, which means that if someone wants to attack you, they must first break through the invisible world surrounding your divine body, Dream Old said. In other words, the larger the world you merge, the safer you are. Dream Old, isn't this like the world projection and law domain of the Domain Lord stage? Xiao Yu asked. It's different. Let's say, if you merge a world with a diameter of 1 light year, you can let this world surround you within a 1-meter radius. Then, when the other party wants to touch you or attack you, they need to cross at least 1 meter, and at most 1 light year, before they can attack you, Dream Old explained. I understand, it's like a feeling of being close yet far away, Xiao Yu nodded. Chapter 256 The fourth level of Yuan Soul. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Well, not too stupid. Old Meng flew to Xiao Yu, waved his hand, and a huge wolf tooth hammer appeared in his hand, hammering Xiao Yu's head twice. This is the space of consciousness. Xiao Yu was not injured, but he did feel the pain. That is to say, the larger the fused space, the better. Xiao Yu grinned. Yes, but with your current soul power, you can only fuse space fragments with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. To fuse larger space fragments, you need to strengthen your soul. Old Meng smiled. The first step of fusion is to imprint a soul mark in a space fragment. The second step is to refine that space fragment and make it virtual. The third step is fusion. The first 2 steps are very safe, the most dangerous is the third step. Old Meng said, and casually threw out a book made of purple metal with a thickness of 3 meters. This is the fourth layer of Yuan Soul, take it and practice it, you can always come and ask me if you don't understand anything in the future. Thank you, Old Meng. Xiao Yu respectfully saluted. Go, kid, don't fall. Old Meng glanced at Xiao Yu and said softly. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded, and then took the initiative to withdraw from the inheritance space. For the first time, Xiao Yu took the initiative to withdraw from the inheritance space. Before, he was kicked out of the space by Old Meng. He threw the fourth layer of Yuan Soul, made of purple metal to the incarnation in the God Kingdom who was specifically responsible for studying the Yuan Soul secret method. After readjustment, the soul calculation speed of each clone and incarnation was allocated. The incarnation responsible for studying the Yuan soul secret method obtained 10,000 times the soul calculation speed, while the incarnation responsible for studying the I am time and space secret method was adjusted to 1 times. Xiao Yu's human deity, as the main soul, can adjust the soul calculation speed of each split soul at any time. What is the concept of 10,000 times the soul calculation speed? It is equivalent to 10,000 times the soul calculation speed of a king-level limit immortal god, which is many times faster than the calculation speed of a smart optical brain. Just as Xiao Yu's main consciousness was accepting the inheritance. In the God Kingdom, the ocean of fire law descended. The Zerg Queen Irina finally advanced to immortality. The movement caused by the law of the Zerg Queen Irina was far lower than that of Xiao Yu, only hundreds of times stronger than the promotion of an ordinary world master to immortality. In just a moment, Irina completed the reshaping of her divine body, and the Zerg mother nest became even larger, and the internal space increased more than tenfold. At this time, Xiao Yu had also accepted the inheritance. Master, I want to build a god kingdom. Irina said softly, where do you think I should build it? Let's go, I'll take you there. World Tree, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu took Irina all the way through the God Kingdom teleportation, came to a deserted star system in the Qinwu Universe Kingdom, and then spent a week choosing a suitable space fragment in the space mezzanine as the God Kingdom resident. After Irina's God Kingdom was established, Xiao Yu asked Irina to stay in his God Kingdom to breed immortal King Zerg. Before, Xiao Yu had spent trillions of points to exchange a large amount of resources for Irina. A small part is for manufacturing Zerg kings, and most of it is for her cultivation. Then Xiao Yu's consciousness controlled a huge main root of the world tree to cross time and space and enter the world ring he carried with him. This is a world ring with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. At this moment, a main root with a diameter of 300 million kilometers and a length of 30 trillion kilometers, emitting colorful light, is coiled in the world ring. This main root is full of colorful divine power, enough for Xiao Yu to consume countless times. The world tree has a total of 10,081 main roots, each of which is so huge. Immediately, Xiao Yu took out a beast god inheritance token obtained from his teacher, City Lord of Chaos, and divine power penetrated into it. A message poured into his mind, which was a set of universe coordinates. Xiao Yu already knew the location of the coordinates. Xiao Yu teleported to the primitive secret realm through the God Kingdom, and then applied for God Kingdom teleportation in the virtual universe system. Now Xiao Yu has been promoted to an immortal god, and he is also a leader who has passed the 21st floor of the universe Tongtian Bridge. Under normal circumstances, no one will agree to Xiao Yu entering their God Kingdom. Therefore, Xiao Yu offered a reward of 100 million chaos units. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu, are you going to Zijing Island? Seven Sword King appeared in Xiao Yu's palace on the mountainside. Yes, but I have already offered a price of 100 million chaos units, but no one has agreed after 3 months. Xiao Yu said with some depression. If that coordinate was not extremely far away from the human territory, Xiao Yu would not have waited. You are no longer at the World Master level, so naturally no immortal dares to take this risk, and those universe venerables don't care about this little money. Seven Sword King said, I also want to return to Zijing Island, you come with me. Last time in the Star Tower, Seven Sword King owed Xiao Yu a very big favor and had not found a chance to repay it. Although this time the God Kingdom legend cannot repay the favor of a town seal heavy treasure, it can at least repay some. Then thank you so much, it really saves time. Xiao Yu thanked. Okay, then let's gather at your virtual universe headquarters, there is a teleportation gathering place there. Seven Sword King said. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. In the primitive secret realm, Xiao Yu teleported to the vicinity of the virtual universe headquarters through the Moyan Vine God Kingdom, and then continuously used teleportation. With Xiao Yu's current strength, the distance of each teleportation has reached 1,000 light years, which is equivalent to an ordinary universe venerable, which is nearly 1,000 times farther than the 1 to 2 light years of the king-level limit immortal. Without a single mistake, a first, a 1, an inner, a content, a 1, at 6, at 9, at book, at bar, look. On the vast continent of the virtual universe company headquarters, Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air. A large number of teleportation channels are built here. Performing God Kingdom teleportation here, you don't have to worry about other strong people exploring the God Kingdom coordinates. Suddenly a figure appeared beside Xiao Yu, Seven Sword King. Seven Sword King, Xiao Yu said. Time and Space King, thank you Time and Space King. Last time, Seven Sword King smiled, staring at Xiao Yu solemnly and glanced, you have become immortal. It's just a small effort. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, I still have to trouble Seven Sword King this time. It's not troublesome, this time I also want to use a slave I enslaved before to teleport the God Kingdom. He has a coordinate within 10,000 light years near Zijing Island. Seven Sword King said. Thank you, Xiao Yu said. Seven Sword King waved his hand, and an alien creature with scales and a layer of purple film on his face appeared next to him. This alien creature attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. That's Seven Sword King. Why would he come to our virtual universe company headquarters? Who is this next to him? Why does it feel so familiar? Of course it's familiar, this is the famous Time and Space King. The title was personally bestowed by the City Lord of Chaos. Yes, it's Time and Space King. It is said that Time and Space King kills alien kings on the extraterritorial battlefield like slaughtering dogs. It sounds really enjoyable. Although the discussions were very small, those human powerhouses deliberately did not block the sound, obviously deliberately letting Xiao Yu and Seven Sword King hear it. People from our virtual universe company are a little too enthusiastic, don't mind it. Xiao Yu smiled. Haha, how could I mind? Whoever stands with you will be noticed. Seven Sword King laughed, he has been famous for a long time and is used to such attention. Haha, Xiao Yu laughed. Seven Sword King looked at the slave next to him and ordered, God Kingdom teleportation. Yes, the alien servant immediately began to activate the God Kingdom teleportation. Chapter 257 Bohemia Island. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. A hazy, azure light, like the ocean, enveloped the surroundings. Within this light, Xiao Yu and the Seven Swords King vaguely saw the vast world at the end of the tunnel, the divine kingdom of the alien servant. Xiao Yu, the Seven Swords King, and the alien servant simultaneously disappeared. Using the divine kingdom as a transit point, they quickly arrived at a secluded location incredibly far from human territory, within a star in a remote region of the universe. Your servant is quite interesting, actually storing the coordinate beacon inside a star, Xiao Yu remarked. There are so many stars in the universe, and stars are so large with such strong energy fluctuations, making it difficult to discover a hidden beacon, the Seven Swords King said. This place is less than 10,000 light years from Purple Thorn Island. Let's transfer to a spaceship and head over directly. Alright, Xiao Yu said with a smile, waving his hand to conjure a G-class pyramid. This is a good thing. The Seven Swords King exclaimed. The Seven Swords King stored the alien servant, and then he and Xiao Yu flew into the G-class pyramid. The spaceship entered the dark universe, constantly accelerating to 100 times the speed of light, then proceeded at a constant speed. In less than 10 minutes, they reached their destination. The G-class pyramid pierced through the dark universe into the original universe. In the control room, Xiao Yu and the Seven Swords King looked out through the virtual scenery. In front of the pyramid were violent winds resembling giant pythons. Black winds howled and enveloped hundreds of millions of kilometers, as if pythons were playfully intertwining across the starry sky. This is the ancestral god mystic realm, the most dangerous secret realm in the universe. Its size is comparable to a cosmic country, with a maximum diameter of 160 million light years, the Seven Swords King pointed ahead. The most common thing in the ancestral god mystic realm is the Black Fiend Whirlwind. Even a small Black Fiend Whirlwind can severely injure a universe master. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a large Black Fiend Whirlwind, you'll be annihilated without a chance to escape. Xiao Yu had heard that the ancestral god mystic realm was dangerous, but he hadn't imagined it would be so perilous. One can only enter the ancestral god mystic realm with a token. This is the coordinate location. Just wait a moment, the Seven Swords King said quickly. The Seven Swords King had entered the ancestral god mystic realm many times and naturally knew the process. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. Suddenly, the calm void around them began to twist, and in an instant, a vortex seemed to swallow them both. Space teleportation, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Instantly, the scene before Xiao Yu gradually cleared. The Seven Swords King had disappeared, leaving Xiao Yu alone in the void. The distant scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. In the far distance, endless colorful rivers surged, filled with a magical power that irresistibly drew one's gaze. Five-colored Aurora Lake, Xiao Yu's will was strong, even stronger than ordinary universe masters, and he instantly recognized this and regained his senses. You woke up quickly, a cold voice sounded. Xiao Yu turned his head and saw a rock god about 8 meters tall standing in the void beside him. He wore purple armor with flames swirling on its surface, and his entire body was dark green. This was a member of the Feikang clan, a type of rock life in the universe. Judging from the aura emanating from his divine body, Xiao Yu determined that this was a universe master. I am a guide from the ancestral god sect. The Feikang clan universe master looked at Xiao Yu indifferently. Human, take out the beast god inheritance token. If you do not have the beast god inheritance token and intrude upon the sacred grounds of my ancestral god sect, you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching and terrifying aura descended directly. It should be a universe master receiving the divine general inheritance. This aura was indeed terrifying, but it could not harm Xiao Yu, who possessed the 7-colored divine body. Xiao Yu flipped his hand and took out the beast god inheritance token. The Feikang clan universe master then revealed a trace of a smile. Since you possess the inheritance token, you are an inheritor and are qualified to enter. Follow me. The Feikang clan universe master flew ahead, and Xiao Yu followed beside him. Do you see that? The Feikang clan universe master pointed to the 5-colored aurora lake. Xiao Yu nodded. The Feikang clan universe master then took Xiao Yu to view the ancestral god sect's treasure up close. The 5-colored aurora lake has a maximum diameter of 10 light years and possesses boundless power. Each aurora, when its power erupts, is enough to severely injure a universe master. The entire lake is composed of endless auroras, with infinite power. It is an extremely powerful treasure. I'll take you to Purple Thorn Island. The Feikang clan universe master directly teleported with Xiao Yu. The starry sky shifted, and the scene before Xiao Yu blurred. He had arrived at the edge of the 5-colored aurora lake, only a few hundred meters away from the lake. Each aurora was about 10,000 kilometers long, and its power startled Xiao Yu. The Feikang clan universe master led Xiao Yu into Purple Thorn Island within the 5-colored aurora lake. Purple Thorn Island is located within the endless 5-colored aurora lake. Because he carried the beast god inheritance token, the 5-colored aurora lake did not harm Xiao Yu. Purple Thorn Island has a diameter of several million kilometers, and no auroras approach within a range of tens of thousands of kilometers around it. The Feikang clan universe master and Xiao Yu transformed into 2 streams of light and landed on Purple Thorn Island. At a glance, Xiao Yu saw densely packed palaces on the island, not only on the land but also on the mountains. Many palaces contained powerful auras. Look, the Feikang clan universe master pointed to the sky. Xiao Yu immediately looked up. In the sky, there were circles of light enveloping the entire Purple Thorn Island. These circles of light were constantly expanding, disappearing when they reached the edge, and new circles were born in the center of the light circles. One circle enclosing another, like ripples on the water. Birth, annihilation, continuing endlessly, like the cycle of the universe. Xiao Yu was completely immersed in it. Each circle of light was composed of countless law threads, with the universe's 10 fundamental laws mixed within, as well as many fusion laws, and even more mysterious law threads intertwined, making each circle incredibly complete. Just as Xiao Yu had seen with his eye of law before, the original universe not only has the 10 fundamental laws, but also many laws above them. This is the manifestation of the universe's operational laws, the Feikang clan universe master shouted. Xiao Yu was awakened. Our ancestral god sect is the #1 power in the universe, with maintaining the universe's operational laws as its core, and is naturally protected by the universe's operational laws. The Feikang clan universe master's eyes were like copper bells as he looked up. Xiao Yu knew that the ancestral god sect's purpose was to follow the universe's operational laws, and the 5-colored aurora lake was bestowed upon the ancestral god sect by the universe's operational laws. In addition, the ancestral god mystic realm has many special life forms and possesses the most special treasures. In the original universe, our ancestral god sect is the representative of the universe's operational laws. Anyone who opposes the ancestral god sect represents opposition to the universe's operational laws, the Feikang clan universe master said domineeringly. Xiao Yu was certain of this. The ancestral god sect possessed immense luck in the original universe. Follow me. The first thing to do is to build a residence on this Purple Thorn Island, the Feikang clan universe master said, striding forward. Xiao Yu naturally followed, each step covering tens of thousands of kilometers. Walking on Purple Thorn Island, looking at the various styles of palaces in the distance, he could also see powerful individuals from various races of the universe. Since Purple Thorn Island existed, the total number of inheritors has reached hundreds of billions, while the total number of human inheritors is only a few hundred. Of these hundreds of billions of inheritors, many have died. Today, there are only over 100 million residents on Purple Thorn Island, the Fikang Clan Universe Master said. Chapter 258, Guardian Beast God. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. The entire Zijing Island, apart from the Island Master who is a Guardian Beast God, is entirely made up of inheritors, including the Venerable Fei Kang in front of me. Xiao Yu followed Venerable Fei Kang to a hillside beside a river. Venerable Fei Kang instructed, "You can build your palace here, but remember, each palace can only be at most 1 kilometer in length and width. Even those demon clans or starry sky behemoths with huge bodies must shrink their bodies to live inside. No one can have special privileges." Xiao Yu nodded. Along the way, the palaces he saw were all within 1 kilometer in length and width, none of them exceeding that limit. "Follow me again." Venerable Fei Kang continued to lead Xiao Yu. His responsibility was to guide, so naturally he had to tell Xiao Yu some basic information. After a while, they arrived at the highest mountain range on Zijing Island, with only one towering palace on the mountain range, which was also the only palace on the entire Zijing Island that was 1,000 kilometers long. This is the palace of the Island Master of Zijing Island, and residing here is a guardian beast god who cultivates the fusion laws of fire and space. Standing on the mountain range. "Look up." Venerable Fei Kang pointed to the sky. Xiao Yu looked up and saw an incredible scene. From this direction, he could actually see a gap in the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Along this gap, he could see the core of the 5-colored Aurora Lake, with an incomparably dazzling and huge palace. Around that palace that emitted endless light, there were also 8 slightly smaller palaces floating around. That is the core of the Ancestral God Sect, the Ancestral God Palace. Our Ancestral God Sect has 3 ancestral gods, but generally only one sits in this Ancestral God Palace, Venerable Fei Kang said. The 8 slightly smaller palaces around it are the 8 Direction Beast God Palaces, which belong to the 8 Great Beast Gods respectively. Around the 8 Direction Beast God Palaces, there are more than 10 palaces, which are the Guardian Beast God Palaces. Further out are the 72 continents, which are the God General Continents. The size of each God General Continent is no less than Zijing Island. The outermost part of the God General Continents are the 3,000 God Envoy Star Worlds. These are the core locations of the Ancestral God Sect, Venerable Fei Kang said repeatedly. In addition to these core areas of the Ancestral God Sect, there are also islands in the 5-colored Aurora Lake, and those islands are inhabited by the outer members of the Ancestral God Sect. Most of these outer members are candidate God Envoys, candidate God Generals, and powerful Beast God Inheritors. These candidate God Envoys and candidate God Generals have all received complete inheritances. Those who have not received complete inheritances do not need to work for the Ancestral God Sect and become outer members. And those Guardian Beast Gods are those who have obtained complete Beast God inheritances and whose strength has reached the level of Universe Lords. Xiao Yu and Venerable Fei Kang walked to a huge platform square in front of the Island Master's palace, in front of 3 fountains. "You go in, my task is over." Venerable Fei Kang said, "I hope you can live on Zijing Island for a longer period of time. Don't fall at some point, unless you get another inheritance token, otherwise you won't be able to come again." "Thank you, Venerable." Xiao Yu thanked Venerable Fei Kang for his guidance along the way. Venerable Fei Kang smiled slightly, then swooshed through the air, turning into a stream of light and flying directly into the depths of the sky. Xiao Yu came to the palace gate, then stepped in, and after walking for a long time, he walked out of the front hall of the palace. Behind the front hall was an empty courtyard, and behind the courtyard was the most vast and majestic main hall. Inheritor. A human man was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. This human was wearing a simple black robe, had long blue hair, and had blue secret patterns on his face. His aura was faint, but the faint aura he emitted allowed Xiao Yu to judge that this person was at least a universe venerable. The black-robed human man sitting cross-legged stood up and looked at Xiao Yu with a smile. "I didn't expect to see a human, it's really gratifying. I am a servant under the Island Master, responsible for guarding the palace here and conveying information to the Island Master." Xiao Yu felt a sense of indignation in his heart, although he also understood that human experts could enslave alien races, and alien experts could naturally enslave human races. You wait, I have already transmitted the information to the Guardian Beast God. The Guardian Beast God is temporarily busy, you wait first. The black-robed man said with a smile. Xiao Yu asked, how long do I have to wait? The black-robed man said with a smile, it may appear immediately, or it may take 10 years. According to the rules of the Ancestral God sect, the Ancestral God will appear within a maximum of 10 years. If the Guardian Beast God feels that he will not be able to arrive within 10 years, he will ask another Guardian Beast God to take charge. Xiao Yu could only sit cross-legged, looking up at the sky, at the manifested origin laws, comprehending the laws, especially the various fusion laws contained within them. The other soul clones were receiving this information in the Divine Kingdom, cooperating with various secret methods to accelerate comprehension. 3 years later, Xiao Yu was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard of the Island Master's palace when suddenly an incomparably domineering and heart-palpitating aura instantly enveloped the entire palace. Xiao Yu instantly stood up, withdrawing from his cultivation state. The Guardian Beast God is here. The black-robed human said. Come in. A slightly high-pitched but penetrating voice came from the main hall. Xiao Yu entered the main hall and saw a strange life form similar to a dragon coiled on the high throne. It had wings, and its body was covered with a layer of strange armor, with flames on the armor. This was the Guardian Beast God who cultivated the fusion laws of fire and space to great success and became a universe lord. From this moment on, you are the inheritor of Zijing Island. The dragon-headed Guardian Beast God said, First, I grant you the authority to enter the glory world. As soon as the voice fell, an object similar to a light brain appeared out of thin air and flew directly towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu reached out and took it. This was a device like a human consciousness induction helmet, a device for entering the glory world. I also grant you the authority to enter the land of inheritance, the land of treasures, and the land of secret realms. The Guardian Beast God said, Can you see the 3 water curtains outside the palace? Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. The water curtains were the 3 fountains. Those are the transmission channels, but of course you must have my authorized permissions to enter. The Guardian Beast God continued. The one on the left is the channel to the land of inheritance, the one in the middle is the channel to the land of treasures, and the one on the right is the channel to the land of secret realms. The land of inheritance is a place to receive the Beast God's inheritance and test one's understanding of the laws. For example, the Thunder Beast God's inheritance is divided into 7 levels. Each level has 1 free opportunity to receive the inheritance. Only by fully mastering the first level of inheritance can one freely obtain the second level of inheritance. Inheritance opportunities, in addition to the 1 free opportunity to obtain each level, can also be exchanged for with glory points, with 100 glory points being able to exchange for 1 inheritance opportunity. The land of treasures is the place where the treasures left behind by the beast gods, guardian beast gods, and super experts who cultivated the beast gods' path throughout the generations of the ancestral god sect are hidden. There are massive treasures there, and only by meeting the requirements of the predecessor experts can one take out the treasures within. The land of secret realms is the ancestral god's secret realm, the most mysterious secret realm in the universe. The most special lives live here, and there are also many mysterious treasures of the universe, whether they are natural materials or some important treasures and supreme treasures nurtured by the universe, they are hidden within. Even universe venerables can fall after entering it, and universe lords may be trapped. Chapter 259 The Land of Inheritance. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. You go build a residence first, then head to the land of inheritance. The Guardian Beast God looked down from the throne, Go. Yes, Island Lord. Xiao Yu respectfully bowed and then retreated. Leaving the Island Lord's palace, he returned to the mountains beside the river. Condense. Xiao Yu used the 7-colored divine power in his body on the mountain to quickly condense a mansion. The architectural style was like a garden on earth, with a huge square courtyard, small bridges, flowing water, rockeries, and flowers. Although the style of this mansion was like the gardens of Zhongnan on earth, the material was condensed by Xiao Yu's 7-colored divine power. It was extremely hard and could not be destroyed by ordinary kings. Even universe venerables would have to try their best to destroy it. This mansion would be Xiao Yu's residence on Zijing Island. Under the shroud of the colorful Aurora Lake, the mansion would completely belong to Xiao Yu's territory. Without his permission, other strong people were not allowed to enter. After the mansion was built, Xiao Yu returned to the square in front of the island lord's palace. Land of Inheritance. Xiao Yu walked straight into the fountain on the left. Space and time shifted, and the scenery in front of Xiao Yu changed. Before he could see the surrounding scenery clearly, he felt a terrible pressure enveloped him. That pressure was heavier than a neutron star pressing on him, and at the same time, there was soul pressure. This level of soul pressure was child's play for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had already seen the surrounding environment clearly. It was a void, surrounded by black mist. In the void, a strong man wearing purple armor with a wolf's head was entrenched on a floating meteorite. This was Venerable Zhu Feng, one of the strong men of the werewolf clan, a branch of the human race. Venerable Zhu Feng was one of the 7-star overlords of the Hong Alliance, and his strength was comparable to that of Palace Master Tianxi. He had received the complete inheritance of the God General. Venerable Zhu Feng looked down at Xiao Yu and smiled. "You are the time-space king of our clan." "Greetings, Venerable Zhu Feng." Xiao Yu bowed slightly. "Did you see the black mist around you?" Venerable Zhu Feng pointed to the surroundings. Xiao Yu nodded and looked around. Even Xiao Yu's 7-colored divine power could not detect these black mists. "Enter the black mist and accept the inheritance," Venerable Zhu Feng said. "Yes." Xiao Yu walked into the black mist, and an incredible force acted on his whole body. Even if Xiao Yu's will now surpassed most universe venerables, he still could not resist this mysterious force. The primal soul, secret technique that Xiao Yu had cultivated before did not actively defend against this mysterious force. Under the control of this mysterious force, Xiao Yu slightly stretched out his right hand, and a 7-colored immortal divine power emerged from the tip of Xiao Yu's finger, quickly condensing into Law's secret patterns. One after another, Law's secret patterns emerged. The fusion laws of the 8 basic laws and the 2 supreme laws of time and space began from the most basic. Xiao Yu actually began to demonstrate it unconsciously. From the foundation, it gradually improved, interpreting all the insights. As it went on, more and more Law's secret patterns emerged, and the surrounding Law's secret pattern threads intertwined, forming a beautiful Law world. After a long time, Xiao Yu stopped. That mysterious force instantly left Xiao Yu's body. The 3rd level. A vast voice directly resounded in Xiao Yu's mind, and this voice once again plunged Xiao Yu into a strange illusion. In the illusion, the deeper mysteries of the fusion law were constantly revealed to Xiao Yu in the most detailed manner. All the original profound things were shattered, and they were explained in detail bit by bit, as if a super strong man was directly instilling his enlightenment process into Xiao Yu's mind. The effect was many times better than watching the chaos steal. I don't know how long it took, but this power dissipated. The surrounding black mist also repelled Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very nostalgic for this feeling, and wished he could have it again. Xiao Yu tried to recall hard, but felt that the inheritance he had just received was hazy. He could only remember a part of the 3rd level, which was a little more than what he had previously comprehended. Venerable Zhu Feng on the meteorite said, "Don't stand there like an idiot. The land of inheritance is extremely mysterious. Before each acceptance of inheritance, it will first look at your progress in comprehending the laws. If you have thoroughly comprehended the 1st level, it will start from the 2nd level of inheritance." "Which level did you accept?" "The 3rd level," Xiao Yu answered truthfully. Xiao Yu had only just started cultivating the fusion law for more than 700 years. These 700 years were equivalent to an ordinary world master cultivating for 3.5 million years. It was not too fast to cultivate all the fusion methods of the 8 basic laws to the 3rd level. After you go back, immediately carefully comprehend it, and then study the way of the beast god. Some of the memories that you seemed unable to remember after accepting the inheritance before may reappear. Venerable Zhu Feng laughed. "Thank you for your guidance." Xiao Yu sincerely thanked him. Venerable Zhu Feng had no obligation to tell him these things. Since the other party had expressed goodwill to him, he naturally had to express his gratitude. Also, is the effect of the inheritance good? Venerable Zhu Feng looked at Xiao Yu. "I can tell from your expression. It seems that this inheritance is better than your long years of cultivation and comprehension. In fact, this is an illusion." "Yes, I understand," Xiao Yu said. "Without the previous repeated cultivation and comprehension, careful study, and repeated reflection, there would be no sudden enlightenment today. It would be a big mistake to think that you can rely solely on inheritance without cultivation. It's good that you understand." Venerable Zhu Feng said. Go back and cultivate and comprehend quickly. The space channel entrance is behind you. Immediately, Xiao Yu turned his head and saw that there was an area in the void rippling with transparent waves. Xiao Yu stepped in and was teleported away. Venerable Zhu Feng fell into deep thought. Time-Space King. Is this ape Sandao, who killed the mechanical clan's kings and made them withdraw from the Star Tower during the World Master period? He is really extraordinary. It has only been a few hundred years, and he has already broken through to become an immortal. How strong is he now? Zijing Island. Walking out of the fountain water curtain, Xiao Yu turned into a stream of light and flew to the mansion. Returning to the mansion, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged on a stone table in a pavilion, looked up at the sky, and began to practice meditation. Time passed, and 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. As Venerable Zhu Feng said, the cultivation effect is good. The fusion of the 8 basic laws and the supreme laws has indeed made good progress on the 3rd level. Some of the vague memories from before have gradually become clear with comprehension. Xiao Yu secretly said, but, I clearly accepted the inheritance of the fusion law of thunder and space. Why has it become the inheritance of the 8 beast gods? Is it related to the primitive universe's love for perfect gene life? Xiao Yu couldn't figure it out and didn't have an answer for the time being. Afterwards, Xiao Yu continued to comprehend and cultivate in the mansion, not only the fusion law, but also the origin law of time and space. Cultivating on this Zijing Island was even more efficient than in the initial universe, and it was relatively safe. Even alien universe venerables did not dare to take action here, and even if they dared to take action, they could not escape the punishment of the colorful Aurora Lake. Years passed, and 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Yu had already comprehended all the inheritance he had received before that he could remember, and even those that he did not remember. He had comprehended a lot with the help of various secret techniques and the laws revealed in the sky. But the speed was countless times slower. It's time to see the glory world, Xiao Yu secretly said, and then with a flip of his hand, the auxiliary optical brain appeared in his hand, which was the virtual receiver of the glory world. Chapter 260 The World of Glory. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. His consciousness, via the sensory receiver, swiftly connected to that glory world. Glory world. At the edge of the open-air plaza, a figure appeared out of thin air, holding a black book in his hands. Xiao Yu looked at the black book in his hand, feeling quite intrigued. Virtual worlds rely on virtual assistants to help entrants quickly familiarize themselves with the various functions of the virtual world, but this glory world relies on a book. Xiao Yu opened the black book. On the first page, under the name section, he entered the characters, Shikong, time-space. In the glory world, humans are basically a suppressed race. Earning glory points is very difficult. Other races will neither challenge humans nor agree to human challenges. Human powerhouses can only gain glory points through internal challenges. Upon entering the glory world, each newcomer receives 3 glory points. The minimum bet for each battle is 1 glory point. An invitation to battle must first be sent, and the battle will only be executed if the opponent agrees. When glory points accumulate to 100, one can exchange them for an opportunity to receive a heritage. In addition, 1 glory point is regenerated every era. If a newcomer loses all 3 initial battles, they can only wait for 1 era before they can continue to challenge after regaining 1 glory point. As for Xiao Yu, he wants to exchange for heritage opportunities multiple times, but he doesn't want to win glory points from his own race. Instead, he wants to win glory points from other races in order to exchange for heritage opportunities. Therefore, he will reveal his identity and demonstrate his strength in the glory world to see if he can gain anything in the land of treasures. Xiao Yu continued to turn to the second page, which was a map of the glory world. At the same time, a voice echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. The glory world is divided into 2 spaces, the glory open-air plaza and the battle world. As long as you are within the ancestral god mystery realm, you can connect to the glory world. This feature is extremely limited, not comparable to human virtual worlds. Fortunately, the glory world leaderboard is divided into 7 lists: 1st level leaderboard, 2nd level leaderboard, 7th level leaderboard. Xiao Yu, with a record of 0 wins and 0 losses, was ranked at the bottom. Of course, there were those even worse than Xiao Yu, such as those with a record of 0 wins and 1 loss. Those with such records were either newcomers or those who had just received the 3rd level heritage. This open-air plaza should be called an open-air bar, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Various kinds of fine wines, delicacies, and foods were displayed in the center of the plaza, available for the inheritors to use freely. He could see the entire plaza filled with chairs, divided into sections. With a glance, Xiaoyu saw that there were tens of millions of people in this plaza. Time-Space King Shikong Wang. A figure flickered over like lightning, a familiar voice ringing out. Xiaoyu saw the appearance of the person and immediately smiled. Seven Swords King Qijian Wang. It's actually Time-Space King Shikong Wang. Time-Space King Shikong Wang actually came to the ancestral god sect's territory. I wonder if the machine race will cause him trouble in this glory world. Why think so much? The dirty business between the 6 major races has nothing to do with us. Time-Space King Shikong Wang is here, quickly informed the ancestor. Immediately, the attention of those inheritors all shifted to Xiaoyu. Haha, Time-Space King Shikong Wang, I told you, you're the focus wherever you go, Seven Swords King Qijian Wang transmitted via sound. Let's go, those of us from the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng, are over there. These are from other various alliance groups. Xiaoyu followed Seven Swords King Qijian Wang towards the location of the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng group. I'll directly call you Time-Space King Shikong Wang, is that okay? Seven Swords King Qijian Wang transmitted. It doesn't matter, Xiaoyu said, which was exactly what he wanted. Seven Swords King Qijian Wang nodded and said, inheritors mainly form groups based on the major power alliances in the universe. After all, members of opposing forces naturally won't be in the same group. Those of us from the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng, are gathered together. Xiaoyu glanced around. In the plaza, the various groups were distinctly separated. Most were gatherings of hundreds or thousands of people, and occasionally there were groups of over 10,000 people gathered together. Suddenly, he noticed a group that had gathered at least hundreds of thousands of powerhouses. That must be the Snow Frontier Alliance, Shui Zhong Lian Meng. Xiaoyu asked. That's right, the Snow Frontier Alliance, Shui Zhong Lian Meng, is not as strong as our Hong Alliance, Hong Meng, but it is the alliance with the most races in the universe. They have many undying gods and many kings, Seven Swords King Qijian Wang said. The ancestral god sect issues heritage tokens, scattering them throughout the universe, regardless of the strength of the race. On the contrary, those alliances with more races have more people in the ancestral god sect. A moment later, Seven Swords King Qijian Wang brought Xiaoyu to a group of only a little over 1,000 powerhouses. Xiaoyu saw some familiar faces among them, such as departing Flash King Li Shuo Wang and Charmin King Cha Man Wang. Xiaoyu gathered with the inheritors of the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng group, and soon made friends with many powerhouses. During the conversation, he learned that these 1,000+ people in the open-air plaza were only a quarter of the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng group. Although the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng group didn't have many people, they were all elites. Machine race territory. In a mechanical temple, Venerable Pu Xian respectfully saluted the figure on the giant throne in the center of the temple. Master, according to the news just received by my subordinates, that human Time-Space King Shikong Wang, Xiaoyu, has now gone to the ancestral god sect's Purple Thorn Island, Zijingdao. He actually went to the ancestral god sect. How shrewd. It's just that the human race didn't protect him within the race. Since he's in the ancestral god sect, then he will definitely be there for a long time. The bug race and the demon race are probably receiving the intelligence as well. Maybe they will make a move first. Killing this Time-Space King Shikong Wang within the territory of the ancestral god sect will come at a significant price. We still need to make proper arrangements before we act. Pu Xian, you don't need to worry about this matter for now. I will hand it over to others in the ancestral god sect to be responsible, said the machine race super powerhouse on the giant throne. Yes, Master, Venerable Pu Xian respectfully saluted. At the same time, the demon race and the bug race received the information on almost the same day. The demon race and the machine race are probably going to make a move first, especially the machine race. Time-Space King Shikong Wang killed so many king-level powerhouses of the machine race in the extraterritorial battlefield before, they can't possibly not retaliate. Let's not rush, and wait and see. The bug race's thoughts. The humans must have means to protect Time-Space King Shikong Wang. We must carefully plan. The demon race's thoughts. The three peak races bordering the human territory were the most eager. Other forces in the universe comparable to the Hong Alliance, Hong Meng, were all watching, happy to see the four peak races fighting to the death. Just then, some inheritors from other races in the distance, scattered in various places, but many alien races noticed Time-Space King Shikong Wang. On the Glory World's Black Book, a newcomer has appeared among the third-level inheritors. The Black Book records the time he first logged into the Glory World, named Shikong Time-Space, and with a note that he is a human. It must be that Time-Space King Shikong Wang. He is only a world lord, Jia Zhu. He can't possibly kill a king-level limit solely on law comprehension and secret techniques. He must have supreme treasures and other strange encounters. And in Glory World battles, everyone uses the same divine body. Even that bug-chasing king, Zhu Chongwang, has been defeated by many powerhouses in the Glory World. This Time-Space King Shikong Wang is only a third-level heritage cultivator. Time-Space King Shikong Wang seems to have advanced to Undying. So what if he's Undying? He's just a third-level heritage cultivator. Invite him to battle. Haha, I'll also invite him to battle. It's very interesting to bully the legendary Time-Space King Shikong Wang. From the billions of races in the universe, from countless peerless genius inheritors of different forces, soon one after another began to send battle invitations to Shikong Time-Space. Chapter 261 1.83 million games. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Xiao Yu was chatting with Seven Sword King, Chaman King, and Li Shuo King. Wait, Xiao Yu felt the black book floating beside him tremble slightly, and immediately flipped through it. Xiao Yu was surprised. This was quite different from what Seven Sword King and the others had said. He seemed to be very popular. In just a short while, 32,564 people had sent him challenge letters, and the number was still growing rapidly. What's going on? Seven Sword King looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Just now, it seems that more than 50,000 people have sent me challenge letters, Xiao Yu said with a smile. 50,000? Li Shuo King's eyes widened. 50,000? Chaman King's expression instantly became extremely complex. He had spent an extremely long time on this Purple Thorn Island, and the total number of challenge letters he had received was only 1,000. I told you, Time-Space King, you will cause waves wherever you go, Seven Sword King said with a smile. He was not worried about Xiao Yu. A domain lord who could kill a limitless king was now an Undying. Xiao Yu's strength, even if not comparable to a universe venerable, was at least invincible among kings. Time-Space King, you are a triple inheritor, Li Shuo King said. In the entire inheritance land, the total number of triple inheritors exceeds 90 million. Even if only 1% of them challenge you, the number will exceed 900,000. Xiao Yu nodded. However, you have to be careful and not accept challenges easily, Li Shuo King said. In the Glory World, all inheritors use the same divine body for battles, all of which are limitless king divine bodies with 100,000 times the power of a domain lord. The appearance and size can be customized, but the weapons that can be used can only be selected within the Glory World, and they are all very ordinary weapons. All external conditions are the same. Moreover, in battle, you can only use fusion laws, and all other laws are ineffective, Seven Sword King also said. The alien powerhouses are all peerless geniuses from various races in the universe. Many of them have created their own pinnacle techniques, and some have even created ultimate techniques. In terms of law comprehension, among the triple inheritors, there are probably some who are close to perfection. In terms of divine body amplification methods, which of these geniuses doesn't have some amplification methods? Their will and consciousness are also top-notch. Xiao Yu nodded. Speaking of divine body amplification, he had reached the limit. His self-created techniques had also reached the ultimate level, and it was a fusion of time and space laws, and it was a technique that produced a trace of the power of destruction. He was confident that he would not lose to anyone. You can't casually accept too many challenge letters. Once you accept, you must fight. You can't cancel the challenge until your glory points are all lost, Chaman King said solemnly. You have to be cautious. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. At this moment, some noisy sounds came from a distance. Time-Space King, I, the gluttonous mirror king of the demon race, challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Time-Space King, I, the giant wind king of the mechanical race, challenge you. You can set the stakes. Do you dare? Time-Space King, my strength is weak, aren't you a newbie? Come on, I'll challenge you too, to increase your glory points. Do you dare not? I highly suspect whether you, Time-Space King, really have that kind of strength. Your reputation is so great, I'm afraid it's all based on various opportunities. You don't have any real strength, do you? Various voices came from a distance, all of them were alien powerhouses. They were either mocking, or showing weakness, or enticing, using all kinds of methods, with only one purpose, to challenge. Xiao Yu glanced at the number of challenge letters on the black book, which had exceeded 200,000. He did not immediately click to agree or refuse, but waited. He wanted to see how many people would ultimately challenge him, whether it would exceed 500,000. Xiao Yu pretended not to care and continued chatting with Seven Sword King and the others. In just one day, Xiao Yu received a staggering 1.38 million challenge letters. The next day, the number of challenge letters received was still increasing, but the speed had slowed down a lot. On the third day, finally, the number of challenge letters remained at 1.83 million and did not move. Accept all challenges. On Purple Thorn Island, those alien powerhouses had been discussing and waiting since sending Xiao Yu challenge letters. With so many challenge letters, how many dare he agree to? He also agreed to fight me. He accepted the challenge. He also agreed to my battle. Similar voices came from all over the open-air square, which surprised the inheritors from all races in the universe. How many battles has this Time-Space King accepted? It's estimated to be tens of thousands. In the mechanical race territory. Master, that Time-Space King is estimated to have accepted more than 100,000 battles, a mechanical race king said respectfully. I will report this matter. You continue to pay attention. A universe venerable with a tall body of 13 kilometers, like a mechanical dragon, said casually. Yes, Master, the mechanical race king said respectfully, and then disappeared. I have to report this matter to Master. If that Time-Space King's record is too good, his growth in the fusion law will be extremely rapid, which will not be conducive to subsequent assassination missions, the mechanical race venerable thought to himself. The core of the ancestral god sect, the Thunder Beast Temple. Roar, whoosh, a huge beast god with 3 hooves, wings, and blue fur all over its body, more than 100,000 kilometers long, was lying and sleeping among the endless mountains. With each roar and exhalation of this huge Thunder Beast god, the 1 light year of space and time changed with the Thunder Beast god's breathing, either filled with the power of thunder, or with howling winds. To actually interrupt my slumber, a rumbling voice resounded throughout the entire space and time. The Thunder Beast god stood up from the endless mountains and thought to himself, the ancestral god is also, to actually let me manage the trivial matters of the sect for 100 million eras. I've only slept for 30 million eras. With each step the huge beast god took, the earth trembled and the mountains collapsed. Come in, the Thunder Beast god said. The Thunder Beast temple opened a space-time, and the god general who had been waiting outside entered. Bloodfire god general pays respects to the beast god. Bloodfire god general streaked across the sky and landed on the summit of a mountain range. I've said, don't disturb my sleep unless it's important. The Thunder Beast god's nostrils spewed out air currents, causing the surrounding mountains to directly turn into nothingness, and even more lightning was born out of thin air in the sky. Beast god, it is an important matter, Bloodfire god general respectfully saluted. Speak, the Thunder Beast god looked down at the little one. We have discovered a universe genius worthy of cultivation, Bloodfire god general said quickly. Universe genius, you disturbed me for this. Lightning flashed continuously in the Thunder Beast god's eyes. He was able to kill limitless kings during the Domain Lord stage. Moreover, he holds the Thunder Beast god inheritance token and has accepted the 8 great beast god inheritances in the inheritance land, all of which are the 3rd level, Bloodfire god general said quickly. Accepting the 8 great beast god inheritances at the same time, how is that possible? The Thunder Beast god pondered, and instantly continued, is that so? His ambition is really not small. I didn't expect that even the universe origin laws would be so fond of him. The Thunder Beast god instantly understood the key to the matter. He is a perfect gene life among special lives, right? The Thunder Beast god's eyes lit up. He is human, Bloodfire god general said. To be honest, he was not sure whether the other party was a perfect gene life, he only knew that Time-Space King was human. He must be a perfect gene life, otherwise he would not be able to violate the universe's laws of operation and accept the 8 great beast god inheritances at the same time. The thunder beast god was very certain. Chapter 262. 28.1%. Number 262. Chapter 262. Passing again. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Glory World, Battle World. In the endless desert, Xiao Yu was clad in black armor and combat boots, along with a pair of scaled wings, and wielded a battle blade in his hand. All of this equipment was provided by Glory World. In the distance, a silver-gray lizard monster slowly emerged from the desert, its triangular head held high, its massive body burrowed in the sand, partially visible. The first match out of 1.83 million, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The silver-gray lizard monster, with its head raised high, spoke in a piercing, shrill voice, 1,000 times more grating than fingernails scratching a blackboard. Time Space King, do you dare to make a big bet with me? You are honored to be my first opponent in Glory World, Xiao Yu said with a smile in midair. First one, haha, 3 glory points, dare you? The silver-gray lizard monster looked at Xiao Yu, its eyes full of provocation. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Yu smiled, understanding the lizard-like alien's intentions. During the battles, Xiao Yu decided to try to meet the betting requirements of these opponents, but he wouldn't agree blindly. He always collected a lot of information beforehand, and only a few of the 1.83 million matches were worth his special attention. Certainly not including the alien in front of him. Haha, that's great. When I win all your glory points, all the inheritors on the entire Violet Island will know that I, Bing Gui Fen Lu Wang, defeated you, Time Space King. The lizard-like alien, Bing Gui Fen Lu Wang, cackled. Enough nonsense, fight, I'm in a hurry, Xiao Yu scoffed, you're just a warm-up for me. Damn it, with an ear-splitting cry, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the entire desert trembled. Good, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and his aura surged violently. He directly burned his undying divine body, and with a flap of his scaled wings, he transformed into a stream of light, wielding his battle blade in his right hand, slashing out a dark blade light. The dark blade light formed a 3-legged beast god shape in midair, flying towards the lizard-like alien. In an instant, after more than 10 exchanges, the Bing Gui Fen Lu Wang had his divine body completely annihilated. No, the lizard-like alien's cold eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated so quickly. Then, his figure blurred and disappeared, obviously kicked out of the battle world. Immediately, Xiao Yu began his second battle. Between the two battles, Xiao Yu opened the black book to check his glory points. Haha, that's 6 glory points, Xiao Yu thought happily. This Bing Gui Fen Lu Wang is mid-tier in the 3rd level of inheritance, his level is too low. Xiao Yu remained standing in the desert, waiting for his second opponent. Another one coming to deliver glory points. I wonder if he'll be like the first one, not content with just giving 1 glory point, Xiao Yu grinned. Haha, deliver glory points. A voice as low and hoarse as a duck's came. A gray snake-like alien appeared in the desert, continuing, Time Space King, how many glory points do you have? Dare to bet them all at once. Why wouldn't I dare? Just won a match, 4 glory points, Xiao Yu said casually, you're bolder than that Bing Gui Fen Lu Wang before. Haha, I, Qian Lu Xian Yu Wang, am famous for my boldness. The snake-like alien said in a low voice. Alright, then thanks, Xiao Yu said casually, his battle blade already in motion. The battle continued. The open-air plaza was in an uproar. Inheritors from countless races in the universe connected their consciousnesses to Glory World, having received the news that Time Space King had begun accepting challenges. They all wanted to join the fun. This world is like this, no matter how high the realm, no matter which race, watching the excitement is a unique attribute of intelligent life. What, you actually lost to Time Space King? He's only just entered the 3rd level of inheritance, and you've been in the 3rd level for tens of thousands of epochs. Actually lost, what a waste. I hope that Time Space King doesn't lose all his glory points so easily, so that it can be my turn. You idiot, you actually lost 10 glory points, what were you thinking? Aren't you just sending glory points to Time Space King? In the beginning, the 10 alien inheritors who lost consecutively were ridiculed by their respective groups. Although they were ridiculed, the other inheritors also became vigilant, because they knew the strength of their companions. However, There were too many groups on the open-air plaza, and there was little communication between the tens of thousands of groups, so initially these messages spread only within their respective circles. However, Xiao Yu's battle speed was too fast, because in Glory World, his body would be restored after each battle, so he didn't need to rest at all. He fought 2,000 battles in one go, spending 12 hours. Then, Xiao Yu paused the battle to prepare to receive the inheritance. 2,000 battles, spending 12 hours, in reality, each battle only takes a few seconds, at most no more than 5 seconds, but each battle requires several times the amount of time to talk in order to gain more glory points, Xiao Yu thought. Luckily, Xiao Yu spoke decisively, and after settling the bet, he directly started the battle. He would chat a little more with those willing to increase the bet, and wouldn't say a word to those unwilling to increase the bet, directly saying, "Go to hell." In 2,000 battles, Xiao Yu's record reached 1998 wins and 2 losses. In the 1998 victories, he gained an average of 5 glory points per match, winning 9,990 glory points. In the 2 losses, he lost a total of 10 glory points, meaning that Xiao Yu gained 9,980 glory points on the first day. With enough glory points, Xiao Yu immediately exchanged them for an inheritance opportunity. The next day, Xiao Yu went to the inheritance ground on the Violet Island Lord's Plaza to receive the inheritance. Time-Space King, you caused a sensation as soon as you came to Violet Island. Not bad, you can be considered to have brought glory to our race, Venerable Chong Feng said with a smile. However, given your previous encounters on the 7th battlefield, the mechanical race is expected to take strong retaliatory actions. They shouldn't dare to make a move on Violet Island, Xiao Yu said hesitantly. Haha, dare, if they really didn't dare, then the mechanical race wouldn't have made a move against you on the 7th battlefield. For these soulless guys, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do, Venerable Chong Feng sneered at the mechanical race's style. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable Chong Feng, Xiao Yu said gratefully. Alright, go receive the inheritance. Venerable Chong Feng waved his hand, but Violet Island is relatively much safer. Although Violet Island was not as safe as the initial universe, it was still much safer than many places within human territory. Within human territory, apart from the headquarters of the 5 major forces, other universes were like sieves. Receiving the inheritance again, the process was the same as the first time, and the inheritance received was still the 8 beast god inheritances, the fusion of the 8 lower laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. Nothing was missing. Enveloped in the black mist, Xiao Yu's consciousness recovered, and then he was repelled from the black mist. This time, Xiao Yu was prepared, and instead of being pushed head over heels like the first time, he landed slowly and gracefully in the void. How many battles have you received in total? Venerable Chong Feng asked. 1.83 million, Xiao Yu answered truthfully. Venerable Chong Feng gasped, then laughed, haha, my race has always been oppressed in Glory World. If you can gain a great harvest, it can be considered to have vented some anger from my human race's beast god lineage. If I could have been so popular back then, the beast god path wouldn't have been so rough, Venerable Chong Feng sighed. Chapter 263. 28.2%. Number 263. Chapter 263. Continuous Battles. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Having received the beast god inheritance again, Xiao Yu had more memories of the 3rd level of inheritance. After returning to his mansion, he immediately began to cultivate and digest what he had gained from the previous inheritance. Time and space. Time and space. Just as he had returned from receiving the inheritance and was preparing to digest it properly, Xiao Yu heard 2 shouts from outside, which were from 7 Swords King and Charmin King. Xiao Yu took a step and disappeared from the pavilion, appearing at the entrance of the mansion and speaking personally. Standing outside the door were 3 humans, namely 7 Swords King, Charmin King, and Li Shuo King, the 3 human inheritors. Please come in, everyone. Xiao Yu opened the passage and invited the 3 friends into his mansion. Xiao Yu led the way, with the 3 following behind. The 4 quickly arrived at the reception hall. Inside the reception hall, there were only Grandmaster chairs and coffee tables. 7 Swords King, Charmin King, and Li Shuo King were puzzled but saw that besides Xiao Yu in the main seat, there were 3 more chairs, so they sat down. Time and Space King, 7 Swords King asked, how many battles have you accepted? I have accepted all challenges, Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. Charmin King and Li Shuo King beside him were slightly surprised. In their estimation, based on the previous situation, there should be at least 200 to 300,000. He accepted all of them. If he wins them all, how many glory points would he get? It's unimaginable. How many exactly? Seven Swords King asked immediately. 1.83 million matches, Xiao Yu said with a smile. What? Seven Swords King was shocked. 1.83 million. Since coming to Zijing Island, Seven Swords King had only challenged less than 1,000 matches in total, most of which were internal challenges within the Hong Alliance. Charmin King and Li Shuo King also opened their mouths in surprise. Expelling the mechanical race from the Star Tower with one person's strength, Seven Swords King sighed, your reputation is too great. You have long been recognized as an unparalleled genius who can leave a mark in the history of the universe. No wonder so many people challenge you. Fighting against you, even if they lose, they can brag to their friends. Among those alien inheritors, all are peerless geniuses of their respective races. Each one who can grow to the current realm is more cunning than a monkey. We are here today to congratulate you on winning 1998 matches and losing 2 today, Charmin King said with a smile. Congratulations, Li Shuo King said. Earning 1996 glory points in one day is enough to exchange for 19 inheritance opportunities. Seven Swords King sighed, it's really enviable, and Time and Space King, you've only been fighting for one day. Once all the battles are over, your gains will definitely exceed 1 million. That's 10,000 inheritance opportunities. Charmin King was equally envious. The three were envious. It would be impossible to say that they didn't have any thoughts in their hearts, but they wouldn't act on them. If they did, it would all be favors, and favors are the hardest to repay. I lost twice today, Xiao Yu thought to himself. In today's battle, he used the fusion secret method of the 8 great beast god inheritances. He came to Zijing Island to learn from the beast god's fusion laws and take a path that no predecessor had ever taken. Therefore, these 1.83 million battles were a form of training for him, allowing him to quickly familiarize himself with the third level of inheritance. After the three left, Xiao Yu continued to cultivate, digesting what he had gained from the previous inheritance. It took a full week before he completely turned the previous inheritance into his own. Afterwards, Xiao Yu began his second battle. Other alien inheritors only needed to look at the Black Book to know Xiao Yu's record. The third-level inheritor list on the Black Book clearly stated the win-loss record of each third-level inheritor. He fought 2,000 matches every week, then accepted the inheritance, and then digested what he had gained from the inheritance. It went on like this. Xiao Yu's glory points soared at a very rapid speed, which stunned countless alien inheritors, especially the extremely high win rate, which proved that Time and Space King belonged to the top batch of the 90 million third-level inheritors. 23985 wins and 15 losses. This was Xiao Yu's latest record. Today was also the 12th week since Xiao Yu started fighting, and he had already fought 24,000 matches. How can this Time and Space King be so powerful? I estimate that I will also lose 1 glory point. I have been careful and cautious every time I challenge in the battle world, but why did I get carried away this time? As soon as others booed, I followed along and challenged. I have only accumulated 51 glory points in total for an era, and now I have to lose 1 point. I hope that Time and Space King can maintain such a record and create a miracle in the glory world, then my loss of 1 point will be worth it. I also have to lose 1 glory point. I also hope that Time and Space King can do better. I hope so too. The open-air square was almost entirely discussing Time and Space King. For many alien inheritors, losing glory points was inevitable. Most of them hoped that others would lose glory points together, allowing Time and Space King to create history. This wouldn't be too bad for them. Through this battle, Xiao Yu had completely conquered countless inheritors on Zijing Island. They were convinced. No one, no mistake, no first, no one, no hair, no one, no inside, no capacity, no one, no in, 6, number 9, no one, no book, no bar, no one, no look. Xiao Yu had long been targeted by some super forces in the universe. As soon as this large-scale acceptance of battles began, a lot of information quickly passed through the inheritors of various races and returned to various forces. In the extremely remote and desolate starry sky territory of the universe, deep within a universe secret realm. In the void, black ripples rippled outwards in circles. At the core of the endless black ripples, there was a huge jet black throne, with only 18 golden alien skulls at the top of the throne's backrest. Sitting on this huge jet-black throne, which was about tens of thousands of kilometers high, was a super powerhouse of the prison clan. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, an alien powerhouse with 9 scorpion tails prostrated on the ground, and his voice directly entered the huge throne. The ancestor god taught that our clan's inheritors sent a message that the human time and space king accepted 1,000,000 matches, and has now fought 24,000 matches, losing only 15 matches. He definitely belongs to the top ranks of the immortal inheritors of the various races on Zijing Island, and it can be predicted that he will be able to exchange for an astonishing number of inheritance opportunities, and the probability of becoming a universe venerable in the future is extremely high. Ha ha ha, the prison clan super powerhouse in the Black Throne laughed. A peerless genius has appeared in the human race, and in the near future, he will become a peerless powerhouse. The neighbors of the human race, the monster race, the mechanical race, and the Zerg race, are probably going to be anxious. The assassination operation against the human peerless genius is about to begin. Whether this human is reborn from the ashes in the fire of tribulation, or perishes from this, I am very much looking forward to it. The remote territory of the universe. The magnificent Crystal Palace complex, cast by countless crystals, covers an area of several light years. In this Crystal Palace complex, planets, stars, neutron stars, etc., are like decorations, inlaid everywhere. Among the palace complex, there is a high tower, 3.2 light years high. Powerhouses live in the palace complex. 2 universe venerables guard the tower. A super powerhouse of the crystal race lives inside. Inside the tower, my lord, that's the way things are. The powerhouse under the main hall knelt down, and he reported the matter of time and space king. On the main seat of the hall, a gorgeous super powerhouse, with a golden eye in the center of his eyebrows, overlooked the bottom. Interesting, really interesting, the human race wins by numbers, but I didn't expect that such a genius could be born. Give the order to list this human time and space king as a, by who, level alien. Yes, my lord, the powerhouse under the hall said respectfully. Chapter 264. In the Thunder Island of the virtual universe, within the endless currents of air, stood a palace. A faint phantom stood before the palace, then stepped inside the main hall. Reaching the center, it respectfully said, Lord of Chaos City, the alien races are almost certainly planning to assassinate Xiao Yu soon. I wonder how we should respond. Please advise, Lord. Assassinate, the voice of the Lord of Chaos City echoed. Shadow, why are you so sure? Purple Thorn Island is the core of the ancestral god school, protected by the supreme treasure, the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Ordinary universe venerables cannot achieve a fatal blow. Lord, according to our clan's spies, the 3 races are already making preparations, said Monarch Shadow. Monarch Shadow, as the head of the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department, also easily served as the head of the Hong Alliance's intelligence. The alien races have planted various spies within the human race, and the human race has naturally done the same within other races. Planting spies among the races is relatively simple, as long as powerful experts from other races are enslaved and then allowed to return to their respective races. Some of these are identified. But as long as enough are planted, some spies will survive. Haha, Xiao Yu has accepted 1.83 million battles, with only 15 losses in 24,000 battles. The 3 races, especially the machine race, will definitely not sit still. They won't just watch Xiao Yu become an unparalleled expert, said the Lord of Chaos City. The demon race, Zerg race, and machine race have complex methods, but my disciple is now in the ancestral god school's territory, which limits the means they can use. No matter how powerful other methods are, they can't be used. They can only order some powerful inheritors to kill Xiao Yu. This is their only option. Leave this matter to me. You must trust my disciple, said the Lord of Chaos City. Monarch Shadow slightly bowed. Then, this subordinate will take his leave. Go, the Lord of Chaos City nodded. The Zerg race, demon race, and machine race are no longer watching at this time. Obviously, the machine race, which had been planning for a long time, was the first to arrange everything. In the Yu-Lan world, there were clusters of huge mechanical palaces, each palace housing a universe venerable of the machine race. Look, it's an alien. It's the Yi-Wolf race of our machine race alliance. The machine race people all looked at the figure. It was an alien expert with keratinous skin, wearing a mask, and clad in ancient black armor. The tallest palace in the middle of the palace cluster had its doors wide open. The black-armored alien expert walked into the hall, and the guards did not stop him. Yi Wolf Races Sangji, greets the Lord of the Universe, the black-armored alien expert respectfully bowed. The machine race has a pyramid structure internally, but this is mainly for the machine race people. It's not the same for aliens. Venerable Sangji, I need you to do something. Are you aware? Said the machine race's super expert. I am aware, Venerable Sangji respectfully replied. What do you need to say? The machine race's super expert said from atop a giant metal throne. The Lord of the Universe chose me because, first, I am an inheritor, second, I am skilled in soul control, third, I possess clones, and fourth, my strength is among the top of universe venerables. Venerable Sangji said, my success rate will be higher if I go to assassinate that human space-time king. Venerable Sangji was an alien expert with the strength of a high-level venerable, with a power level exceeding 10 billion times that of a sector lord. He possessed a high-level venerable level clone within the ancestral god school. Yes, after searching through our machine race alliance, you are the most suitable. From the perspective of the entire alliance, it is best for you to go, but for you, the cost is extremely high. Losing a universe venerable clone and wanting to restore it requires a huge amount of divine power, and you will never be able to go to the ancestral god school again, losing the opportunity to receive inheritance. Venerable Sangji stood respectfully, listening. The alliance will compensate for your loss, said the machine race super expert. Regarding the assassination of the space-time king, what do you need to say? According to what Sangji knows, that human space-time king goes to the Purple Thorn Island Lord's Plaza every week after accepting challenges to receive inheritance. Venerable Sangji respectfully said. I can kill him on the way to the Lord's Palace or on the way back from the Lord's Palace. You are very calm. What I need to remind you is that it is best to control the space-time king's soul. Once his soul is controlled, it will eliminate the possibility of the human race reversing time and space to resurrect him, the machine race super expert said. Of course, if you can't control his soul, just kill him directly. That human space-time king must have had some very special encounters. The more special the encounter, the greater the cost of reversing time and space to resurrect him, the machine race super expert continued. The space-time king is so special that the cost of resurrecting him is probably higher than that of an ordinary universe venerable, perhaps comparable to that of a universe overlord. Soul control is the first choice. Killing is the second choice. Go. Yes, Venerable Sangji respectfully replied. Purple Thorn Island. Venerable Sangji strolled forward, and other inheritors stepped aside, showing respect to the universe venerable, which was very common. Venerable, I am a universe venerable. But in the eyes of the race, in the eyes of the machine race alliance, I am far less important than an undying. I kill the space-time king and then get annihilated by the five-colored Aurora Lake. The most terrifying thing is that I have to be secretive in the future, or stay in the machine race territory all the time. Otherwise, once discovered by the human race's super existences will probably kill me. How laughable. Venerable Sangji felt a burst of sorrow but could not resist. His race was originally a vassal race of the machine race, and one of the more subordinate ones. There was no lord of the universe in the race, and the most powerful was a top universe overlord level existence. The race could not resist the orders of the machine race, let alone him, a venerable. No mistakes, 1 first, 1 send, 1 inside, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. The machine race, demon race, and Zerg race all sent out experts, but they all coincidentally chose alien venerables, not from their own races. Although they also had to pay some price to the aliens, it was still more worthwhile than harming their own people. Time passed. In the 13th week, the 2000 battles had ended. Xiao Yu, as usual, opened the door of his mansion and walked out with a smile. Master, the space-time king has finished his battles and is about to go out to receive inheritance. The space-time king has finished his battles. The servants or subordinates of the 3 universe venerables who were watching Xiao Yu's battles in the glory world reported one after another. Venerable Sangji opened his eyes upon hearing the servants' report and saw Xiao Yu just crossing the threshold. Human, space-time king. A fierce light flashed in Venerable Sangji's eyes, and his killing intent instantly reached its peak. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Sacrificing a dignified universe venerable just for a genius like you should be proud. Space-Time King. Venerable Xianxia instantly disappeared. When Xiao Yu walked out of the mansion door with a smile, he casually waved his sleeve, and the door slammed shut. Suddenly, without warning, a huge figure appeared in front of Xiao Yu. It was an alien beast whose entire body seemed to be made of rocks, and its pair of gray eyes burst out with incomparably terrifying killing intent. This rock alien beast attacked Xiao Yu without hesitation, its speed reaching its limit. At the same time, its divine body was already burning, and its aura instantly soared 1,000-fold. Xiao Yu did not dodge. The sky-piercing blade appeared in his hand, and the self-created ultimate secret technique, Sky Opening, exuded a terrifying aura. Chapter 265. 28.4%. Number 265. Chapter 265, Consecutive Assassination. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Boom. A stream of illusory divine power instantly burrowed into Xiao Yu's mind. Under the burning of divine power, this illusory divine power attempted to forcefully control Xiao Yu. Trying to control me, dream on. Xiao Yu's will was firm. In his estimation, this illusory divine power was only comparable to a high-level venerable, with 100 billion world master power. Even if the power of burning his divine body increased 1,000-fold, so what? Moreover, the soul tower could weaken 99.99999% of soul intrusions at the venerable level. This powerful illusory divine power, after being weakened by the soul tower, was insignificant and couldn't even break through Xiao Yu's own soul defenses. It could be said that, after the weakening effect of the soul-type defensive treasure, the soul tower, Xiao Yu's soul was not affected in the slightest. The rock alien seemed very surprised that he had failed to control this human time-space king. He was a universe venerable, yet even burning his divine power was not enough to deal with that time-space king. Rumble. The usually tranquil five-colored aurora lake above Zijing Island suddenly shook violently, and at the same time, streaks of aurora rapidly plunged down. Simultaneously, the heaven-piercing blade in Xiao Yu's hand, flashing a huge dark blade light, slashed onto the rock alien's body. The rock alien, still in shock, lost half of his body, and the remaining section of his shell flew backward towards the streaks of aurora. Boom! The five-colored aurora rapidly descended, like streams of light arrows, even completely locking down the surrounding space. The rock alien venerable instantly looked up and roared madly. Numerous auroras instantly pierced through the rock alien venerable's divine body, like 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, and the rock alien venerable's divine body was like a bubble, instantly disappearing for the most part, followed by the complete annihilation of even the remaining bit of divine body in the blink of an eye. The five-colored aurora then flew back into the sky, returning to the five-colored aurora lake. Everything returned to peace. Xiao Yu looked at the scene before him in shock, and thought to himself, the five-colored aurora lake, it is indeed a supreme treasure. Its power is terrifying. That rock venerable seems to be a high-level venerable of the Demon Alliance, Venerable Leica. They are really willing to spend. Xiao Yu sighed, picking up a supreme treasure, two heavy treasures, and a world ring from the ground. Now these had become his spoils of war. He didn't know that it wasn't just the Zerg that had sent assassins. The other mechanical race and Zerg race also sent assassins respectively. They acted almost simultaneously. If it wasn't for this Venerable Leica acting a moment earlier, it might have been the mechanical race's Venerable Xianxia, or the Zerg Alliance's Venerable Liha. All three venerables were high-level venerables, and all of them were good at soul enslavement. Venerable Xianxia, who was watching this scene from afar, hesitated. Venerable Leica's strength is slightly stronger than mine, but he failed to kill that time-space king immediately, and was even counterattacked by the other party when he used a soul attack. That time-space king must have a soul-type treasure. It seems that soul enslavement is impossible. The human race is willing to give this time-space king a soul-type treasure. They are really willing to spend. Since the human race has even given him a soul-type treasure, they might have also given him a defensive treasure. In that case, it will be difficult to complete the Alliance's mission. In another direction in the distance, Venerable Liha of the Zerg Alliance also saw this scene. If he had been a step slower, then he would have been the one annihilated just now. Venerable Liha was filled with joy, fear, and regret, feeling extremely complicated. Although I didn't kill that time-space king, Venerable Leica at least tested the time-space king's bottom line. Venerable Liha thought to himself, the next assassination will probably be difficult. I'm afraid I can only complete the mission by self-detonating my divine body. The task he received at the beginning was to preferably enslave him, otherwise killing him was also acceptable. There was never any discussion about such tasks. The assassination just now made Xiao Yu feel very excited. His own strength has now exceeded 1 billion times the power of a world master, which is almost the same as a middle-level venerable. With the ultimate secret technique, he is really not worried about the attacks of ordinary universe venerables. In addition, he has the soul tower guarding his soul, and the venerable divine armor protecting his divine body, all of which are equivalent to supreme treasures, and are also very high level among supreme treasures. These two magic weapons are still high-level magic weapons in the system. The assassination just now obviously did not change Xiao Yu's itinerary. He continued to fly towards the island owner's palace, instead of teleporting. In his opinion, today should be safe. Suddenly, an alien powerhouse with a chitinous layer all over his body, wearing a mask, and wearing an ancient black armor, teleported and appeared in front of Xiao Yu. "You, don't you also want to kill me?" The heaven-piercing blade in Xiao Yu's hand pointed at the other party. "Time-Space King, you are very lucky to be valued by the human race. To bestow a soul-type treasure upon you. But you will undoubtedly die today," Venerable Xianxia said, instantly burning his divine body, his aura increasing 1,000-fold. Venerable Xianxia attacked Xiao Yu's divine body with all his strength, with 10 billion times the power of a world master, and the power of burning his divine body increased 1,000-fold. This huge power, after being weakened by the venerable divine armor, only had 1/1,000,000th of its original power left. Moreover, Xiao Yu's divine body has now exceeded 1 billion times, plus 100-fold divine body amplitude. This full-strength attack of a high-level venerable, which had been weakened to the extreme by the venerable divine armor, could not harm Xiao Yu in the slightest. "What, you really have a treasure on you?" Venerable Xianxia exclaimed loudly, not paying attention to the five-colored aurora that had already rushed over from behind. Xiao Yu was never one to only be attacked without retaliating. When he was attacked, he burned his divine body, and the heaven-piercing blade in his hand used the ultimate secret technique, opening the heavens, attacking with all his strength. All the laws Xiao Yu comprehended were recognized by the origin laws, and the heaven-piercing blade's ability 3 passively took effect, increasing the original, opening the heavens, power by 100-fold. In other words, if the opening the heavens strike could destroy 1% of Venerable Xianxia's divine body, now one strike could directly annihilate him. How could this be? Venerable Xianxia originally wanted to self-detonate before the five-colored aurora lake attacked him, but suddenly found that he was locked and unable to move, and then was attacked by Xiao Yu's opening the heavens. With the power of one strike, his body was rapidly disappearing. PFF'd. Without a single mistake, a head was sent to the 69-book bar for viewing. In just an instant, Venerable Xianxia had disappeared. The five-colored aurora behind him, after discovering that the target had disappeared, flew back to the five-colored aurora lake. Xiao Yu put away the spoils in the world ring. Venerable Liha, who witnessed all this from afar, felt chills all over his body. How is this possible? That Time-Space King is just an immortal, yet he can instantly kill a high-level venerable with one strike. He must have a top-level treasure in his hand. Looking at Venerable Xianxia's last movements, he should have wanted to self-detonate his divine body, but he couldn't even do it. Venerable Liha thought to himself, if it were me, could I self-detonate? My strength is not as good as Venerable Xianxia's. This matter needs to be reported to the Alliance first, and then plans can be made. Dead, a high-level universe venerable, just died like this. He doesn't even need the five-colored aurora lake, he can kill a high-level venerable himself. Annihilating a high-level universe venerable with one strike, he's defying the heavens. The inheritors who watched this scene from afar were a little dazed, and then they immediately began to transmit the news to their respective forces. In the starry sky, in a space-time shrouded by countless divine powers, the Master of Ink Tablet received the news almost simultaneously. Has this Time-Space King grown to such a point? We can't let him continue to grow. He can kill a high-level universe venerable not long after being promoted. His current strength is comparable to a universe overlord. He's so powerful now, when he becomes a venerable, he will definitely be another top-level overlord like Palace Master Emerald. High-level universe venerables can't kill him, Then let universe overlords go, ordinary overlords won't work, then change to top-level overlords. Chapter 266. 28.5%. Number 266. Chapter 266. The Preference of the Ancestral God Sect. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. The news of Xiao Yu's counter-kill of a high-level universe venerable spread not only among the various races but also within the human territory in a very short time. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. Mid-Mountain, among the palace complexes of the Universe Venerables. A group of Universe Venerables were discussing. I said before, with the strength of Time-Space King, living on the mountainside is absolutely appropriate. The City Lord of Chaos will definitely not think otherwise. I thought so too. This Time-Space King always manages to give people surprises. He could kill a limitless king when he was a domain lord, and now he can kill a high-level venerable when he becomes an undying. Indeed, many of us are only middle-level venerables, not even as good as that venerable Xianxia who was killed by the Time-Space King. Palace in the endless airflow of Thunder Island. Well done. The City Lord of Chaos was very happy, patting the armrest of the throne. Worthy of being my disciple of chaos. Having just been promoted to Undying, he was able to decisively counter-kill a high-level venerable. He will surely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. Do the mechanical race, insect race, and monster race really think that there is no one in my human race? To assassinate my race's genius so unscrupulously. Is my disciple of chaos so easy to assassinate? The City Lord of Chaos said angrily, and the endless chaotic airflow surrounding the hall rolled frantically. City Lord, should our race take countermeasures? Lord of Shadows said respectfully in the hall. Shadow, pass down the order to add Venerable Lei Cha and Venerable Xianxia to the list of those hunted by the Hong Alliance, said the City Lord of Chaos. You draft the targets. We in the Hong Alliance must also let them see how powerful we are. Yes, City Lord, Lord of Shadows replied. On the Zijing Island, hundreds of millions of inheritors from all races in the universe were very noisy, all shocked, and looked at the human figure flying past them, avoiding them from a distance. Unconsciously, at this moment, they had already regarded Xiao Yu as a universe venerable. Although Xiao Yu is still a third-level inheritor, his strength to counter-kill the assassin before the five-colored Aurora Lake has already convinced them. Suddenly, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. A body resembling a flood dragon enveloped tens of thousands of kilometers, its huge wings unfolded, and its dragon head protruded, overlooking the bottom, immediately causing tens of millions of inheritors to descend and salute respectfully, island owner. The one who came was the guardian beast god, the island owner of Zijing Island. There are universe venerables assassinating the Time-Space King one after another on my Zijing Island, blatantly ignoring the orders of my ancestral god sect. This is truly unforgivable. The guardian beast god's voice boomed. The ancestral god sect will hunt down both Venerable Lei Cha and Venerable Xianxia, whether it is their clone or their main body. Even if they are resurrected by reversing time and space, my ancestral god sect will still hunt them down. From now on, anyone who violates the prohibitions of my ancestral god sect will be permanently hunted down, no matter how talented you are. My ancestral god sect will hunt you down until your race dares not reverse time and space to resurrect you. The hundreds of millions of inheritors present had no doubt about the strength of a guardian beast god's words. As the number one power in the primal universe, its actions represent the laws of the universe. This is too ruthless. Venerable Lei Cha and Venerable Xianxia not only lost two clones, but even their main bodies are facing the crisis of falling. Even if the superpower of their race reverses time and space to resurrect them, they will still be hunted down. Once they fall, it means permanent fall, and their races will not fight against the ancestral god sect for them. The main reason is that their value in their respective races or alliances is not great. If they were of great value, they would not have been sent to carry out the assassination mission. Venerable Li Ha felt extremely fortunate and terrified at this moment. Both times, it was only a moment away, otherwise, it would have been him who faced endless pursuit. Under the pressure of the guardian beast god, hundreds of millions of inheritors watched as the human figure, the protagonist of the topic, was heading towards the island owner's palace in an orderly manner. The guardian beast god overlooked the bottom, looking at the human figure. Xiao Yu felt the gaze and the pressure it brought, and immediately looked back respectfully and said, "Island owner." "Yes," the guardian beast god responded slightly. Disperse. The guardian beast god, suspended in the sky above Zijing Island, overlooked the bottom, and his voice resounded throughout the island. Remember, the Time-Space King is an inheritor of my ancestral god sect. Assassinating him will definitely be pursued by the ancestral god sect. Yes, countless inheritors bowed. Immediately, the guardian beast god in the high altitude disappeared out of thin air, and the hundreds of millions of inheritors who had been holding their breath breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Those Venerable Lei Cha and Venerable Sang Ji just assassinated the Time-Space King. In the history of the ancestral god sect, there have been killings between inheritors, but I have never seen the ancestral god sect specifically pursue them. To go to such an extent, this is not giving them a way to live. Stupid fellow, don't you understand? Obviously, the ancestral god sect is treating the Time-Space King specially. Didn't you see how partial the ancestral god sect is to the Bug Clan King? Now they are starting to be partial to the River King of Blades. Could the Time-Space King also be a special life form? Otherwise, how to explain that he can counter-kill a high-level universe venerable? Possibly, otherwise, how to explain that the ancestral god sect would treat him so specially? The hundreds of millions of inheritors of various races in the universe were discussing, and they flew away in twos and threes. Most of them were just watching the excitement. What does the conflict between the six peak races have to do with them? How can this be killed? There is no way to kill him at all. Venerable Li Ha looked remotely at Xiao Yu who was leaving. With his strength, I am afraid that even self-detonation would not be able to kill Xiao Yu, let alone face permanent pursuit. Once this assassination mission is carried out, it means that he will also be permanently silent. But he has not lived enough, he still has his own race, honor, etc. Once he dies, then his race will also decline, and the honor he was quite proud of before will become worthless. The reason why he agreed to come to assassinate before was because of the subsidies from the Insect Race Alliance, and the second was because it was only the loss of a clone. The previous assassination made Xiao Yu understand even more that this is a world where the strong are respected. Only by having enough strength can one face various challenges. He also realized how extreme the wars between races are, destroying the strong of the race, and also assassinating the geniuses of the race, destroying the foundation of a race. Realizing this, Xiao Yu will be more careful in his actions in the future. Before, he mostly flew in this Zijing Island, and rarely used teleportation. Now, he directly teleported to the side of the square. Stepping into the fountain on the left, he entered the land of inheritance. In the future, Xiao Yu will use teleportation to go to the land of inheritance, which is faster, more direct, and much safer. Even if Venerable Lei Cha reverses time and space, he will be hunted down by the ancestral god sect. They strongly demand that our monster race provide more compensation. I have already agreed to reverse time and space to resurrect Venerable Lei Cha, and give compensation to their race, but now they are raising the requirements. Master Mohu issued an angry roar. If there is one who is the most angry among the angry monster race, mechanical race, and insect race, it is undoubtedly the monster race, and Master Mohu, who is in charge of this incident, is even more angry. Losing a universe venerable and spending a huge price, but not even hurting a hair of that human Time-Space King. The insect race did not act, and suffered the least loss. The assassin of the mechanical race only lost a universe venerable level clone and lost the qualification to be an inheritor. Chapter 267. 28.6%. Number 267 Chapter 267 Glory Feast. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Venerable Leica will have a tragic future, it's not strange that their race is raising demands. Lord Mohu, if we don't do that, I'm afraid it will make the other races in the Alliance feel disheartened. Venerable Leica doesn't have any clones, his original body directly perished. Even after reversing time and space to revive, he still has to hide. If he's discovered by the ancestral god sect, the consequences are unimaginable. Moreover, as long as the ancestral god sect offers a suitable price, perhaps some inheritors within the Alliance will kill him. Damn it, Lord Mohu was indeed filled with anger. He was angry at the humans and also at the Time-Space King at that time. You are responsible for compensating them. I ask you, do you have a way to kill that Time-Space King? Lord Mohu stared at the huge snake shadow. The snake shadow groveled. Lord Mohu, the only plan now is to send higher-level experts to carry out the assassination mission. That Time-Space King possesses soul-type treasures and defensive treasures, and his divine body amplification shouldn't be low either. Ordinary venerables can't do anything to him. How to execute it? Lord Mohu said. Lord Mohu, what's most hateful is the ancestral god sect, which has already begun to show favoritism towards the Time-Space King. It's enough to make the universe overlords of my demon race alliance in the ancestral god sect unwilling to kill the Time-Space King. Universe overlords are not universe venerables, each of them is a super combat force. When universe lords don't appear, universe overlords are the top combat power. Now we can only wait for a suitable opportunity. Wait until when? Lord Mohu roared. The huge snake shadow lay prostrate in the void but didn't say a word. Wait until when? Heaven knows when we have to wait, at least until that Time-Space King leaves the ancestral god sect. Perhaps by then, the Time-Space King will have already advanced to venerable, becoming a overlord-level powerhouse. Go. Lord Mohu turned around and entered the depths of the hall. He also knew that his subordinates had no way to answer. Purple Thorn Island. After receiving this 14th inheritance, Xiao Yu didn't plan to come again in the short term. Now he can completely remember the content of the 3rd inheritance, and he can accept the 4th inheritance after digesting and absorbing it. A week later, Xiao Yu digested all the gains from the 3rd inheritance. Xiao Yu took out the spoils left by the 2 fallen high-level venerables and began to sort them out. There were a total of 3 treasures, 2 elementary treasures armors and 1 elementary treasure weapon. In addition, there were 6 heavy treasures, all of which were ordinary heavy treasures. In addition, there were various treasures in the world ring specially for universe venerables to restore their divine bodies, and the price was not cheap. Then, Xiao Yu launched a new round of battle. He would complete all the remaining 1.8 million battles before continuing to accept the inheritance. His decision has been announced through many inheritors in the Hong Alliance. Haha, finally, I don't have to wait bitterly. If we followed the previous battle method, it would take nearly 20 years to finish. Now, with 2,000 battles every day, it will be over in less than 3 years. Xiao Yu's new battle arrangement was widely loved by these original challengers. It was already destined to lose glory points, but some inheritors had to wait for more than 10 years. Waiting is always tormenting, especially when you have to wait for so long. Now that the cycle is shortened, the tormenting time is also shortened. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and Xiao Yu has completed all the battles. In 1.83 million battles, more than 99% of the battles were victories, and only 20 battles were lost. Such a record is absolutely unique in the entire 3rd inheritance of the Glory World. 1.83 million battles brought Xiao Yu 1,852,516 glory points. With the end of the battle and so many gains, it is natural to invite friends to a banquet. In various colorful pavilions with clusters of flowers, Xiao Yu, 7-Sword King, Chairman King, and Li Shuo King sat around a stone table. On the table was the welcoming 10,000 clusters of spring flowers wine that Xiao Yu had exchanged for before. The exchange price of this wine in the military system is 10 million mixed yuan units per bottle, and Xiao Yu directly exchanged 1,000 bottles, which is considered to have emptied the inventory. Time-Space King, congratulations. Congratulations. 7-Sword King, Chairman King, and Li Shuo King congratulated him one after another. Now humans also have a huge amount of glory points in the ancestral god sect. Now that I have so many glory points, I can't use them all for a while. Next, I will challenge all the Hong Alliance inheritors, including the human race. Xiao Yu said. Are you? 7-Sword King already had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Yes, it is as you think. The days of my human inheritors in this ancestral god sect have not been easy. Xiao Yu smiled. Now, since I have the ability, I naturally have to find a way to improve it. 7-Sword King, I have to trouble you to notify first the human triple inheritors, and then the Hong Alliance members. In this Purple Thorn Island, there are only 50 human triple inheritors, but there are more than 3,000 triple inheritors in the entire Hong Alliance. Xiao Yu's plan has been conveyed through 7-Sword King, and in a moment, all the Hong Alliance members knew about it. In the battle world, no mistake, 1 first, 1 hair, 1 inside, 1 volume, 1 is at 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, c. Xiao Yu and 7-Sword King appeared in the vast desert. As soon as the 2 figures appeared, after selecting the bed of 3 glory points, Xiao Yu took the initiative to admit defeat. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. 7 Sword King's divine eagle disappeared, and then Chaman King appeared, and the same scene was staged. As one human inheritor appeared and disappeared, the glory points of 7 Sword King, Chaman King, and others were rapidly increasing, and all the members of the entire Hong Alliance were extremely excited. These are glory points that can be exchanged for inheritance opportunities. It used to take tens of epochs to accumulate enough for one exchange opportunity, but now it's so easy to obtain. I have been a third-level inheritor for nearly 50 epochs, and I only accepted one free inheritance opportunity back then. Why didn't Time-Space King appear 100,000 years earlier? Time-Space King, as expected of the disciple of the Chaos City Lord. Nearly 4,000 inheritors in the entire Hong Alliance were all enthusiastic. 3 days later, Xiao Yu completed all the battles. In these 3 days, Xiao Yu conducted more than 10,000 gambling battles every day, gambling with all the triple inheritors in the entire Hong Alliance no less than 10 times. In 3 days, according to the plan, Xiao Yu lost as many as 30,000 battles, so that 50 human inheritors among them each received 5,000 glory points, and more than 3,000 Hong Alliance inheritors each received 3,000 glory points. Time-Space King, thank you, just give instructions if you need anything in the future. One human inheritor and Hong Alliance alien inheritor after another thanked Xiao Yu. These dozens of inheritance opportunities can save them a lot of time. Although Xiao Yu's current large-scale donation of glory points has not happened in the entire history of the Ancestral God sect, it does not mean that the Ancestral Gods did not consider it when designing the rules. They also wanted to make some restrictive measures before, but finally gave up. Because, one is that glory points are not easy to obtain, and each inheritor will only generate 1 glory point every epoch. It is equivalent to an average of 100 epochs, and each inheritor can only obtain 1 inheritance opportunity. The battles in the Glory World shorten the cycle of obtaining inheritance opportunities for talented powerhouses, while lengthening the cycle of accepting inheritance for those with poor talent and strength, and gambling battles. All of this is within the scope allowed by the laws of the universe. Chapter 268, 28.7%. Number 268 Chapter 268 Supreme Meeting. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Zijing Island, the place of Beast God inheritance. In the void, Time-Space King, congratulations, your name has disappeared from the triple inheritance leaderboard and entered the quadruple inheritance leaderboard. It seems that the triple inheritance is complete. Venerable Jufeng said with a smile. Yes, just now Xiao Yu did not spend glory points and got a free chance for the 4th level of inheritance. The previous 10 or so inheritances, coupled with more than 1,000,000 battles, have enabled all 8 Beast God inheritances accepted by Xiao Yu to be upgraded to the 3rd level of great perfection. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. Work hard, I think it won't be long before you stand at the same height as me. Venerable Jufeng sighed. After accepting the 4th level of inheritance, Xiao Yu returned to his mansion to continue his cultivation and digestion. At the same time, he had to start his own research on the fusion method of the 10 cosmic origin laws. Now accepting inheritance is only for reference, not the purpose. For the current Xiao Yu, it is relatively simple to become a venerable and a universe master. He only needs to concentrate on studying the origin laws of time and space, and fuse the 6 profound mystery systems into complete origin laws to immediately become a universe master. But Xiao Yu's ambition is not small. He wants to embark on an unprecedented road, at least a road that no one has traveled in this primitive universe. Virtual Universe Thunder Island, halfway up the mountain. In a huge palace, Xiao Yu's palace has only 8 servants, all of whom are the most outstanding domain lord level from the Xiao family. Nick, who surrendered to him before, is considered a subordinate, not a servant, so naturally he doesn't need to be like a servant. For the current Xiao family, cultivating domain lord level and even immortal level is a piece of cake. If the Xiao family had appeared earlier, cultivating hundreds of thousands of domain lords would be a piece of cake. Now the Xiao family can already ensure that the lowest adult cultivation level within the family is universe level. If there are another 10,000 years, it would not be a problem for tens of thousands of domain lords to appear in the family. Ancestor. When Xiao Yu walked in the corridor, 2 domain lords respectfully saluted, their eyes eagerly looking at the not-so-tall figure. As children of the Xiao family, they all admired Xiao Yu immensely. You all step back first. Xiao Yu ordered, there will be important guests arriving later, they are not suitable to be present. Yes, the two domain lords flew away. I wonder which super powerhouse the ancestor is receiving today. The two domain lords did not forget to discuss via voice transmission as they left. Since Xiao Yu killed Venerable Sangji, Xiao Yu has received many letters from Universe Venerables, such as Venerable Gai, Lord Qinwu, etc., who were already on good terms with Xiao Yu. During this period, Xiao Yu has received more than 300 Universe Venerable level existences such as Lord Gulan, Venerable Bei Hai, and Venerable Golden Axe, including some whose own strength belongs to the Overlord level. If it was said that when Xiao Yu moved to live halfway up the mountain, they saw that Xiao Yu had passed the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge and had a status comparable to them, but his actual strength was still unknown. Now that Xiao Yu has killed a high-level Universe Venerable, he has confirmed his own strength. When Xiao Yu becomes a Universe Venerable, his strength will inevitably reach the Overlord level, possibly even the top Overlord level, which is definitely a pillar of the human race. Time-Space King, is it possible to reverse kill a Universe Master at the Universe Venerable level? Now there are super powerhouses speculating, and even some super powerhouses who are not afraid of trouble have opened a gambling game. The bet is not big, just a high-level treasure. Haha, Xiao Yu, your good wine here tastes really good. I must come and taste it again next time I have the opportunity. Lord Juyan said. You are most welcome. Xiao Yu politely sent Lord Juyan out. Since Xiao Yu killed Venerable Sangji, he has already entered a new circle, which is the circle of the human high level. The lowest in this circle is the Universe Venerable level. In terms of knowledge and experience, it is not comparable to those titled King Immortals. Xiao Yu had just sent away Lord Juyan when he welcomed another Universe Venerable. A bald man with a smiling face and wearing a fiery red battle robe. This one is also an acquaintance of Xiao Yu, Venerable Gai. Senior brother. Xiao Yu greeted him first. Venerable Gai is the most beloved disciple of Xiao Yu's teacher, City Lord Chaos, and stays by his side all year round. He can be regarded as City Lord Chaos, confidant, and often serves as City Lord Chaos, mouthpiece. Many of City Lord Chaos affairs are conveyed by Xiao Yu's second senior brother. Junior brother, it's very lively here these days, Venerable Gai said with a smile. Haha, I just sent one away, Xiao Yu said helplessly. No one is wrong, one head, one hair, one inside, one content, one is at 6, 1, 9, one book, one bar, one look. This is a good thing, the teacher is very happy that you can kill a high-level Universe Venerable. Venerable Gai said. Senior brother is here, could it be that the teacher has something to say? Xiao Yu said. Haha, if the teacher has something to say, wouldn't he just call you? I'm here to convey a message from a race. Venerable Gai said. Xiao Yu already had some guesses in his heart, and immediately said happily, is it about me? That's right, the highest level has passed the proposal for you to join my human's highest meeting. From now on, you will be qualified to be on the highest meeting seat. Venerable Gai said with a smile. Haha, not bad, this is good news, it's worth drinking a lot. Xiao Yu was overjoyed, come on, bring up my collection. Yes, another domain lord responded, bringing up a bottle of purple fire ape wine. This purple fire ape wine costs 80 billion mixed yuan units a bottle in reality, but it is 100,000 times cheaper in the virtual universe, only costing 8 million mixed yuan units, and it is not limited. Senior brother, after I come back from the ancestral god sect, I will invite you to drink the real purple fire ape wine. The wine in the virtual universe is lacking in flavor after all. Xiao Yu handed a cup to his second senior brother, Venerable Gai. Venerable Gai took the purple liquid, took a sip, and praised, not bad. Venerable Gai continued. Junior brother, although you are qualified to be on the highest meeting seat, this highest meeting is only held once in a long time, and each time it is opened, it is about important events of my human race. However, before the highest meeting is held, the virtual universe system will notify you. Within the human race, only Universe Venerable level strength can enter the high level of the race and enter the highest meeting. And every decision in the highest meeting has profound implications. A trace of anticipation flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes, he wanted to see how the human's highest meeting was conducted. Suddenly, Xiao Yu received a message from the glory world. The content was roughly that Xiao Yu had proved his strength with his record, and recently the Thunder Beast God among the 8 Beast Gods in the Ancestral God sect will personally appear on Zijing Island to preside over the bestowal of treasures and give the treasures to Xiao Yu. What? Treasure falling from the sky? Xiao Yu's mind was full of question marks. There is such a good thing. Junior brother, what happened? Venerable Gai asked. Xiao Yu told the news he just received in the glory world without any concealment. Venerable Gai had helped him a lot before, and can be said to be both a teacher and a friend. Xiao Yu never hides these non-life and death information from his second senior brother. Why would the Ancestral God sect give you treasures? With the Ancestral God sect's arm, as long as they make a move, it is at least a treasure. They won't give treasures for no reason. Generally, it is only for special life forms like the Worm King, and they must be those who have not attached to a force before they will give treasures. Venerable Gai fell into thought. Chapter 269. No, I have to report this to the teacher. Venerable Gai said solemnly. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. He didn't know what the Ancestral God sect was planning. Could it be that they wanted to lure him into joining the Ancestral God sect and becoming a core member with a supreme treasure? But that was wishful thinking. Even if the other party sent out a supreme treasure, Xiao Yu would still be a member of the human race, and this would not change. Ancestral God sect, Zijing Island. Xiao Yu stayed in his mansion, cultivating quietly, waiting for the day when the Beast God of Thunder would bestow treasures upon him. Time passed day by day. Suddenly, above Zijing Island, an invisible pressure that made all inheritors palpitate descended. This pressure was extremely domineering and extremely majestic, even more terrifying than the guardian beast god of Zijing Island before. Immediately, inheritors flew out of their respective mansions. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and flew out of the mansion, finally here. Hundreds of millions of inheritors floated in midair, all looking up at the high sky. Rumble, endless lightning filled the sky, covering the entire Zijing Island, making all the inheritors unable to see the colorful Aurora Lake. All that could be seen was lightning. In the endless lightning, a tall figure slowly descended. Humph! The pressure suddenly increased sharply, and the inheritors who were originally suspended in midair fell down one after another. Even the universe venerables were no exception. Gradually, the slowly descending figure revealed itself. Its whole body's hair seemed to be the incarnation of thunder and lightning, and its 3 hoof claws and slightly opened wings contained mysterious artistic conceptions. Every move was incomparably in line with the fusion law, as if the origin law had descended. The beast god of thunder was like the incarnation of the fusion law of thunder and time. It's really mysterious. Xiao Yu only glanced at it, and felt that he had benefited a lot, and a greedy thought arose in his heart. System, completely imprint the image of the beast god of thunder. Open black lens bracket 3 trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. An invisible energy spontaneously emerged from the void and rushed towards the figure in the high sky, covering it completely. But it did not have the slightest impact on it. Moreover, the beast god of thunder did not notice anything unusual. In just an instant, the invisible energy left the beast god of thunder as if it had completed its mission, and turned into Xiao Yu's divine body. Leaving an image of the beast god of thunder in his consciousness, the imprint was exactly the same. The style, angle, and movement of each hair were all as real. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu was relieved. Just now, he was worried that he would be discovered by the existence like the incarnation of the law. The beast god of thunder of the 8 direction beast gods. The voice of the beast god of thunder was like thunder, and the air currents spewed from his nostrils turned into thunder, resounding throughout Zijing Island. Inheritor, king of time and space. As soon as the voice came out, an invisible force descended and bound Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu slowly rose. Suddenly, the hundreds of millions of inheritors below were surprised. They understood that the sudden arrival of the beast god of thunder was for the human king of time and space. Is this the fusion law? Xiao Yu felt that the power binding him was not the law of space, nor the law of time, but a more advanced law based on the origin law. If the essence of the origin law is compared to the basic 0 and 1, then the origin law is assembly language, which is the most basic language. The fusion law is a programming language developed on top of assembly language. Xiao Yu was as eye-catching as a slowly rising sun. And the beast god of thunder stared at Xiao Yu, a trace of kindness flashed in his eyes. Your strength, your progress, your will, all satisfy me. The thunder beast god said, I have a treasure to give you. Wow, the hundreds of millions of inheritors below were in an uproar. He actually publicly gave away treasures. The beast god personally descended and gave away treasures. What are you envious of? If you kill a high-level universe venerable when you are immortal, the ancestral god sect will also give you a supreme treasure. That's the same existence as the chasing insect king. The chasing insect king was publicly given treasures in the past, and there were 2 of them. Xiao Yu was too lazy to listen to the discussions below, and respectfully saluted, "Thank you, beast god. Continue to work hard, don't be slack," the thunder beast god said, and at the same time, a huge ball of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. This ball of thunder and lightning was about tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, and it also fell towards Xiao Yu below. When it fell in front of Xiao Yu, it was only a few hundred kilometers in size, and the lightning had long since dissipated. This simple mirror suspended in front of Xiao Yu, like a bronze ancient mirror, a trace of purple streamer flowed over the mirror from time to time. There is no mistake in every first hair in a 6 and 9 a book a look. Mirror, Xiao Yu wondered, he is neither a spiritual mind master nor an illusionist, what does he want a mirror for? Believe that he is of great use to you, accept it. The thunder beast god's voice was unquestionable. Yes, Xiao Yu said respectfully. With a thought, he put the treasure into the world ring, and waited until later to study the treasure mirror carefully. In any case, accept it first. If it is really useless, then wait until the City of Chaos to contribute it to the race. Anyway, he has not donated the several treasures he obtained before to the race, so it will be fine to donate them together then. Time and space, don't let me down. The Thunder Beast God left, with a trace of exhortation. The Thunder Beast God disappeared out of thin air. Boom! Immediately after the Thunder Beast God left, the endless aurora of the colorful Aurora Lake, which had been forced back due to the arrival of the Beast God, flowed backwards, producing a violent impact. King of Time and Space, congratulations. King of Time and Space, congratulations on obtaining the treasure. Many alien races even came up to talk directly. Xiao Yu responded enthusiastically one by one. Although they were all alien races, since the other party was so enthusiastic, Xiao Yu also returned the kindness. This is Xiao Yu's consistent code of conduct. When it is not a matter of life and death, if others are kind to him, he will return the kindness, and if others are evil to him, he will return it 100-fold. He happily obtained the treasure and returned to his mansion. Xiao Yu entered the world ring and began to study the role of this treasure. A ray of colorful divine power flew into the mirror with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. The colorful divine power contained a trace of Xiao Yu's soul imprint, which was naturally imprinted in this treasure. Whoosh! The mirror with a diameter of several hundred kilometers quickly shrank and became only the size of a palm, falling into Xiao Yu's palm. At the same time, like a dam break, streams of information poured into Xiao Yu's consciousness and stopped after a while. It's actually the 7-colored Wuji mirror. Xiao Yu's face showed a look of surprise. This is a domain-type treasure, and it is a high-level domain-type treasure. Because this is actually a treasure that requires one to comprehend the 8 lower laws at the same time before it can be used. Other than that, it cannot be activated by simply comprehending one origin law. The ancestral god sect is really extraordinary, they can actually take out such a treasure. And it is still such a special high-level domain treasure. Xiao Yu sighed. At first, he thought it was the Golden Law domain treasure, the Golden Thread Aurora Mirror. I didn't expect it to be the most suitable high-level treasure for him, and it is still a domain treasure. This time, the ancestral god sect's gift is definitely a conscience, he has to remember this favor, and when the ancestral god sect needs help in the future, he must also take action to repay this favor. Xiao Yu laughed, and with a mouth, he saw the 7-colored Wuji mirror instantly shrink into a 7-colored dot, enter Xiao Yu's body, and then merge into Xiao Yu's forehead, leaving a 7-colored mark. The 7-colored mark on the forehead immediately changed Xiao Yu's aura, like a natural god. Chapter 270, 28.9%. Number 270 Chapter 270 Colorful Mirror. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Activate. Xiao Yu channeled the 7-colored divine power within his body into the supreme treasure. Boom! Instantly, beams of 7-colored aurora emanated from Xiao Yu as the core, spreading in all directions, instantly enveloping trillions of kilometers around Xiao Yu, the entire world ring being covered by the 7-colored aurora. Xiao Yu could clearly feel that the size of the world ring limited the display of this supreme treasure. The maximum range of this seven-colored infinite mirror was a radius of 1 light year. Within the world ring, countless seven-colored auroras, each like a swimming fish. This world was like Xiao Yu's domain. If I wished, each of these countless seven-colored auroras could annihilate a limitless king, and all these seven-colored auroras gathered together could at least instantly annihilate a high-level venerable, Xiao Yu thought to himself. This was still the most ordinary activation. What if divine power was burned? Instantly, Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with flames, and his whole body ignited, the intensity of his energy soaring 1,000-fold. With such intense energy activating the seven-colored infinite mirror, countless seven-colored auroras became much thicker. If each aurora had previously been 10 meters in diameter, now each was over 100 meters. Law Domain. A thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind, and he immediately unleashed his Law Domain. The seven-colored Law Domain, containing the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, instantly unfolded. It completely overlapped with the seven-colored infinite mirror's domain. Instantly, the power of those seven-colored auroras surged. As for how much it increased, Xiao Yu couldn't estimate it just then. Haha, the ancestral god school, this time they are truly thoughtful. If they have any excessive demands in the future, I won't be able to refuse them. Xiao Yu thought to himself. This harvest was too surprising for him. This supreme treasure was custom-made for him, and he felt that he had not yet unleashed the ultimate power of this treasure, perhaps not even half of it. Deep within the five-colored Aurora Lake, at the most core area of the ancestral god school, within the eight-directional beast god Thunder Palace. The Thunder Beast God appeared out of thin air in the endless mountains, thinking, originally, I just wanted to casually give the Time-Space King a supreme treasure. I didn't expect. The universe's origin laws descended, actually using my hand to give that Time-Space King a mirror of unknown function. However, since the universe's operating laws have acted, it will definitely not be bad, but even when I secretly spied on it along the way, I gained nothing. What kind of treasure is this after all? I can't figure it out. Continue sleeping. The Thunder Beast God continued to sink into slumber, the environment within a light year changing with each snort and breath. Within the distant territory of the demon clan, Lord Mohu slowly walked in the void, voicing, Ji Diao, you're sure you're not mistaken, Venerable Leica has been here before. Yes, Lord Mohu, Venerable Ji Diao respectfully replied, our clan's Venerable Leica has indeed been here before. And he even stood in the plaza in front of my palace. When? Lord Mohu asked. Just 10 years ago, Venerable Ji Diao said. Lord Mohu slowly walked in the void, soon landing on the plaza in front of a suspended palace in the distance. Venerable Ji Diao also respectfully followed. You retreat first. I am about to perform time reversal, don't be within my range, Lord Mohu said. Yes. Venerable Ji Diao's eyes lit up, transforming into a stream of light and flying far away, while also looking forward expectantly. Although he was a universe overlord, this was the first time he had personally seen a universe master perform time reversal. Mainly, the commotion when performing time reversal was great, and even universe masters would sometimes be injured. Generally, it was performed secretly, otherwise it would be a rare opportunity for enemies to kill the universe master. Roar roar roar, Lord Mohu roared lowly. The time and space within a certain range around began to rapidly reverse. Like rewinding a movie, time flowed backward at an extremely fast speed. On this plaza, the countless powerhouses previously seen were all rapidly retreating. Soon, it reversed to 10 years ago. The originally reversing time suddenly stopped, and the surrounding reversing time-space scene also stopped abruptly. In this stopped time-space, Venerable Leica was talking to Venerable Ji Diao. That's me. Venerable Ji Diao, watching this scene from afar, felt a little strange. He was actually seeing himself in time-space. Lord Mohu's gaze landed on Venerable Leica, and an invisible force quickly protected Venerable Leica. Return time-space. Instantly, the originally reversed time-space rapidly recovered, quickly returning. Venerable Leica was in great pain, streams of invisible power acting on his body. Lord Mohu's power protected Venerable Leica, and that invisible power passed through Venerable Leica, transferring to Lord Mohu. As a universe master, he could withstand this backlash. Reversing time-space to revive someone who had already died was violating the universe's operating laws. Both the person performing time reversal and the revived person would suffer backlash. Generally, the revived person could not withstand such backlash and could only be helped by the universe master. After a moment, the return of time-space finally stopped. Everything returned to normal, finally returning to the original time-space node. This. Venerable Leica stood blankly on the plaza, looking around. Lord Mohu. Venerable Ji Diao quickly flew back. Venerable Leica, you have been revived, don't forget that you have died once, Lord Mohu said. I died once. Venerable Leica was stunned. The previous memories quickly flooded in, everything completely restored to his mind. Sorry, Lord Mohu, I couldn't enslave the time-space king immediately, Venerable Leica respectfully said. Tell me about the situation at that time, what happened? Lord Mohu asked, wanting to understand the details, otherwise he wouldn't have revived this Venerable Leica so quickly. Lord Mohu, that day Venerable Leica recounted everything that had happened that day in detail, without any concealment. So, that Xiao Yu should possess a soul-type supreme treasure, which is why he was completely unaffected by your soul invasion, Lord Mohu said angrily, a soul-type supreme treasure. Humans are really willing to part with it, actually giving it to an undying level little guy. Yes, Lord Mohu, and there is another special situation, which is that the weapon used by that time-space king is at least a supreme treasure level, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to annihilate 50% of my divine body at once, Venerable Leica continued. Humph, Lord Mohu snorted coldly, humans are indeed so precious to this Xiao Yu. This is unlike Chaos City leader's usual style. Venerable Leica looked at his empty divine body, secretly rejoicing, fortunately, I was only wearing a supreme treasure armor, otherwise the other two supreme treasures would also have been lost. Don't worry, this time you contributed to the Alliance. The Alliance will not only revive you, but also take out two supreme treasures to compensate you, Lord Mohu said. Thank you, Lord Mohu, Venerable Leica respectfully said. Don't rush, you were just revived. After your death, many things happened on Zijing Island. You should go back first and learn more, Lord Mohu instructed, casually throwing out two elementary supreme treasures, one of which was a supreme treasure armor, and the other was a supreme treasure weapon. After Venerable Leica returned to his palace, he immediately entered the virtual world to learn about the situation, and then fled in grief. Chapter 271. 29%. Number 271. Chapter 271. The Land of Treasure. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The addition of a domain-type supreme treasure was like adding wings to a tiger for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu left the pavilion and teleported directly to the Island Lord's Palace Square, passing through the water curtain that represented the treasure land. The teleportation was complete. Xiao Yu appeared on the peak of a mountain. Looking into the distance, endless mountain ranges stretched out, some steep and some uniquely beautiful. Between some mountains were lakes, some large, some small, some extremely cold, and some as hot as lava. Xiao Yu looked up and could see streaks of aurora constantly flying high in the sky. Clearly, this treasure land was already within the range of the five-colored aurora lake. Xiao Yu flew at top speed, exceeding the speed of light. Along the way, Xiao Yu discovered that there were many people in this treasure land. Human Space-Time King, it's him. Didn't he already obtain a supreme treasure? Why would he come here to search for treasure? Who knows? There's no pattern to obtaining treasures in this treasure land. I wonder what kind of supreme treasure the Space-Time King obtained. Countless alien race inheritors discussed among themselves, most of them envious and jealous, but very few dared to even think about taking action. The Space-Time King was too strong. He was already able to kill high-level venerables before, and now that he has obtained another supreme treasure, his strength must be even greater. Xiao Yu didn't care about the discussions of these inheritors, but instead focused on flying. This treasure land is full of treasures everywhere. Among the endless mountain ranges, there are 108 peaks that are noticeably higher than the others. Each of these peaks hides a supreme treasure, and over countless years, 42 of them have been taken away by some lucky fellows. There is no fixed process for obtaining treasures in this treasure land. Some people are walking along, and a supreme treasure is directly delivered into their arms. Some people sleep on a mountain peak and obtain a supreme treasure. Space-Time King. A towering figure soared through the air and dodged far away when he saw Xiao Yu flying by. He hated humans. Bashan Venerable. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. This Bashan Venerable has lived on Purple Thorn Island for a long time. He often comes to the treasure land. To those king-level immortals, he is high above and acts domineeringly, but when facing Xiao Yu, who had once killed a high-level venerable, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. This is very normal on Purple Thorn Island. Strength determines status. Xiao Yu continued to fly towards the distance. Space-Time King. A snow-white figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yu. The newcomer was about 3 meters tall, his body was like solidified ice, and there were many broken crystals inside. His figure and appearance were very similar to humans, and he wore simple ice armor on his body, exuding a majestic and powerful aura. Zhu Chong King. Xiao Yu had heard of this person and had specifically checked some information. Zhu Chong King belonged to a special life form. His main body was over 60,000 kilometers tall, his life gene level reached 5,000 times, he had already joined the ancestral god sect, and he liked to be friends with humans. I heard about the beast god's gift of treasures before, but now that I see it, it's indeed extraordinary. Zhu Chong King said, Space-Time King, to be honest, are you also a special life form? Countless inheritors nearby stopped and held their breath. I am a pure human, how could I be a special life form? Xiao Yu replied with some amusement. Haha, sorry, it's mainly that you killed a universe venerable, which was shocking. Zhu Chong King laughed, everyone is the same. My strength is comparable to a universe venerable, but it's really not easy to kill one. Haha, Xiao Yu laughed, Zhu Chong King, are you also here in the treasure land to try your luck? I always have to try, maybe I can get a supreme treasure. Zhu Chong King also laughed. Then let's go our separate ways. Xiao Yu said, and flew towards the highest 108 peaks, while Zhu Chong King flew towards another direction. In this treasure land, only the treasures inside these 108 peaks can attract Xiao Yu. Look, the Space-Time King went to the highest peak. It has been more than 1.2 million epochs since a treasure appeared on this highest peak. I wonder if the Space-Time King will arouse the interest of certain existences. Each treasure in the treasure land is hidden here by the previous owner of the treasure. Each treasure has corresponding conditions set. As long as someone who meets the conditions comes to the corresponding location, the 5-colored Aurora Lake will control the treasure to be born. For example, the Silver Serpentine Phantom ship of the Wine Master on the 106th peak has 3 conditions: World Master, winning over 1,000 battles in the battle world, and at least 3 levels of Beast God inheritance completed. Xiao Yu didn't want to get the wine ship on the 106th peak. He is now an immortal, so naturally he doesn't meet the requirements. Starting from the first highest peak, one peak after another, one lake after another. Xiao Yu constantly flew up, landed, then flew up again, and landed again. It was always failure, failure, and more failure. From the first highest peak to the 70th highest peak, in the process, Xiao Yu also visited many places along the route, spending about 10 hours. For immortals, this amount of time is not even enough to drink a glass of wine. It's just a matter of luck. It's better to get it, but if there's no harvest, just treat it as leisure. Xiao Yu came here to stroll around, originally with the idea of trying his luck. Along the way, most of the alien races that Xiao Yu encountered dodged far away, and even some weaker universe venerables didn't dare to get too close. This is the benefit of strength. Although fighting is prohibited here, and although most of them hate alien races, basically no one dares to come forward and say anything, and even Bashan Venerable has to avoid him. No one can make a mistake in writing novels. Flying all the way, Xiao Yu finally reached the 96th highest peak, and he didn't have much hope. When Xiao Yu landed on this 96th highest peak, rumble. The entire mountain peak trembled, and the tremor became more and more intense. For a time, it attracted countless inheritors to watch, and then the entire treasure land boiled. The treasure is about to be opened. Countless inheritors flew over, and even Bashan Venerable and Zhu Chong King in the distance flew over. How is it possible? Bashan Venerable's eyes widened, and he saw at a glance that among the 7 inheritors standing on the distant mountain peak, there was a human. He hated humans and didn't want humans to gain anything. But the occurrence of things does not shift with his will. The 5-colored Aurora Lake above the treasure land suddenly had thousands of aurora beginning to rotate, like a vortex. Whoosh! Suddenly, thousands of aurora fell from the sky, each one as long as tens of thousands of kilometers. These thousands of aurora completely enveloped this mountain peak, like a beaded curtain, surrounding the mountain peak. The treasure is mine, I just touched this rock. It must be mine, I was bumped by this black stone. The inheritors on the top of the mountain, and the inheritors on the mountainside, all believed that they had triggered the birth of the treasure. But then, a force directly swept them away, teleporting them out. Ah, my treasure! Alien inheritors wailed and were more heartbroken than if their mothers had died. On the mountain peak surrounded by the five-colored aurora, now only Xiao Yu was left. I got the treasure. A smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He had heard about the movement of the treasure's birth a long time ago. Generally, when a treasure is born, the five-colored aurora lake will block the scene. Except for the person who placed the treasure, the person who opened the treasure, and the five-colored aurora lake, no one knows what the treasure is. For example, when Seven Swords King obtained the treasure that year, it was not until he took it out that everyone knew what his treasure looked like. Only when he used it could he understand what the treasure's effects were. Chapter 272. 29.1%. Number 272. Chapter 272. Tianhua Yinshuan Palace. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. The mountain peak trembled, and at the same time, huge rocks were rising from the top of the mountain. A 300-meter-high boulder slowly rose, then flew directly up and hovered in midair. A black ring slowly flew out of the huge hole revealed in the mountain peak, then turned a corner and flew directly towards Xiao Yu, finally hovering in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu immediately picked up this world ring, and his divine power penetrated into it. This was an ownerless world ring, and Xiao Yu's spirit easily imprinted itself inside. There was a world inside this world ring, with only one item. This was an ancient and luxurious palace. This palace was 80,000 kilometers high and had a maximum diameter of about 360,000 kilometers. A wisp of Xiao Yu's divine power drilled directly into the palace, and a wisp of spiritual imprint merged into the palace. Immediately, a large amount of information flooded into his mind, causing Xiao Yu's face to show a look of surprise. This is actually a flying palace, and it is also a primary supreme treasure class flying palace, Xiao Yu said in surprise. Like the venerable divine armor worn by Xiao Yu, it can only defend against damage to the divine body, but with this palace-type treasure, Xiao Yu can enter it entirely. Unless the enemy can break through the palace's defenses, they can attack Xiao Yu inside. This supreme treasure is called Tianhua Silver Zan Palace, Xiao Yu thought to himself. The information he had just received had already introduced the Tianhua Silver Zan Palace. It was originally the flying palace of the first-generation Thunder Beast God. The first-generation Thunder Beast God was a natural beast god, an incarnation of the fusion of time and thunder laws. Natural beast gods, their entire bodies, claws, scales, and blood are all treasures, and they have long been hunted by many races in the universe. For example, the blood luo crystals in the blood luo continent are transformed from the most useless body essence after the fall of the golden beast god. From now on, let's just call this flying palace Tianhua Palace. Xiao Yu felt that the previous name was too troublesome. Primary supreme treasures cannot be destroyed by ordinary universe overlords, and it takes some effort for universe masters to destroy them. Xiao Yu's future travels have been guaranteed. With a flip of his hand, the flying palace quickly shrank and merged into the skin of Xiao Yu's arm. Haha, since becoming an immortal, I have felt that those pyramids and spaceships are not enough. Now I can finally upgrade, Xiao Yu said with great pleasure. Whoosh, a rapidly shrinking aurora suddenly flew over, and one end gently touched Xiao Yu's forehead. Streams of information entered Xiao Yu's mind. This was a message left by the first-generation Thunder Beast God. Boom. The originally suspended boulder fell directly back into place. Time and Space King seems to be in a daze. That's the 108 treasures. He must be overjoyed. I wonder what treasure the Time and Space King obtained. A defensive supreme treasure. An offensive supreme treasure. Something to restore the divine body. While these many inheritors were guessing randomly, Xiao Yu continued to fly towards the other mountain peaks in front, continuing his treasure hunt. Although since the existence of the treasure land, no inheritor has ever obtained a second treasure in this treasure land. Xiao Yu still continued to fly towards the other 12 peaks. An hour later, as expected, there were no additional gains. Xiao Yu disappeared from the mountain peak out of thin air, leaving the treasure land. He probably wouldn't need to enter here again. The news that Xiao Yu had obtained a treasure from the ancestral god sect and a treasure in the treasure land spread quickly among the human race's higher-ups. Many universe venerables who had just befriended him came to congratulate him, and Xiao Yu had no choice but to hold a grand banquet, inviting Luo Feng and Hong to the banquet as well. After the feast, the city lord of chaos summoned Xiao Yu to meet him. At the top of Thunder Island, in the majestic palace amidst endless air currents, Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air and respectfully said, "Teacher, you obtained a supreme treasure." The city lord of chaos asked with a smile. "Yes, teacher. What I obtained in the treasure land was a flying palace-type supreme treasure, a treasure of the first-generation Thunder Beast God," Xiao Yu answered truthfully. "The Beast God gave me a domain-type supreme treasure. The first-generation Thunder Beast Gods is the Tianhua Silver Zan Palace, right?" The city lord of chaos said with a smile, "The ancestral god sect is really generous. Knowing that you are the most valued genius of my human race, they still sent 2 supreme treasures, and extremely rare domain-type supreme treasures and flying palace-type supreme treasures at that. The first-generation beast gods, also known as natural beast gods, their entire bodies are the essence of the universe, and can be said to be treasures. Since the fall of the first natural beast god, allowing the various races of the universe to know the many magical uses of natural beast gods after their death, the other natural beast gods have been besieged and fallen one after another," the city lord of chaos sighed. "In this universe, competition is eternal. Whether it is those with low realms competing, even universe masters must also compete," the city lord of chaos continued. "Remember the law of the jungle, this is the law of the strong, and also the law of the universe's operation. In front of other races, you are an alien race. There will be no pity. All there is competition. So what you need to do is constantly obtain resources to improve and strengthen yourself. If you are strong, it represents the strength of the race. The true strength of the race is composed of a group of powerful beings at the higher levels of the race. Now that you have also entered the high-level meetings, you must remember this point," the city lord of chaos instructed. "Yes, disciple remembers," Xiao Yu said respectfully. He could feel the city lord of chaos's love for him. "You have been in the ancestral god sect for some time now. How is your cultivation?" the city lord of chaos asked casually. "Teacher, I have now begun to cultivate the 4th-level inheritance of the 8 great beast gods. I already have some ideas about the fusion of the 10 original laws, but they are not very clear. I estimate that after I complete the 4th-level inheritance, I can begin the true path of fusion law cultivation," Xiao Yu said solemnly. In these decades in the ancestral god sect, Xiao Yu was not only receiving the beast god inheritance, but also thinking about his own path. "Well, it's good to have ideas," the city lord of chaos nodded. He had no experience in the fusion of the 10 original laws, and could only provide some auxiliary help. In the Zijing Island residence, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the pavilion and began to meditate. 10 years later, Xiao Yu got up and entered a world ring, using wish points, his own 7-colored divine power, and wish gold coins to create a magic weapon. This was an attack-type magic weapon, comparable to a primary supreme treasure. Then Xiao Yu teleported to the island lord's square and continued to receive the inheritance. Afterwards, he returned to his residence and continued to meditate. In this way, Xiao Yu would almost always meditate for 10 years after each inheritance, digesting what he had gained from the previous inheritance, and exploring on his own along the inheritance route, then continued to receive the inheritance, pointing out the path. The reason why it was so troublesome was that Xiao Yu was accumulating experience for his path of fusing the 10 original laws. Walking a path that had never been walked before not only required courage, but also methods. Since there were no predecessors, he could only borrow the methods of other paths. This method was not a cultivation method, but a method of exploration and correction. In this way, receiving inheritance, meditating, creating magic weapons, receiving inheritance, constantly repeating. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Since he began to meditate in this Zijing Island, Xiao Yu has often used the system to create some magic weapons. In 300 years, Xiao Yu has created 30 magic weapons, all of which are treasures that the system evaluates as high-level magic weapons, including some defensive magic weapons, some offensive magic weapons, and some soul magic weapons. These magic weapons, even the lowest level, are equivalent to primary supreme treasures, and the best ones are equivalent to top-level supreme treasures. Chapter 273. 29.2%. Number 273 Chapter 273 The Origin of the Treasure. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Previously, I exchanged for countless treasures of various kinds, including those with space attributes, those with time attributes, and other familiar treasure materials of the 8 basic laws. These precious materials had not been used, but Xiao Yu planned to use them this time to create a magic weapon. Xiao Yu entered a world ring, looking at the various precious materials that filled the world. System: activate the magic weapon manufacturing module. Open black lens bracket. Magic weapon manufacturing module has been activated, close black lens bracket. Then, according to the system prompts, Xiao Yu invested all the materials in the world ring into it. After that, he invested 50% of the divine power of his human body into it. Immediately, a huge world tree root appeared in the world ring, and countless colorful divine powers poured into Xiao Yu's body, instantly restoring the divine power he had lost before. Xiao Yu continued to invest 100 million wish gold coins into the magic weapon manufacturing module. Open black lens bracket. Please select the type of magic weapon: attack magic weapon, defense magic weapon, soul magic weapon, flight magic weapon, auxiliary magic weapon, close black lens bracket. Now Xiao Yu already has attack magic weapons, defense magic weapons, soul magic weapons, and flight magic weapons. System: select auxiliary magic weapon. Open black lens bracket. Auxiliary magic weapon is being manufactured, close black lens bracket. A phantom of an alchemy furnace emitted colorful smoky haze, swirling around. 10 days later, the phantom of the alchemy furnace emitted a colorful light all over. Open black lens bracket. Auxiliary magic weapon successfully manufactured, close black lens bracket. The furnace lid opened. A magic weapon flew out from it, suspended in front of Xiao Yu. This was a colorful altar. However, this colorful altar was about 100,000 kilometers high and had a maximum diameter of 3 million kilometers. There was a huge pool in the middle of the altar, and a crystal ball in the middle of the pool. The crystal ball had 10,081 facets. This is Xiao Yu's wisp of divine power directly drilled into the altar, and a trace of spiritual imprint merged into the altar. Immediately, a large amount of information poured into his mind, causing a look of surprise to appear on Xiao Yu's face. For the first time, the magic weapon manufactured came with its own information. This is actually a source treasure. Let's call it the colorful altar. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. This altar is a source treasure, and a very high level one. Source treasure refers to source type treasures, which are not used for defense or attack, but to allow strong people to connect to the law C of the origin of the universe. Once you have a source treasure, you can draw on the energy of the law C of the origin of the universe thousands, tens of thousands, or millions of times faster. This source treasure is a high-level treasure that can increase it by 10 million times. This source treasure may not be of great use to Xiao Yu, who is only immortal now. When he advances to immortality, the endless sea of origin laws will allow him to absorb it unscrupulously, and his divine body will reach 100%. Even if he often burns his divine body in the future, the divine power in the world tree will be enough for him to waste and consume. But when he advances to the universe venerable, the endless sea of origin laws that descends from the origin universe will not allow him to absorb it so unscrupulously. Not to mention the master of the universe. For these super strong people, once they burn their divine body in battle, they not only consume endless treasures, but also spend a long time to recover. For example, the Lord of Chaos City suffered serious injuries and his divine body was greatly damaged, and it would take millions of years to recover. But with this source treasure that increases the absorption of energy by 10 million times, it can be recovered in just over a month. The value of a source treasure is no less than that of a supreme treasure for a race. System: analyze this magic weapon. Open black lens bracket. 1 million wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Auxiliary magic weapon, colorful altar. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Quality: top grade middle grade magic weapon, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Law system: 10 basic laws, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability 1, can be arbitrarily changed in size, with a maximum diameter of 10,000 light years, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability 2, can increase the recovery speed of the divine body of the strong in the altar by 10 million times, and can accommodate up to 100 people to recover the divine body at the same time. The owner of the magic weapon can freely control the recovery speed of each person in the altar. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability 3. After being fixedly placed, it can continuously communicate and absorb the endless divine power of the universe's origin law C, and accumulate it in the colorful pool of the altar, which can be filled in 10,000 years. Close black lens bracket. Wow, this source treasure is definitely a real treasure of the race, even more precious than the supreme treasure. Xiao Yu was excited. Before, when the information of the origin treasure entered his mind, he thought it was just an ordinary origin magic weapon. He didn't expect that this was actually a treasure that could restore the divine body of the group. This is definitely a big deal for humans. Xiao Yu thought for a long time, and finally decided to tell his teacher, the Lord of Chaos City, about this matter. As for the origin of this magic weapon, it is also easy to explain. His teacher knew that he could make various magic weapons. Leaving an immortal divine crystal as a coordinate in the Zijing Island mansion, Xiao Yu teleported back to the Qinbao River Palace through the divine kingdom of Moyun Vine. Then Xiao Yu took a step and appeared in front of his teacher's huge palace. Two universe venerables in front of the palace greeted him friendly, Time and Space King. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, then stepped in. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu had greeted his teacher, the Lord of Chaos City, in advance, so he could enter directly without notification. Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air in the chaotic airflow, and continued to move forward along the chaotic airflow, and finally saw a figure tens of thousands of kilometers high sitting on a huge throne. The Qinbao River clone of the Lord of Chaos City was still as usual, with a peaceful and tranquil meaning in his eyes. Xiao Yu did not show his body, and still maintained a height of 1.8 meters. Teacher. Xiao Yu respectfully saluted. Xiao Yu, you hurriedly looked for me in the virtual universe and said you had something urgent. What is it? The Lord of Chaos City smiled. Teacher, you also know that I can make heavy treasures and even treasures. Xiao Yu said. Well, I naturally know this. Back then, you also donated 10 top-grade heavy treasure armors to the race, and they have all been exchanged by the tribe. The Lord of Chaos City smiled, and asked hesitantly, could it be that you have made a treasure? Teacher, I accidentally obtained a space heart before, and then made a source treasure based on this space heart. Xiao Yu said, to make a source treasure in the original universe, the space heart is the core material and is necessary. So Xiao Yu had to tell a small lie, otherwise, his source treasure would be difficult to explain. What? The Lord of Chaos City stood up excitedly. There are no source treasures within the human race, otherwise the human deity of the Lord of Chaos City would not have to be so careful when traveling in the universe C. Worried about being seriously injured, and even more worried about falling. It is easy to deal with if you fall, you only need to reconceive, but the various rare treasures consumed to restore divine power after pregnancy are also a considerable burden for a peak race like the human race. How is the efficiency? The Lord of Chaos City asked repeatedly. 10 million times, Xiao Yu said, and with a flip of his hand, a colorful altar the size of a palm appeared in his hand. 10 million times, the eyes of the Lord of Chaos City lit up, staring at the colorful altar in Xiao Yu's hand. The divine power involuntarily probed over, but was blocked by the colorful light that flashed on the altar from time to time. If there is this source treasure, the masters of the universe of my human race, and even the founder of the giant axe, can go to more dangerous places in the universe C, and they are not afraid of fighting, and they can also win more treasures for the race. The Lord of Chaos City thought to himself. Chapter 274. 29.3%. Number 274. Chapter 274. Luo Feng comes out of Chaos City. AI model. Gemini 2.0/001. Seeing that his teacher, the Chaos City Lord, was getting excited, Xiao Yu continued, Teacher, please listen to me finish. All right, speak, the Chaos City Lord said, regaining his composure. Teacher, this Origin Supreme Treasure not only has this one function, but also. Xiao Yu then explained all the functions of this Origin Supreme Treasure. When he mentioned that this Origin Supreme Treasure could accommodate 100 people to recover their divine bodies simultaneously, the Chaos City Lord could no longer sit still. When he heard that this treasure also possessed a huge divine power pool that could continuously accumulate divine power, he was even more excited. Xiao Yu, this Origin Supreme Treasure you created is a strategic treasure more important than the ultimate supreme treasure for the human race. This will be the most core, strategic treasure of our human race, the Chaos City Lord said decisively. Especially the seven-colored altar's ability to accumulate divine power will be especially important when fighting against other races, the Chaos City Lord continued. This treasure is crucial to the race. What are your thoughts? Are you planning to donate it to the race, or? Teacher, I know the importance of this treasure, which is why I immediately informed you after creating it. I also hope to contribute my strength to the race, but I am reluctant to donate it. The specific decision depends on what the race decides, Xiao Yu said. This was his most honest thought. Well, if you don't want to donate it, the teacher will naturally not force you, and no one can force my disciple. However, this Origin Supreme treasure is not very useful for you now. It can be temporarily placed with the race, and our human race will pay you some corresponding fees when using it as rental fees, the Chaos City Lord said. That's fine too, Xiao Yu said. As for the specific rental fee, Xiao Yu didn't say. Having had the previous cooperation with Earth, the human race's higher-ups naturally knew Xiao Yu's temperament and would give him a satisfactory price. I have already notified Giant Axe about this matter, and it will be decided in a meeting. It is estimated that you will be allowed to attend as well, the Chaos City Lord said. Okay, teacher. Xiao Yu understood that the meeting his teacher was referring to was a meeting only those who had reached the level of Universe Lord could participate in, not the highest level human race meeting. Just wait for the news then. The virtual universe system will notify you in advance, the Chaos City Lord said with a smile. You kid always managed to create surprises. Xiao Yu's advancement to a perfect genetic life before was a surprise to the Chaos City Lord. Expelling the mechanical race from the Star Tower with his own strength was also a surprise. The commotion when he advanced to immortality was also a surprise, and now creating an unprecedentedly high-level Origin Supreme treasure was an even greater surprise. My human race is truly about to prosper, the Chaos City Lord couldn't help but yearn. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, without interrupting. I am also very gratified to see you juniors gradually grow up. The Chaos City Lord sighed. You are the first in your class to become a Domain Lord, and also the first to become immortal. Luo Feng is the second to become a Domain Lord, and now he is also leaving Chaos City to go to the outer domain battlefield to train. It's all thanks to the teacher's good eye, Xiao Yu said with a smile. He and Luo Feng were both direct disciples of the Chaos City Lord. The two of them are now the most outstanding of that batch of genius battles. Ha ha, the Chaos City Lord laughed heartily, waved his hand and said, Go, cultivate in peace. Yes, Xiao Yu respectfully saluted. Remember, this matter must be kept secret, and no one can be told, the Chaos City Lord instructed. Understood. Xiao Yu nodded and respectfully saluted again. Then, he took a step and disappeared into the palace, appearing outside the palace, and then teleported to his palace. Now that the Thousand Treasure River was not in a state of battle, it was possible to teleport inside it. Afterwards, Xiao Yu cultivated in his palace. Cultivation for Xiao Yu now was like feeling for stones to cross a river. He had chosen the most rugged path. He waited for the Giant Axe meeting to be held while cultivating. 3 months later, Xiao Yu received an invitation to the Giant Axe meeting in the virtual universe. The Giant Axe meeting will be held on time at 1400 in the afternoon 1 month later. At that time, Xiao Yu only needs to hold the invitation letter in the virtual universe to enter. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu took the time to meet with Luo Feng. Although they were both direct disciples of the Chaos City Lord, their current status was quite different. Xiao Yu was now considered a high-level member of the human race, even higher than Luo Feng's other teacher, Tru Yan King. Halfway up Thunder Island, in Xiao Yu's palace, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen sat opposite each other. On the round table were various precious wines. The cheapest of these wines cost 10,000 yuan per bottle, and that was just the price in the virtual universe. In reality, the price would be thousands or tens of thousands of times higher. Although Lei Shen was not a member of the virtual universe company, he could still come here at Xiao Yu's invitation. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, it's been a long time since our 4 brothers have gathered so neatly, Xiao Yu said, raising a glass of purple wine. Yes, if it weren't for the 3rd brother, it would be even more impossible for us to gather in the core area of this virtual universe company, Hong sighed. Thousands of years had passed, and the 4 Earth brothers were no longer the 4 cosmic rookies they once were. Not to mention the 4's status, family, or unit, the four's wealth was also beyond what a king could compare to. Luo Feng's net worth was now much higher than that of his teacher, Tru Yan King. The world is not easy, let's not say anything else, cheers. Luo Feng raised his glass. Cheers, cheers. Xiao Yu and the others also raised their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Luo Feng, I heard from the teacher that you are going to the outer domain battlefield to train, Xiao Yu said. Hong and Lei Shen both looked at Luo Feng, they had just heard about this. Yes, as the teacher said, one cannot become a talent without experiencing life and death. I have advanced to the domain lord level for 1,000 years, and it is time to go through life and death training, Luo Feng said. Experiencing life and death, tempering the will, the heart of the strong can be more firm, Hong said, only by experiencing various things can the state of mind be transformed. That's right, Lei Shen also said. Xiao Yu refilled the wine for the three of them. Before the three came, Xiao Yu had dismissed the servants, and he personally served his brothers. Luo Feng, go back to Earth before you go to the outer domain battlefield, Xiao Yu put on the airs of a senior brother and continued, I have put a few treasures in the Earth treasure house, each of which is comparable to a supreme treasure, go and collect them. Third brother, Luo Feng said. Xiao Yu waved his hand and interrupted Luo Feng, and said, this is not considered a gift from me to you, but rather the Earth lineage's assistance to you. Xiao Yu then looked at Hong and Lei Shen next to him and said, not only you Luo Feng, but also when big brother and second brother are going to go through life and death training, it will be the same. Xiao Yu had previously refined treasures, some of which were suitable for Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen, and the 9 magic weapons had been placed in the 1,000 vine star-devouring grasses divine kingdom. Third brother, Hong and Lei Shen looked at Xiao Yu, their eyes inexplicably moist, revealing their true feelings. All right, everyone is brothers, the core of the Earth lineage, we must not have anyone dropping the ball, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Chapter 275, 29.4%. Number 275 Chapter 275 The Giant Axe Conference. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Each of you will receive 3 types of treasures. First, armor, second, weapons, and third, soul-related treasures, Xiao Yu continued. What, third brother, how can there be soul-related treasures? Hong, Luo Feng, and Lei Shen were extremely surprised. As you know, I can create treasures, and occasionally I can create soul-related magical items, Xiao Yu said casually. However, these are currently clan secrets, and you must help me keep them. Otherwise, a foreign universe master might assassinate me. Xiao Yu was genuinely worried about a universe master assassinating him, as he knew he couldn't withstand such an attack. If all his secrets were revealed, the other 5 major races might indeed arrange for a universe master to assassinate him at any cost. He couldn't stay in the 1,000 treasure river forever. Time passed, and the moment before the Giant Axe Conference arrived. Xiao Yu stood in the mountainside palace on Thunder Island, took out the black gold invitation, and silently recited, teleport. Immediately, Xiao Yu disappeared into thin air. The world spun. Xiao Yu appeared before a giant temple, surrounded by endless darkness, with only this massive temple suspended in the void. This was the Giant Axe Plain, and the temple was the Giant Axe Temple. In front of the temple was a long, ancient, cyan gray stone table, with rows of stone chairs on either side. One after another, figures with astonishing auras appeared out of thin air on the stone chairs. Although Xiao Yu hadn't met many of these people, he knew their identities through the virtual universe company's internal information. Such as Lord of Ice Peak, Lord of Darkness, Lord of Dragon Travel, Lord of Virtual Gold, Lord of Azure Hidden, all of whom were universe masters, the true decision makers of the human race. Xiao Yu, Lord of Darkness said with a smile. Greetings, Lord of Darkness, greetings, Lords of the Universe. Xiao Yu didn't forget his place and quickly saluted. Lord of Darkness, Lord of Dragon Travel, and others nodded with a smile. They knew the content of the meeting beforehand and were well disposed towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you sit there, Lord of Darkness pointed to a stone chair at the very end. This was a huge stone chair, tens of thousands of kilometers high. Xiao Yu controlled his size to become just right to sit on the chair. Lord of Virtual Gold and Lord of Azure Hidden were surprised, guessing that Xiao Yu might be a special life form. The expressions of Lord of Darkness, Lord of Dragon Travel, and other universe masters from the virtual universe lineage were normal. Clearly, the fact that Xiao Yu was a perfect gene life form was only known to those within the virtual universe company lineage, even among the human race's higher-ups. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded and appeared on the stone chair, feeling emotional. He wondered when he could truly sit on such a chair and decide the future of the human race. After a moment, a massive figure appeared on the front row of stone chairs near the center. Xiao Yu quickly stood up and respectfully saluted, "Teacher." City Lord of Chaos, Lord of Darkness, Lord of Dragon Travel, and the other 17 universe masters present stood up one after another. City Lord of Chaos nodded slightly, looking towards Xiao Yu at the end. Suddenly, an invisible, vast pressure swept across the entire plane, and the giant axe founder, like a savage, appeared on the main seat. "Everyone is here." The giant axe founder looked at the universe masters on both sides and Xiao Yu at the end, and couldn't help but smile, saying, "I believe everyone is clear about the seven-colored altar. Today, the main topic of discussion is in what form should we use this clan-guarding treasure? Where should we place this clan-guarding treasure? And how should we reward Xiao Yu?" The meeting today will focus on these three small issues. Let's begin the discussion. Everyone, I believe the importance of this origin supreme treasure is clear. Its effect on us can be said to be comparable to a supreme treasure, especially in battle, where it can serve as a pool of divine power, its effect being comparable to a huge clone, Lord of Virtual Gold said. Although it is not yet clear how many universe masters can recover their divine bodies once the altar's divine power pool is full, even if it can only supply one, it is equivalent to a life for us. Such a treasure should definitely be used by the strongest among us, to maximize its effect, Lord of Virtual Gold continued. To maximize its effect, it should be shared by the clan. This treasure can simultaneously restore the divine bodies of up to 100 people. We universe masters rarely fight in the original universe, and even when exploring the universe C, we rarely suffer serious injuries. Most of the time, it is the universe venerables and overlords in the clan who are frequently injured, Lord of Dragon Travel said. No mistake, one start, one launch, one content, one is at 6, 9, one book, one bar, one look. Lord of Dragon Travel is right. If this treasure is shared by the clan, then over an era, the clan can consume countless fewer precious treasures. How many more experts can be cultivated with these treasures saved? Lord of Darkness slowly said. This seven-colored altar is too important. If we only use it as an origin treasure, it would be a waste of talent. Moreover, doing so would not be conducive to secrecy. As long as it is used on a large scale within the clan, other forces will immediately know that we possess this clan-guarding treasure, Lord of Azure Hidden frowned. City Lord of Chaos frowned slightly. Everyone, a treasure must realize its value to be called a supreme treasure. Since this origin treasure has such powerful effects, we must naturally maximize its value. The discussion was extremely heated, mainly revolving around whether to publicly use it within the clan. All the universe masters of the virtual universe lineage supported City Lord of Chaos, supporting opening the object to all universe masters and universe venerables. Of course, the functions open to universe venerables would be subject to certain restrictions, such as limiting the recovery speed to only 1,000,000 times and not opening the usage rights of the altar's divine power pool. Alright, let's vote. Giant Axe suddenly interrupted the discussion. Those who agree to open part of the seven-colored altar's functions to human universe venerable level and above, please raise your hands. All the universe masters of the virtual universe lineage raised their hands, and finally, even Lord of Azure Hidden, Lord of Pengong, and Lord of Eastern Green also raised their hands in agreement. Giant Axe looked at the fact that only the universe masters of his lineage and Xiao Yu had not raised their hands, and jokingly said, "What? King of Space-Time, do you disagree?" The universe masters in the field also looked at Xiao Yu. Oh, Xiao Yu was puzzled. He had always thought that he was just an onlooker. Since Giant Axe has spoken, you can also express your opinion, City Lord of Chaos said with a smile. Xiao Yu heard that his teacher City Lord of Chaos had said so he raised his hand and said, "I naturally agree as well." Giant Axe nodded with satisfaction, and then also raised his hand. The 5 universe masters of the Giant Axe lineage saw that even the leader had agreed, so they also raised their hands in agreement. In the end, this decision concerning the future of the human race was passed with a unanimous vote. As for the location to place the seven-colored altar, no one had any objections, and they all agreed to place it in the original secret realm. Because City Lord of Chaos is there all year round, carrying the 1,000 treasure river, this top-level domain treasure, to guard it. Chapter 276. 29.6%. Number 276. Chapter 276. Divine Power Base. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. For safety, the Lord of Darkness also increased the number of Universe Lords stationed there. This proposal was quickly approved. The stationed Universe Lords, apart from the City Lord of Chaos, adopted a rotation system, with each person stationed for 10,000 eras. The first one responsible for the stationing was the Lord of Darkness. As the meeting progressed, suggestions were discussed and approved one after another. Many proposals, with little controversy, were voted through in just a few minutes. Even those with major controversies would be voted through in no more than half an hour. The efficiency was extremely high. This meeting, concerning the future of the human race, only lasted 3 hours in total. This is considered a rather long giant axe meeting, the City Lord of Chaos said to Xiaoyu privately. Normally, a meeting would end in half an hour. Even with the greatest differences, decisions would be made quickly at this meeting. These Universe Lords and Universe Supreme Masters had debates for their own interests, as well as compromises for the interests of the race. After the meeting, Xiaoyu summarized his gains. His gains were in 2 parts. One was a reward promised by the race, giving him the opportunity to enter the Giant Axe Founder's small universe for accelerated cultivation for 100,000 eras. The other part was the fees that these Universe Venerables and Universe Lords needed to pay to restore their divine bodies using the original treasures. For example, Universe Venerables and Overlords restoring their divine bodies would earn him 1 treasure point per person per year. And the fee for Universe Lords to restore their divine bodies would be 1 treasure point per person per year. After the Giant Axe meeting, soon, the race convened a high-level human race meeting. During the meeting, Giant Axe announced this news. Of course, to protect Xiaoyu's information was naturally concealed. What? The race actually possesses an original treasure, and it's a group recovery original treasure. That's great. What was originally expected to take 10 eras to recover can now be recovered in about a month, and it can also save several heavy treasure points worth of treasures. My human body was also severely damaged before, and now I can only stay in the race to slowly recover. That's great. Soon, I will be able to resurrect with full health. One Universe Venerable and Universe Overlord after another clamored. These powerhouses, who were usually high above the kings, were now behaving like ordinary people. After discussions between Giant Axe and myself, it has been decided that the Lord of Darkness and others will be responsible for the outer perimeter stationing to ensure the safety of the 7-colored altar. The King of Time and Space will be responsible for stationing inside it, coordinating the resources used by each user, the City Lord of Chaos ordered. This magic weapon had already been imprinted with Xiaoyu's soul mark, and Xiaoyu didn't want to completely donate it, so he could only let him station inside it for the time being. Of course, Xiaoyu's human body wouldn't do this. At most, he would arrange for an incarnation in his divine kingdom to be responsible for this matter, and at most, he would allocate some soul calculation speed, such as 50 times, or 100 times. If that's not enough, the avatar's body could be larger, such as a 30,000-kilometer divine body. After this decision was announced, there was a lot of discussion below. Isn't this too biased? Although the King of Time and Space's strength has reached the venerable level, he is ultimately just a king. One person after another who couldn't get the grapes had various thoughts surging in their hearts, but this was decided by Giant Axe, the City Lord of Chaos, and others, and it was not something they could change. The high-level human race meeting ended. Various powerful defense facilities were being built not far from the Qinbao River in the primitive secret realm. Even 4 AAA-level god bases were set up. I wonder what they are doing here. I see that not only are there people from our virtual universe company working here, but also people from the Giant Axe Fighting Arena, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, and other forces. Members of the 5 major forces of the human race, wearing various uniforms, were operating various equipment to work. Many Universe Venerables and even Universe Overlord-level powerhouses also participated in the construction here. The construction period of the entire project was completed after 100 years with the participation of the 5 major forces and many powerhouses. During this period, Xiaoyu stayed in the Qinbao River to cultivate, occasionally using the system to create some magic weapons, each of which was comparable to a treasure, mostly ordinary treasure level. During these 100 years, Luo Feng had returned to the primitive universe, returned to Earth, met Xiao Yu's avatar in the altar, and obtained 3 treasures, a treasure armor, a treasure weapon, and a soul-type treasure. After receiving the 3 treasures from the Earth lineage, Luo Feng entered the space mezzanine for his 3 Qian Tang star-eating grass and Moyan vine and other plant life, selecting suitable space fragments. Afterwards, he still entered the Wulong star region to scavenge for treasures for 50 years. This time, Luo Feng was scavenging freely on his own. During his domain lord exile, he was scavenging here and discovered the magic of the armor, so he naturally hoped to obtain more and better carapace fragments. After 50 years of scavenging, Luo Feng finally assembled a set of silver armor, which was a general armor. For the use of the general armor, one's own strength needs to reach 100 times the peak power of a domain lord to exert 10,000 times the peak power of a domain lord, and the upper limit is 10 times that of the soldier armor. The more advanced king armor is even more magical, and can exert up to 100,000 times the peak power of a domain lord, comparable to a king-level immortal at the limit. The power of the emperor armor is even more powerful, and can exert millions of times the power of a domain lord, reaching the strength of a universe venerable. After obtaining the general armor, Luo Feng entered the 7th battlefield of the extraterritorial battlefield through one of the 8 major cosmic army fixed transport points, the Kangnao Star, and was still assigned to the 026th barracks base. In the extraterritorial battlefield, Luo Feng experienced decades of battles, obtained more than 1 billion military merits, became a free soldier, left the Broken Star Belt, and entered the Yangji continent. As he fought, he continued to cultivate. While Luo Feng was fighting on the Yangji continent, the divine power base had been completed. Xiao Yu welcomed a distinguished guest in the Qinbao River Palace. Xiao Yu, the teacher asked me to inform you that the divine power base has been completed, and we are just waiting for your 7-colored altar. Venerable Gai appeared out of thin air in Xiao Yu's palace and said with a smile. Okay, senior brother, I will go and place the 7-colored altar immediately, Xiao Yu responded, already knowing about this. Let's teleport over there. You can still teleport there now. Once your original treasure is placed, you will no longer be able to teleport freely there, Venerable Gai said solemnly. The core of the entire divine power base is to deploy the 7-colored altar with a diameter of 3,000 light-years. If you can always teleport freely, even other alien super powerhouses can teleport freely. Once the 7-colored altar is placed, the various equipment built in the early stage will take effect, and the virtual universe system will also intervene in the work. Unless it is a high-level human race, or someone who has obtained permission, otherwise it is impossible to teleport within the divine power base, and can only fly. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded, and the colorful divine power permeated through space fluctuations. Xiao Yu and Venerable Gai appeared in the void in the middle of the divine power base after 2 consecutive teleports. Xiao Yu stood in the void, looking around. Now the entire divine power base, the middle 3,000 light-year range is empty, and the outer circle has 4 AAA-level god bases, as well as many god bases and planet fortresses, forming a joint defense network, protecting the entire base tightly. Release the 7-colored altar. Venerable Gai smiled. Okay, Xiao Yu responded, and with a flip of his hand, the 7-colored altar appeared in his palm. Chapter 277. Immediately, divine power permeated into the 7-colored altar, and at the same time, the 7-colored altar flew away from Xiao Yu, heading into the distance, and growing larger and larger. In a short while, it transformed into a massive altar with a diameter of 3,000 light-years. Senior brother, let's go in together, Xiao Yu said. The two teleported together to the core of the altar. At the very center of the altar, there was a crystal sphere with a diameter exceeding 100 billion kilometers. This crystal sphere had 10,081 faces, each with a wormhole, constantly communicating with the origin of the universe. Xiao Yu and Venerable Gai appeared at the center of the crystal sphere. Under normal circumstances, only Xiao Yu or those permitted by Xiao Yu could enter. This was a space with a diameter exceeding 100 million kilometers, shimmering with 7-colored light. The moment Xiao Yu entered, the entire 7-colored altar began to operate, and endless divine power poured down from above Xiao Yu, flowing into the divine power pool below the altar's crystal sphere. Normally, the divine power pool was hidden, only appearing when Xiao Yu needed it. Wow, this divine power is all the purest power of the origin laws, and it's all unknown divine power, Venerable Gai exclaimed. This is nothing, look, Xiao Yu waved his hand, and 100 screens appeared in the void, each displaying a small altar. These 100 divine power recovery spaces allow you to immediately absorb the endless power of laws you need from the Sea of Origin laws, and all can reach 1,000,000 times the speed, Xiao Yu continued, but to continuously use the recovered divine power here, you need to consume heavy treasure points or supreme treasure points. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, a card swiping area appeared on each miniature altar. At the same time, the 7-colored altar directly connected to the virtual universe system and obtained permission. From then on, the virtual universe system would participate in the management of the Origin Supreme Treasure, greatly reducing Xiao Yu's workload. You stay here, I'll leave first, Venerable Gai said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. Venerable Gai disappeared out of thin air, leaving the Divine Power Base. The Divine Power Base will not officially start operating until a century later, Xiao Yu thought to himself. During these 100 years, the 7-colored altar needed to work continuously, accumulating divine power. In 100 years, the divine power pool would be filled to 1%. At that time, a universe master would come to inspect the capacity of the divine power pool after it was filled. Naturally, just standing around for 100 years was not Xiao Yu's style. Although becoming an immortal meant his lifespan was equal to that of the original universe, he wouldn't waste it like this. Above Xiao Yu's vast divine kingdom, the temple emitted 7-colored light, and then an avatar was teleported in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked at the avatar in front of him, who was exactly like him, like a twin, and smiled. I'll have to trouble you, little 97. Before teleporting the 97th avatar, Xiao Yu specifically used the system to enhance the divine power of this avatar, strengthening its divine body to the 6,000 times limit of a king, with a divine body height of 60,000 kilometers. The 97th avatar looked at Xiao Yu and smiled slightly. You and I are one, there's no trouble at all. Xiao Yu, you're really bored, talking to yourself, Wu's voice entered the minds of the two. Haha, isn't it because I'm idle? Xiao Yu smiled slightly, then glanced at his avatar, and disappeared out of thin air from the 7-colored altar. He left through the Moyun Vine Divine Kingdom teleportation, entering Purple Thorn Island. Xiao Yu then continued his cultivation. In 100 years, Xiao Yu's 4th inheritance had been completed. He accepted the 5th inheritance once, and after digesting the inheritance, Xiao Yu did not continue to cultivate the beast god path. Instead, he began to explore his own cultivation path. When the 4th inheritance was completed, Xiao Yu now had clear clues, so Xiao Yu let the divided souls in each avatar constantly experiment. Within the vast 7-colored divine kingdom, far from time and space island, in a vast desert, stood a full 50 giant figures with a height of 10,000 kilometers in midair. These 50 giant figures were all the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. They were all Xiao Yu's avatars. At this moment, different lights flickered on the 50 avatars, and each avatar was trying different paths of fusion. Boom! The 59th avatar suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, and then annihilated, forming a black sphere. The gravity around the black sphere increased sharply, and the surrounding avatars turned into streams of light and flew away. The 8 avatars who had been paying attention to this from afar instantly began to summarize the experience. The 59th avatar was trying to fuse the wood origin law on the basis of the fusion of the gold and space laws. At the beginning of the fusion, it went relatively smoothly, but when Xiao Yu fused half of the laws, he felt that the operation of the gold and wood laws gradually became incoordinated. Xiao Yu originally wanted to rely on his strong willpower to forcibly fuse the 3 major origin laws of gold, wood, and space, but the conflict between the fusion laws became increasingly large, eventually forming a black hole with extremely amazing gravity. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was the master of the divine kingdom, and the 7-colored divine power swept over. Like a gust of wind, the black hole with extremely amazing gravity instantly dissipated. The divine power loss of the 59th avatar was absorbed by the divine kingdom as the purest energy. It seems that to try to add other origin laws on the basis of the 3 major laws of gold, wood, and space, there will be no conflict, Xiao Yu thought to himself. With a thought, a divine body like the previous 59th avatar, under Xiao Yu's control, detached from the world tree and appeared at the position of the miniature black hole just now. The 60th divided soul re-entered the avatar. The experiment continued. As time continued, one avatar after another shattered, and then recondensed, and then shattered again in the verification. Original Secret Realm Divine Power Base. For more than 100 years, Within a range of tens of thousands of light years around the seven-colored altar, dense fog surrounded it, and these mists were constantly radiating outwards. This was the opposite of the Star Tower, one radiating energy outwards, and the other constantly absorbing energy. These mists were the origin energy of the universe. The closer to the seven-colored altar, the more concentrated the origin energy of the universe was. These were all formed by the leakage of the law divine power absorbed by the seven-colored altar from the origin of the universe. The Lord of Darkness was the guardian of these tens of thousands of eras. More than 100 years had passed, and the seven-colored altar had accumulated more than 1% of unknown divine power. The Lord of Darkness rose from the temple that was hundreds of millions of kilometers high, looked into the distance, his divine body exuding dazzling and rich light, and then permeated the leaked divine power into the interlayer of space. Now that I have lost 20% of my divine body, let's see how much 1% of the divine power in the divine power pool of this seven-colored altar can restore. The Lord of Darkness thought to himself. Then he appeared outside the crystal sphere of the seven-colored altar, suspended in midair. Xiao Yu, open the divine power pool recovery channel, I want to test it, the Lord of Darkness said to himself. Yes, Martial Uncle, Xiao Yu responded. The one stationed here was a powerful avatar strengthened by the system. The avatar's divine power constantly permeated the entire seven-colored altar, constantly grasping the operation of the entire seven-colored altar, consuming huge divine power every moment, but with the blessing of the Origin Supreme Treasure, its divine power recovery speed was far greater than the consumption speed. Under the recovery speed of 10 million times, those small consumptions were insignificant. Chapter 278, 29.8%. Number 278 Chapter 278, A Long and Endless Life Part 1. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. With a thought from Xiao Yu, the pool of divine power, originally enveloped by an airtight layer of light, opened a channel spanning 10 light years. Endless law divine power surged upwards from the channel, forming a pillar of law divine power 10 light years wide. The Law Master enveloped the Dark Master, and all the divine power was absorbed by the Dark Master to restore his divine body. After a moment, the Dark Master's divine body was fully restored, and he transmitted a message, Xiao Yu, close the divine power pool channel, my divine body has been fully restored. How was the test, Uncle Master? Xiao Yu asked. The test results are very good. If the divine power pool is fully charged, the accumulated divine power is enough for a universe master to recover from 1% of their divine body to a complete divine body 1,000 times, the Dark Master said excitedly, I will tell this good news to Chaos. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Master, Xiao Yu said, also very pleased. With the seven-colored altar, humanity is equivalent to having several times the number of universe masters. In emergencies, the City Lord of Chaos and others can continuously unleash divine power and use various techniques that consume a lot of energy. With this seven-colored altar, humanity is equivalent to having more than a dozen battle maniacs whose divine power never runs out. With this treasure, humanity no longer fears being besieged by any other race in the original universe. Soon, many universe masters of humanity learned the news first, and then some top-level universe overlords also learned of this news, and they were all very excited. Haha, although my human race has never had a supreme treasure, we have now obtained an origin treasure that is no less than a supreme treasure. The City Lord of Chaos said excitedly. The other universe masters who learned the news were also very happy. With this seven-colored altar, they would not fear any battles in this original universe. The capacity of the seven-colored altar's divine power pool has been tested. Then, 50 years later, the divine power base was officially opened to the public. All human race high-level members above the universe venerable level, and even those above the venerable level in the Hong Alliance, could restore their divine bodies with compensation. In less than 100 years, all the universe venerables within the human race who had previously suffered serious divine body damage had recovered. The number of humans coming to the divine power base to restore their divine bodies decreased by countless times, with fewer than 10 people being received each year. Later, after a meeting of the human race's high-level members, it was decided to open the divine power base to all Hong Alliance members at the venerable level. From then on, all members of the Hong Alliance who reached the universe venerable level could apply to use the seven-colored altar with compensation if their divine bodies were damaged. Because the seven-colored altar was now located in the original secret realm, they were also allowed to enter the divine power base through fixed teleportation channels. Divine Power Base Reception Hall. In the hall, which had a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, there were thousands of human and alien universe venerables, scattered in the huge hall in groups of 3 or 5. Everyone in the hall was present in their true form, some as tall as tens of thousands of kilometers, and some as short as tens of kilometers. In a corner of the hall, 2 universe venerables, each over 1,000 kilometers tall, sat opposite each other. One of them, a universe venerable whose body resembled a rock life, boomed, "Venerable Bingo, I didn't expect you humans to have such a treasure for your race, and you can even open it to members of the Hong Alliance like us." Venerable Bingo of the human race, who looked like an Earth human but had a pair of long, pointed ears and wore scale armor, smiled, "Venerable Yuchuan Shanfang, we are all members of the Hong Alliance and should help each other. If our human race has good things, we should share them with our brother races." Haha, well said. I was ambushed by the Zerg Alliance scum in a cosmic secret realm, and my divine body was 80% damaged. I borrowed a treasure to escape, and I originally estimated that it would take 1,000 heavy treasure points worth of treasures and tens of thousands of years to recover my divine body. I didn't expect that now it only takes less than a year and only consumes 10 heavy treasure points to recover, the alien Yuchuan Shanfang Venerable said excitedly. The human race's divine power base not only reduced his consumption of restoring his divine body but also greatly saved the time required to restore his divine body, exceeding his imagination. Moreover, this kind of treasure can actually restore the divine bodies of 100 people at the same time, and the recovery effect for each person can be consistent. It's simply unimaginable. He had never heard of any origin treasure that could do this. This kind of treasure, which can be called a treasure for the race, is not hidden tightly in any race. But here in the human race, they can generously share it with other powerful races. The human race's big brother is really generous. Yuchuan Shanfang Venerable thought to himself, and said, I heard that the divine power base is located in the core secret realm of the human virtual universe company, in the original secret realm. I really want to see it. Although these Hong Alliance powerhouses are allowed to enter the divine power base, they are only allowed to move within this area of 3,000 light-years in diameter. They cannot directly leave this area, at least not with their universe venerable level strength. There's nothing special about the original secret realm, it's just that the energy is denser. In terms of mystery, it can't compare to many secret realms, Venerable Bingo said. Please number 035-6891-5476 proceed to Divine Power Recovery Cabin number 035. A mechanical voice sounded in the hall. At the same time, the smart wrist computer of Yuchuan Shanfang Venerable vibrated continuously. Yuchuan Shanfang Venerable opened the screen and saw that it was his turn, so he stood up and smiled. Venerable Bingo, it's my turn. I'll leave for half a year first. See you later in Hong Alliance City. Goodbye, it will be my turn soon, Venerable Bingo said. In the vast 7-colored divine kingdom, without a single error, one head, one hair, one inside, one content, all in 6, 9, one book, c. The 50 incarnations on the road of fusion experiments have been destroyed thousands upon thousands of times. But Xiao Yu was still blocked before the threshold of the 3-law fusion. Why is the fusion of 3 laws so difficult? But the 8 lower-level laws can be fused with higher-level laws separately. Then, can the 8 origin laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, and thunder be fused together? Xiao Yu thought to himself. Then Xiao Yu began to experiment with the fusion method between the 8 lower-level laws. There are 28 kinds of arrangements for the fusion of 2 of the 8 lower-level laws. Xiao Yu then mobilized 6 more incarnations, a total of 56 incarnations. Strive to have 2 incarnations for each fusion law to fuse through different angles. From the perspective of origin laws, there are 28 combinations. But each lower-level law has 72 kinds of essential mysteries. To successfully fuse them, it is necessary to consider the combination of 72 kinds of mysteries between the 2 major lower-level origin laws, which will be an astronomical number. If Xiao Yu did not have the reference of studying the beast god Dao before, then even if he tried from now until the end of reincarnation, he might not be able to find a suitable method. Xiao Yu spent another 1,000 years, destroying nearly 10 million incarnations, but still could not achieve the fusion between the 2 major lower-level origin laws. Although he did not succeed, it also allowed Xiao Yu to understand that problems would inevitably arise in the fusion between the essences of those characteristics. These experiments allowed him to understand these lower-level laws more thoroughly. Although he had previously understood the 8 lower-level laws, his understanding of these laws was not as profound as it is now. Now, if he uses any single law of the 8 major laws, he can instantly kill a peak-level king-level powerhouse. The 8 lower-level origin laws are definitely not as simple as they appear. During these 1,000 years, Xiao Yu never stopped studying the laws of time and space and the secret patterns. He has a deep understanding of the fusion of the mysteries of time and space. Chapter 279. 29.9%. Number 279. Chapter 279. 10,000 Years Part 2. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. The 3 great mysteries could already fuse any 2 of them. He wasn't far from comprehending the laws of time and space. To prevent himself from breaking through too quickly, Xiao Yu even greatly reduced the investment of soul calculation speed in the laws of time and space. The investment in these 2 high-level original laws was reduced to 2,000 times the calculation speed. Thus, he invested as much as 80,000 times the soul calculation speed into the fusion of the 10 original laws. As for the remaining 15,000 times the soul calculation speed, they were all plunged into the research of self-created secret techniques and secret pattern technology. With Xiao Yu's current soul calculation speed of an undying level perfect gene life, even a single calculation speed was comparable to the calculation speed of an intelligent optical brain. With such a huge amount of soul calculation speed invested, Xiao Yu made rapid progress in the fusion of original laws. Subsequently, Xiao Yu continued to explore for another 1,000 years and made great progress. For example, the fusion between the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and the laws of wind, thunder, and light progressed smoothly. The fusion between the 3 laws of wind, thunder, and light also achieved great results. However, the fusion between the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth would always get stuck on the fusion between certain laws of nature. Especially the fusion path of water and fire was almost impossible to move forward. There were many problems in the fusion between each essence, which required Xiao Yu to spend a lot of effort and will to solve. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth generate and restrain each other. Perhaps they should be fused at the same time, plus the 3 laws of wind, thunder, and light, as well as the original laws of time and space, to achieve fusion, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Xiao Yu thought of the 5 elements theory proposed by the ancient sages of Chinese civilization, which may also be applicable in the laws of the universe. At the same time, the research on the real and virtual secret patterns created by the original inhabitants of the sacrificial tower also benefited him a lot. The way of combining the virtual and the real may also be applied in the fusion of laws, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Perhaps we shouldn't start with the fusion between the essence of laws, but should start with the fusion between law systems, and then gradually deepen it. As the research deepened, ideas appeared in Xiao Yu's mind one by one. During the exploration, all these ideas, as long as he thought they were feasible, would be tested. When encountering problems that were really difficult to solve, Xiao Yu would sometimes ask the City Lord of Chaos for advice. Although Teacher Chaos did not cultivate the way of the Beast God, he had gone further and saw further in the way of laws. In the palace at the highest point of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, fire can be extremely hot, or it can be extremely cold. Similarly, water can be extremely cold, or it can be extremely hot. Fire can destroy everything, but it can still nurture life. Water can nurture life, but it can still destroy everything. The City Lord of Chaos looked at Xiao Yu and said. The City Lord of Chaos did not expect that Xiao Yu just wanted to take an unusual path, and his understanding of the laws was so profound that he told himself his understanding of the various laws one by one. Thank you, teacher, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Through the explanation of Teacher Chaos, he gained a lot of insights, and his understanding of the laws became more profound. At the same time, he was able to draw inferences from one instance, and he also had a deeper understanding of the fusion of original laws. In the Purple Thistle Taoist mansion, Xiao Yu got up and took a deep look at the original laws that were always manifested in the sky. System, let me perfectly comprehend the way of secret patterns, Xiao Yu thought to himself. His understanding of secret patterns had reached the Dacheng stage, but he still felt that the original inhabitants of the sacrificial tower lacked a lot of understanding of secret patterns. Although they had found a path, they had not gone very far on this path. Open black lens bracket 100 billion trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. An incomparably huge cosmic crystal mountain with a volume of trillions of cubic kilometers in the kingdom of God instantly turned into the purest cosmic energy and was instantly absorbed by the system. Then, streams of information poured into Xiao Yu's mind and were repeated over and over again, deepening Xiao Yu's understanding. Xiao Yu almost stopped all avatars and body activities except for the sacrificial tower avatar and the colorful altar avatar, and all souls were used to receive and practice this incomparably huge information. Gradually, Xiao Yu became immersed in the ocean of knowledge, in these novel and almost endless secret patterns. 100 years later, Xiao Yu's mind regained its calm. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Who would have thought that the way of secret patterns would be so broad? Xiao Yu sighed. Now I can derive countless virtual and real combined secret patterns with a single thought, covering a radius of 1,000 light years, forming a no-fly and no-time space within this 1,000 light years. He could directly condense various secret patterns using colorful divine power. Through these secret patterns, his divine power perception range would be extended thousands of times, and within all the divine power perception range, he could use divine power to condense various secret patterns. Whether it is a virtual secret pattern or a real secret pattern, it is still a kind of path derived from the basis of basic laws. It is similar to the way of fusion laws, but it is completely different. Basic laws not only include original laws but also other laws, at least in the system infusion obtained by Xiao Yu. However, after perfectly obtaining the way of secret patterns, I actually feel that these two completely different paths can be perfectly combined, Xiao Yu sighed. Now I have a direction again. Continue to practice, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Immediately, in the kingdom of God, each avatar resumed the research on the way of fusion, but it was different from before, adding virtual and real secret patterns. In the Purple Thistle Island, Xiao Yu disappeared out of thin air in the mansion and appeared in the island owner's palace square. Continue to accept the 5th level of the Beast God inheritance. Time flies, and 8,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Yu had already completely suspended the comprehension of the original laws of time and space. Now he was only one step away from comprehending the original laws of time and space, and instead devoted himself wholeheartedly to comprehending the way of fusion. Almost all 100,000 times the soul calculation speed were invested in this way. Finally, in the kingdom of God, above the vast desert, among the 56 colorful bodies with a height of tens of thousands of kilometers, one of the edge avatar divine bodies began to emit 9-colored light. The colorful light reflected the entire desert and enveloped the remaining 55 divine bodies. Suddenly, these 55 divine bodies presented two extremes. The 23 avatar divine bodies on one side were growing rapidly, while the 32 divine bodies on the other side were instantly annihilated. Even the desert on the ground showed a clear scene. On one side, the desert rapidly derived countless flowers, plants, and trees, and even derived some rabbits, insects, and fish, and then even derived intelligent life in the next moment. On the other side, however, was a completely different scene. The gray desert quickly turned black, and these black deserts quickly disappeared, eventually forming a huge hole. The kingdom of God automatically repaired, and countless colorful divine powers poured in, but it still could not be restored. Haha, it's done. Creation and destruction are just a product of the fusion of the 10 original laws, Xiao Yu laughed. Finally, after tens of thousands of years, he finally stepped into the threshold of the fusion of the 10 original laws and initially tried one of the fusion systems. The Dacheng's fusion of the 10 original laws should be the law of chaos. With one thought, all things are born, and with one thought, all things are destroyed. Breaking the boundary of realms can obtain the abilities that can only be obtained in higher realms in advance. This is the way of fusion of the 10 original laws. It should be called the law of chaos. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Chapter 280, 30%, Number 280. Chapter 280. The Earth's Vein. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. In the palace at the highest point of Thunder Island in the virtual universe. Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air in the chaotic currents, and with a single step, he arrived before the city lord of chaos. Teacher, Xiao Yu respectfully greeted. It is done. The city lord of chaos looked at his disciple, who was exuding a completely different aura, and smiled. The current Xiao Yu gave him a very different feeling than before. If the previous Xiao Yu was sharp and exposed, the current Xiao Yu had reached a state of returning to simplicity. Yes, I have stepped over the threshold and gained something, Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. Now, even when facing a universe master like the City Lord of Chaos, he could be calm and composed. Of course, he would respect the City Lord of Chaos, but he would not be intimidated by his aura. Haha, the City Lord of Chaos laughed loudly, as expected of my most talented disciple, to have walked such a different path. I hope you can go further on this path. Yes, thank you, teacher, for your help all this time, Xiao Yu sincerely thanked. Haha, you are much less worrying than Luo Feng, the City Lord of Chaos sighed. Although Luo Feng was equally outstanding, his growth was always accompanied by various crises. What happened to Luo Feng, teacher? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. In these 10,000 years, although Xiao Yu would pay attention to external affairs in the first 1,000 years, he later devoted almost all of his mind to comprehending and fusing laws. As a result, he was not very clear about Luo Feng's entry into the ancestral god cult. That fellow is a handful, the City Lord of Chaos said with a smile and a scolding, go and ask him yourself. The City Lord of Chaos was very happy in his heart. Both of his disciples, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng, were peerless geniuses, and one was more monstrous than the other. One showed the talent of a peerless genius from the beginning and had always been a genius, while the other became more and more talented. Okay, teacher, Xiao Yu once again respectfully bowed to his teacher, the City Lord of Chaos. Then, he disappeared into thin air from the palace. Afterward, he appeared in Hong's manor in the primordial secret realm. On the way, through the information collected by Wu, Xiao Yu learned that Hong had been promoted to the World Master level in these 10,000 years and had entered the initial universe to cultivate for 1,000 years, and then entered the extraterritorial battlefield for 5,000 years of life and death training. He retired from the extraterritorial battlefield 500 years ago and returned to the primordial secret realm to prepare for his promotion to the undying level. Big brother, congratulations on successfully retiring from the extraterritorial battlefield, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Haha, you used to treat us to good wine, now it's my turn to treat you, Hong laughed, then with a flip of his hand, a bottle of wine emitting a silver light floated in the void. Hong used his world power to pour a cup for each of them. Delicious, Xiao Yu picked up a cup of silver liquid, took a sip, and then continued, in 10,000 years, Earth has developed well, and the four of us have become powerful individuals. Although Hong did not seize a special life, he had made a great name for himself in the extraterritorial battlefield with his understanding of the laws. With the power of a world master, he successfully killed a peak king level expert. Although far inferior to Xiao Yu and Luo Feng, he still became a one-star member of the Hong Alliance. Similarly, Lei Shen had also become a strong world master in these 10,000 years. In 10,000 years, Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that the 8 servants in his palace had all been promoted to Undying, and the lowest was an Undying military lord. All 8 of them had benefited greatly from Xiao Yu's previous guidance, and they were all in the primordial secret realm, where the origin energy of the universe was rich. In addition, Xiao Yu had invested a lot of resources in them, which allowed them to be promoted to the Undying level. Ancestor, my Xiao family has now become the de facto first family in the Qinwu universe country. In addition to Uranus 8, Ancestor Xiao Ling has also been promoted to the Undying level, and there are more than 50,000 world masters, said Undying military lord Xiao He. Not only is my Earth Xiao family developing well, but the Luo family, Hong family, and Lei Shen's family are also developing quite well. Our 4 families are considered the 4 major families of Earth in the Qinwu universe country. Among the 3 families, although there is no Undying level yet, the number of world masters has exceeded 10,000, and the Luo family has more than 20,000 world masters, Xiao He continued. Xiao Yu knew all of this. He had an incarnation hidden in the sacrificial tower, so he was naturally familiar with the various powerhouses of the Earth lineage. After all, many of these powerhouses still entered the god country of the star-devouring grass to cultivate. Now the Earth lineage has more than 100,000 world masters, reaching as many as 130,000, more than 100 million domain lords, and more than 10 billion universe levels. As for the star level, it is even more common. As long as they are from the Earth lineage, they will be promoted to the star level as soon as they reach adulthood. They either have good talent to improve to the star level, or they use resources to accumulate and become the star level. Earth can have such development today, thanks to Xiao Yu's unreserved cultivation. He has invested a lot of money. To cultivate so many world masters in a short period of time, the resources consumed are also massive. The resources accumulated are larger than dozens of Earths. Of course, these resources are not all from Xiaoyu's personal contribution, a large part of them come from the income of commercial activities on Earth. An average of hundreds of billions of newborns are born on Earth every year. Most of these newborns are from all over the human territory. After more than 10,000 years of verification, many of the souls of these newborns born on Earth have been evolved, and dozens of them have stood out in the genius battle every 5,000 years, and some strong people who have not caught up with the genius battle have also entered the virtual universe and the giant axe martial arts arena through the peak battle of Universe Strong. This significant effect has further increased the enthusiasm of the strong people in the human territory to choose to Earth to nurture newborns for their descendants by several times. Due to the overheating of this project and the limited living area on Earth, the virtual universe company has had to increase prices several times. Now the price has increased tenfold, but it still cannot resist the enthusiasm of the descendants of the strong families who know the inside story. The Earth newborn breeding quota is already full, and even reservations for 1,000 years later are full. The reason why there are no longer reservations is not because these strong people think it is too long, but because the virtual universe company thinks it is too long and maintains the reservation time for only 1,000 years. From this, one can also imagine how much dividends Xiaoyu and the others can get every year, which is an astronomical figure every year. Xiaoyu invested most of it in the cultivation of the family and the Earth lineage, as did Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen. Now that Earth has so many world masters, Xiaoyu feels that he can promote the life and death experience of world masters. Every era, there is a plan to send 100,000 world masters to the extraterritorial battlefield. Perhaps less than 1/10 of these 100,000 world masters can survive in the extraterritorial battlefield, but the lowest level of this less than 1/10 of the world masters is also the World Master War General, and even most of the surviving world masters can become undyings. Virtual Universe Time and Space Plane. Xiaoyu invited Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen to discuss this matter. The Law of the Jungle, Survival of the Fittest. We have previously sent a large number of universe and domain lord levels to the extraterritorial battlefield, which is why we have so many world master level members today, Luo Feng said while drinking a glass of fruit wine. Chapter 281. 30.1%. Number 281 Chapter 281 King Hongxi. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Only by implementing this policy can the Earth lineage truly develop, Thor agreed. After 10,000 years of development, Earth humans have occupied the entire Milky Way galaxy. Even all the life-bearing planets in the Milky Way are not enough. Therefore, my 3 brothers and I jointly purchased the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield to supply the development of Earth humans, Hong said. Hundreds of billions of Earth humans, most of whom are still only ordinary star level. Without our resource supply, most of them would be at most planet level, or even just apprentice level. The bloodline of a powerful race will improve, not only because the strong are favored by the laws of the universe, but also because of the investment of a large number of resources. This can improve the bloodline of the race in a short period of time. Otherwise, waiting for the laws of the universe to improve the bloodline of the race may take tens of thousands of epochs to see significant results. With such a large population base, many strong individuals will emerge, but it is still too slow. Only through life and death trials can true strong individuals be born. Without the heart of a strong individual, one cannot go far with just a high level, Xiaoyu said. Xiaoyu and his 3 brothers shared the same opinion and quickly reached an agreement. Then, the 4 of them began to chat idly. During the chat, Xiaoyu learned about Luo Feng's experiences over the past 10,000 years. After entering the 7th battlefield, Luo Feng spent 1,000 years on Mist Sand Island, creating his own ultimate technique, Bright Moon Strategy. Then, he entered the main continent of Yan Sacrifice Continent. On the main continent, he accumulated military merits and encountered multiple attacks from the mechanical races Zuika. When Zuika used the 9 Absolute Divine Kingdom, Luo Feng used the Wings of Wu Killing, his own ultimate technique, and 3 immortal level 1000 Vine Star Devouring Grasses to break through Zuika's 9 Absolute Divine Kingdom. At the same time, he seized 81 G-level metal puppets, causing Zuika to suffer heavy losses. However, Zuika's detector was too advanced, and Luo Feng couldn't find Zuika's trace, allowing Zuika to escape. After gaining a great harvest, Luo Feng wanted to sell it through Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu had not appeared in the virtual universe and could not be contacted. In the end, Luo Feng had to sell his many gains through his teacher, Tru Yan King, which earned him as much as 10 billion chaos units. Later, Luo Feng encountered a black-armored youth from the demon race, who possessed an item that attracted him. After killing him, he obtained the second piece of the 9 Calamity Secret Manual, as well as the Dream Light Divine Envoy inheritance and many cultivation items. Luo Feng not only killed the elementary level King Black Armor Youth but also escaped from the encirclement of 3 alien race kings, Death Spirit King, Zhujian King, and Zuika. As a result, Luo Feng was unanimously approved by the 108 Universe Venerable level members of the Hong Alliance and joined the Hong Alliance, becoming a 1-star member. Third brother, what star level are you in the Hong Alliance now? Luo Feng asked. 6 stars. I killed a high-level Universe Venerable on Zijing Island before, so I was promoted to a 6-star member, Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu had previously entered the Hong Alliance plane specifically to check. That's amazing. Third brother, to be able to reach the level that only Universe Overlords can reach at the immortal level is truly amazing, Luo Feng sighed. Now Luo Feng had also become a 4-star member, the same as his teacher, Tru Yan King. Later, on Yan's Sacrifice Continent, I got news of the Sacrifice Tower, so I entered the Sacrifice Tower with my friends. After many hardships, I finally obtained hundreds of billions of chaos units of cultivation resources and a secret pattern weapon from the Sacrifice Tower treasure due to my Mosha race clone, Luo Feng continued. A secret pattern weapon, I also obtained one before, but I don't need it anymore, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. And as long as I want, I can create a batch. The Sacrifice Tower natives exhausted their resources to create only 100 virtual secret pattern treasures, but Xiao Yu now relied on the resources of the entire human race and was proficient in the art of secret patterns. He could create more powerful and more secret pattern weapons. I was just saying that the treasure tower on our Earth is very similar to the Sacrifice Tower. It turns out that third brother obtained a Sacrifice Tower before, Luo Feng said. So that was a Sacrifice Tower. It's really magical. Even the power of the world can't detect anything inside, Thor rubbed his bald head. Second brother, if you want one, I can build a sacrifice tower for you when I have time, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Building a sacrifice tower was easy for him now. Then he looked at Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng, continue. Not long after leaving the sacrifice tower, I left Yan's Sacrifice Continent and went to the most dangerous place in the entire 7th battlefield, the Star Tower, Luo Feng continued. Luo Feng had obtained the title of Saber River King on Yan's Sacrifice Continent. I know about this. Luo Feng entered the Star Tower and disappeared for 6,000 years. The outside world reported the news of Luo Feng's fall, Thor said. Xiao Yu had also heard this news. Although Xiao Yu devoted most of his energy to cultivation, the clone in the colorful altar still learned some news. Didn't the Ganwu Universe Kingdom or other Universe Kingdoms feel tempted? Xiao Yu asked. Why not? That sword-taught king has sent negotiation teams to negotiate with Shu Xin and Luo Hua many times. Luo Feng smiled slightly, but they are just testing the waters and dare not be too aggressive. Of course not, our Earth lineage is not without strong individuals. Even if Luo Feng is in danger, as long as the third brother is still here, they won't dare to do anything. Thor said. Moreover, after you, Luo Feng, entered the Star Tower and disappeared, not long after, Big Brother Hong left Chaos City and entered the 7th battlefield. Big Brother really killed everyone in the 7th battlefield and created the name of Hong Shi King. Later, Big Brother entered the Star Tower to find Luo Feng, but he couldn't find him until Luo Feng left the Star Tower. Big Brother received the news and then left the Star Tower and continued to undergo life and death training in various dangerous places in the extraterritorial battlefield, Thor continued. Later, Luo Feng returned to Earth and killed Mo Shou King to avenge your teacher, Huyanbo. Babata's little devil image appeared on Luo Feng's shoulder. Babata looked at Xiao Yu and then complained. Xiao Yu, you say your strength is so strong, yet you still waited for Luo Feng to take revenge. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, I consulted Luo Feng's opinion before. At that time, he expressed his intention to take revenge himself, so I naturally couldn't refuse. In Xiao Yu's current view, Mo Shou King's strength was too poor. He could easily kill Mo Shou King with just a clone. Now, any of Xiao Yu's clones, as long as they reside in a split soul, have a minimum strength of invincible king level. After killing Mo Shou King, I entered Ice Hell Star. After more than 2,000 years on Ice Hell Star, I created my own unique skill. Later, I encountered the Sky Wolf Lord. Thanks to the rescue of my teacher, City Lord Chaos, I escaped from Ice Hell Star, Luo Feng continued. Haha, Luo Feng is really amazing. He actually used a virtual world receiver to exchange a Beast God inheritance token with the Sky Wolf Lord, Hong sighed. Cheers to Luo Feng's luck. Xiao Yu raised his glass. Cheers, cheers. Hong, Luo Feng, and Thor all raised their glasses. After a round of drinks, the three of them, Luo Feng continued. After that, my teacher, Tru Yan King, and I entered Zijing Island of the ancestral god sect. I even went to your mansion before, but no one came out. Chapter 282. 30.2%. Number 282. Chapter 282. Venerable Zhen Yan. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Luo Feng caused quite a stir after entering Purple Thorn Island, but you, Old Third, were still immersed in cultivation at that time. Hong laughed and said, Luo Feng accepted the challenges of 830,000 third-level inheritors on Purple Thorn Island, and his record is outstanding. It can be said that Luo Feng has repeatedly shocked the universe. Lei Shen said enviously, when will I be able to have such a glorious record? Alas, a big reputation isn't necessarily a good thing. I encountered an attack just as I finished all the challenges and was about to accept the inheritance. My human body was instantly destroyed. Luo Feng said distressed-edly, if it weren't for the restrictions on Purple Thorn Island, my treasures, especially the 3 treasures you made, Xiao Yu, would have been obtained by the alien races. Who was trying to assassinate you? Xiao Yu's voice rose by a third. His voice was cold, causing the surrounding space-time to freeze as if frozen. Lei Shen, Hong, and Luo Feng were shocked and trapped. Third brother, Luo Feng shouted, struggling to break free. Haha, sorry, I just finished cultivating, and I can't control myself when I get emotional. Xiao Yu quickly restrained his power, and Hong and Lei Shen regained their ability to move. Old Third, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Hong sighed. Yeah, Xiao Yu, how did you form such a strong binding force in the virtual universe? Lei Shen asked in surprise. Lei Shen has been in the core of the Universe Mercenary Alliance for more than 10,000 years, and he knows much more about cultivation than before. Third brother, I also want to ask about this. In the virtual universe, without permission, I'm afraid even the Universe Lord can't do this. Luo Feng asked. The virtual universe network is actually just a network. The strong humans all send a trace of consciousness into the virtual universe network. Although the virtual universe can simulate various law effects, it is far from producing real effects. Even the Universe Lord can only exert pressure through aura to deter, but cannot use laws to bind consciousness. I obtained the inheritance of the sacrificial tower maker before, and I have learned their secret patterns. The secret patterns have merged with my divine power and soul. Just now, I was emotionally excited, so I subconsciously used the void secret pattern. Xiao Yu explained. In fact, Xiao Yu didn't tell the whole story. This is related to the fusion law he cultivated. The void secret pattern alone cannot do this. Third brother, I heard from Teacher Chaos that you are also cultivating the Beast God inheritance. When you have time, let's spar in the glory world. Luo Feng said. Oh, when there is a chance. Xiao Yu scratched his head embarrassedly and said softly, I am already at the 6th level of inheritance. You haven't said who assassinated you yet. Xiao Yu remembered that Luo Feng hadn't answered his question and continued to ask. One of them is the Swamp Erosion Venerable of the Demon Race, and he has been killed by the 5-colored Aurora Lake. The other one is the Weiguang Venerable of the Zerg Alliance, and he failed to carry out the assassination. Luo Feng replied. These alien races are really hateful. When they see a genius appearing in our human race, they try every means to assassinate them. Lei Shen said angrily, both Xiao Yu and Luo Feng have been assassinated by these alien races. Our human race previously had a super strong person who overwhelmed the entire primitive universe, the Origin Ancestor. These alien races are afraid that our race will have another Origin Ancestor, so they try every means to hunt down our race's geniuses. Xiao Yu explained. Origin Ancestor, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen were all extremely surprised. Yes, he is the first strongest person in the universe of our human race, even stronger than Giant Axe. The virtual universe network was created by one of his secret techniques. Xiao Yu continued. What? Luo Feng was surprised. The virtual universe network is actually a secret technique, covering such a huge area. How powerful must that super strong person be? Such a strong person, why is there no information about him? Hong asked. He was suppressed by the primitive universe for some reason. Xiao Yu continued, okay, it's too early to talk about him now, let's wait until we become universe lords. The strongest person in the universe is an existence even stronger than the universe lord. Luo Feng said. Luo Feng, has your third clone been conceived? Xiao Yu asked. Third brother, my third clone is already being conceived. Luo Feng laughed. Xiao Yu calculated the time. Luo Feng should be in Purple Thorn Island now, so he reminded, when you have time, you can go to the treasure land to take a look, maybe you can get a treasure inside. Third brother, the deeds on Purple Thorn Island have become legends. Beast God gave treasures, and treasures were obtained in the treasure land. Luo Feng said. I'm really envious of you too. Lei Shen said a little sourly. As the four leaders of the Earth lineage, Xiao Yu and the four of them have agreed to conduct life and death training for the World Lord level powerhouses. For the current Earth lineage, the best life and death training is to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. Although the Earth has also established a parliamentary system, as long as Xiao Yu and the other three pass it, even if there is opposition below, it must be implemented. These World Lord levels will still be sent to the extraterritorial battlefield and reassigned military merit tasks. Most of them were promoted to the World Lord level in the battlefield. It can be said that they are clearer than anyone else about the dangers of the extraterritorial battlefield. In this way, they, who have rich experience, will have a greater chance of survival when they enter the extraterritorial battlefield again than others. What's more, Xiao Yu also specially manufactured tens of thousands of various treasures comparable to top-level treasures for them to exchange to protect their safety. Among them, only a part of the strong have enough points to exchange. Now that Xiao Yu has embarked on the path of fusion laws, he has redivided the soul calculation speed that each job can obtain. Among them, in terms of the 8 beast god inheritances, each piece can only obtain 2,000 times the soul calculation speed. In terms of self-created secret methods, 20,000 times the soul calculation speed was obtained. Comprehending the 4th level secret method of Origin Soul, obtained 10,000 times the soul calculation speed. Comprehending the secret method of I Am Time and Space, obtained 5,000 times the soul calculation speed. Exploring the Chaos Law obtained 43,500 times the soul calculation speed. The human body obtained 5,000 times the soul calculation speed. As for the remaining 500 times the soul calculation speed, it is dynamically divided according to the remaining clone Xiao Yu. In fact, the soul calculation speed obtained by all of Xiao Yu's clones is dynamically divided, specifically according to Xiao Yu's needs. Returning to the state of cultivation, Xiao Yu often enters the place of inheritance. 100 years later, Xiao Yu heard a rumor that Luo Feng entered the treasure land and caused a shock in the treasure land, and obtained the treasure of the 106th high mountain peak. Luo Feng deserves to be the son of destiny, even so, he still obtained the silver dragon phantom ship, that flying palace treasure. Xiao Yu thought to himself. The wine master's wine ship is extremely well known throughout the universe. At the same time as knowing this news, Xiao Yu also learned that True Yan King has been promoted to venerable, although he is the most ordinary universe venerable, but when Luo Feng was trapped in the 9 nether time and space, he happily slashed that Bark Mirror King. After True Yan King was promoted to universe venerable, a palace was added to the mountainside of Thunder Island. Xiao Yu had been cultivating before and did not go to congratulate him. The incarnation stationed in the virtual universe came to the front of the palace. Under the gaze of the two servants, Xiao Yu transmitted the voice, True Yan Venerable, Time and Space King, come to congratulate you. Chapter 283. 30.3%. Number 283. Chapter 283. Fusion Space Fragments. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. In the Zijing Island mansion, Xiao Yu got up and then appeared in front of the water curtain of the treasure land. He took a step and appeared in the treasure land. Xiao Yu looked far into the sky. The thousands of auroras that originally enveloped the 106th mountain had been retracted into the 5-colored aurora lake. With the power of the 7 colors spreading, Xiao Yu teleported directly to Luo Feng's side. Congratulations, I heard you got a treasure as soon as I entered the glory world, and it's one of the 108 treasures. Xiao Yu smiled, that's why I rushed over to watch. Previously, number 108 treasures were unearthed in 1.2 million epochs, but now 108 treasures have been unearthed in 2 epochs. It's just a top-level heavy treasure. Luo Feng grinned. Let's go, I've prepared a celebration banquet for you in my mansion. Xiao Yu laughed, I just invited him in the virtual universe, as well as some inheritors from our Hong Alliance. Third brother, I still want to take advantage of my good luck and continue to wander around. Luo Feng said. What are you wandering around for? As long as you get a treasure in this treasure land, you'll never get a second one. Xiao Yu said, this can be regarded as a rule formed over the long years since the ancestral god sect opened up the treasure land. Oh, so third brother has verified it once before. Luo Feng blinked and asked. That's right, I wandered around for half a day for nothing, wasting time. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, let's go, you'll be surrounded soon. Okay, Luo Feng nodded, let's go, teleport directly. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the two disappeared out of thin air, and when they reappeared, they were already at the exit of the treasure land. Stepping out, leaving the explosion site, the two appeared in the square, and then the two disappeared out of thin air and appeared at the entrance of Xiao Yu's mansion. Then Xiao Yu invited Luo Feng in. Xiao Yu carefully prepared a banquet, and soon Venerable Zhen Yan and others arrived one after another. After a banquet, Luo Feng was summoned by the city lord of chaos. And Xiao Yu resumed his cultivation. Time flies, and 500 years have passed in a flash. Xiao Yu has perfected the 4th level secret technique of primal soul, and all preparations for merging the space fragments have been completed. Through the Moyun Vine God Kingdom teleportation, Xiao Yu appeared in a mineral star field in the Qingwu Universe Kingdom. There were no life planets within a radius of 10,000 light years. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and a huge crack opened in the surrounding space, and countless space fragments appeared in front of him. Taking a step, Xiao Yu walked leisurely, step by step into the depths of the space interlayer. Each step was 1,000,000 kilometers. After a while, Xiao Yu appeared in a space fragment with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers. He looked at the entire space fragment with satisfaction. This space fragment was very round, and the size also met the fusion requirements. This was already the limit he could fuse now. This is different from building a god kingdom before. After building a god kingdom, it is the prototype of a small universe. However, to merge space fragments, it is also necessary to refine them, and finally turn reality into illusion. Fusion begins. Xiao Yu stood in the center of the space fragment, and the 7-colored divine power imprinted 360 soul secret patterns on the space fragment. These 360 secret patterns were all obtained from analyzing the primal core secret technique before. As the secret patterns merged, the entire space fragment gradually began to vibrate, and finally became more and more intense. The vibration became more and more regular. Xiao Yu released his soul power to cover the entire space fragment. Countless soul powers penetrated into the depths of the space fragment with the integration of the secret patterns. This is a magical and tiny world. If calculated according to the actual size, the depths of the space fragment are only 1 meter in size, but in this 1 meter, you can enter any part of the entire space fragment. To enter this depth through the space fragment, these 360 secret patterns need to be integrated into the space fragment according to a certain orientation and sequence, and the soul power must penetrate into it at the appropriate time. Only then can it be done. If any step is not done well, all previous efforts will be wasted. Before setting off, Xiao Yu had simulated it countless times in his mind before daring to implement it. In the depths of this space fragment, there is a crystal ball the size of a sesame seed, and this crystal ball has 10,081 sides. Xiao Yu's soul power instantly penetrated into this crystal ball. Finally succeeded. Xiao Yu sighed. Imprinting his soul imprint in the space fragment is the first step. The second step is to use massive soul power to refine the entire space fragment and turn reality into illusion. When building the God Kingdom, the space fragment is virtual, and the God Kingdom is real. Compared with soul power, the space fragment is real, and even like a treasure, it has a unique structure, inside and out. In order to quickly restore soul power, Xiao Yu prepared massive treasures. Massive soul power penetrated into the depths of the space fragment through the soul secret patterns, filling the space of 1 meter, and then strands of soul power penetrated into the crystal ball. The soul power vibrated constantly according to a special vibration frequency. During the vibration, the soul power was rapidly consumed, but the sesame-sized crystal ball gradually began to become illusory. However, the speed of virtualization was very slow, and it could not be seen by the human eye. This is a slow and steady process. Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Luo Feng's current strength is comparable to a king, and the City Lord of Chaos has allowed him to move to the foot of the mountain like many immortals, and has a fixed residence. Inside Luo Feng's palace, Luo Feng and Xiao Yu sat opposite each other. Luo Feng, congratulations on the successful birth of your third clone. Xiao Yu smiled, then picked up a glass of wine and raised his glass. Haha, after hundreds of years, it has finally been conceived. Luo Feng was very happy. I hope that one day, you can become my existence. Xiao Yu smiled. Oh, what do you mean? Luo Feng asked suspiciously. You will know after a while. Xiao Yu said with a smile, but did not answer his question. Damn, third brother, what is it? It's so mysterious. Luo Feng pretended to be angry. In the original universe, there are many secrets, such as asterisk, which cannot be said. Even if it is said, it will be shielded by the laws of the universe. Xiao Yu smiled. Even some things, such as asterisk, cannot be said in the universe C, only those who have reached the corresponding realm and past can talk to each other. There is such a thing. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Luo Feng's voice was shielded intermittently, not like a prank. Besides, Xiao Yu never pranks. When are you going to advance to immortality? Xiao Yu asked. With your current understanding of the laws, you should be able to advance. After a while, Luo Feng said, Fourth, I'm not urging you, but I want to see if you can successfully advance to immortality. Xiao Yu smiled. What is it? My understanding of the origin of the law of gold is only a little bit short, isn't it easy to advance? Luo Feng said speechlessly. For him, advancing to immortality has never been difficult, but he wants to lay a good foundation for the future. Time passed, and 1,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. After 1,000 years of slow and steady work, Xiao Yu finally refined the entire space fragment, and now what needs to be done is the final procedure of the second step. Turning reality into illusion. It is also the most dangerous for Xiao Yu today. With a thought, Xiao Yu's venerable god armor covered his whole body, and the wings of time and space unfolded to shield his entire body. Not only that, even the palace-like treasure, Tianhua Palace, appeared. Xiao Yu directly entered the Tianhua Palace. Chapter 284. 30.4%. Number 284. Chapter 284. Soul Transformation. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Having completed all protective preparations, Xiao Yu's human form, along with his other incarnations, injected 99% of their soul power into the spatial fragment. Xiao Yu's human form, the World Tree Avatar, and all 98 other incarnations each retained at least 1x soul calculation speed, maintaining the operation and work of each avatar and incarnation. Of the 99% of soul power injected into the spatial fragment, 90% entered the depths of the spatial fragment. Then, Xiao Yu's soul power began to oscillate at an extremely high frequency, billions of times higher than the highest frequency of light. The rapidly oscillating soul power gradually materialized, becoming like immortal divine power, and then this soul power within the spatial fragment resonated with the soul power deep within the spatial fragment. Since both were Xiao Yu's soul power, with the same oscillation frequency, resonance was easily achieved. The resonance caused spatial turbulence and backlash. PFF'd. A mouthful of 7-colored blood spurted out, and 80% of the 99% of soul power that Xiao Yu had dispersed instantly vanished. The remaining 19% of soul power, however, seemed even stronger, several times more powerful than the previous 99%. As the resonance frequency rapidly increased, the remaining 19% of soul power was also rapidly consumed. From 1.5x, 2x, 2.5x, 3x, and the soul power decreased from 19%, 18%, 17%. In just a moment, it increased to 10x, and the soul power was reduced to only 3%. Hurry up and materialize, Xiao Yu silently hoped. Along with the 1% of divine soul within his divine body, he only had 4% of soul power left. If his soul hadn't been enhanced 10,000 times, he wouldn't be able to control his divine body, which was over 90,000 kilometers in size. Tear. Purple cracks suddenly appeared on the spatial fragment, and more of them. Don't let anything unexpected happen, Xiao Yu thought anxiously. Now, he had no chance to start over. Because once it failed, he would have to endure the same backlash as before, and then his soul power would turn into nothingness. Perhaps when the time came for failure, he could only rely on the system. But now he couldn't replenish any soul power, because once any new soul power entered, it would break the resonance, leading to fusion failure. Only by using the system to restore soul power at the moment of certain failure could he avoid falling. But Xiao Yu didn't want to fail. This, primal soul, secret technique was something he had painstakingly cultivated drop by drop for nearly 10,000 years, spending countless efforts during that time. Now, he could only persevere. I still want to see my parents, I still want to return to the world of my previous life, save that world, and see my lover, Xiao Yu thought to himself, his heart even more determined. Nearly 4% of his soul power instantly ignited, unleashing an effect surpassing 1,000 times. The resonance frequency instantly increased to 100x. Boom. Rumble. The spatial fragment instantly turned into a phantom, and suddenly the surrounding fragments collided towards Xiao Yu. Rumble. Pieces of spatial fragments collided into the heavenly brilliance hall, but Xiao Yu inside the flying palace treasure was not affected in the slightest. At the same time, the crystal sphere deep within the spatial fragment and the spatial fragment both turned into phantoms. Receive. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, his soul power no longer burning, and withdrew all his soul power. The phantom formed by the spatial fragment returned to Xiao Yu's divine body along with the withdrawal of soul power. The 99% of soul power that was emitted before, now only 2% has returned. Xiao Yu looked at the soul power that returned to his body, as pure and substantial as immortal divine power, and felt a sense of wonder. The 2% of soul power was like a strand of purple hair, only a foot long. This strand of soul power returned to the divine body and instantly turned into countless smaller strands, merging into every part of the immortal divine power within the divine body, and then emitted an invisible force field. The force field instantly spread and covered the entire divine body, which was over 90,000 kilometers high. Xiao Yu had previously been unable to maintain a small size due to the great reduction of soul power in his body and could only become his original size. The force field projected, traversed time and space, and projected into Xiao Yu's main body and various incarnations. The previously remaining 1% of soul power immediately changed and was assimilated by the purple, substantial soul power. Now, Xiao Yu only had 3% of soul power left in his divine body, but he felt that his control over his body was 100 times more refined than before. The fusion of the spatial fragment is complete. Since the spatial fragment had materialized, the fusion was completed with the last trace of soul entering the divine body. Xiao Yu felt as if a world was shrouded around his divine body. As the seven-colored divine power permeated out, he felt an invisible force field covering his body surface, and this force field could achieve the effect of being close yet worlds apart. This invisible force field was the small world that Xiao Yu had fused with before, which had already been materialized. According to the primal soul secret technique, this world will gradually become larger with cultivation and the strengthening of soul power, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Restore soul power. Xiao Yu began to devour countless treasures that restored soul power. What's going on? These treasures can't restore soul power. Xiao Yu was extremely surprised. He had devoured enough treasures to restore 10 times his previous soul power. But the soul power in his divine body didn't change in the slightest. System, restore soul power. Open black lens bracket. Wish coins are insufficient to fulfill the wish, close black lens bracket. Wish coins, what is that thing? System, what are wish coins? Open black lens bracket. Insufficient permissions to parse, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu was already depressed. Treasures couldn't restore soul power, and even the system couldn't temporarily restore soul power, so what should he do? Since it doesn't affect my control over my divine body, I'll leave here first. Xiao Yu took a step and teleported to the space interlayer closest to the original universe, and then with a wave of his hand, the space was torn open, and then he stepped in. Xiao Yu appeared in the original universe. Boom! From the depths of the endless void, boundless pressure came from all directions, enveloping Xiao Yu. A huge mineral planet over 100,000 kilometers in size, millions of kilometers away from Xiao Yu, was instantly crushed by the pressure, pulverized into the smallest particles, forming a nebula reaching 1 light-year in size. Xiao Yu was very familiar with this pressure. It had descended when he became immortal, but it was incomparable to what it was now. Xiao Yu wondered, had he done something that violated the laws of the universe? Could it be that he had done something taboo? But he was just a small immortal. Even if his comprehension of the laws was higher, it shouldn't be anything, right? Xiao Yu suddenly looked up at the sky and saw an eye covering the entire universe. The eyeball emitted mysterious law auras, as if it was formed by endless laws. It not only contained the 10 original laws, but also the 8 fusion laws, and even the trace of chaos law that Xiao Yu cultivated. The eye formed by endless laws scanned Xiao Yu, as if to confirm Xiao Yu's identity. For a long time, Xiao Yu didn't know how long it had passed, before the eyeball disappeared, and then all the pressure and restraints instantly disappeared. Everything returned to peace. Xiao Yu touched his nose, as if he was dreaming. Then he looked at the nebula formed by the huge mineral planet to confirm that everything just now was not a dream. Xiao Yu kept recalling his actions, and didn't find any actions that didn't conform to the rules. How could it have alarmed the laws of the universe to descend? Chapter 285. 30.5%. Number 285. Chapter 285. Inches. Source Soul. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Could it be related to the transformation of my soul power? Perhaps. But why is the universe's operating law copying the fusion law I comprehended? Xiao Yu kept thinking. Damn. Xiao Yu spat disdainfully. He was very sure that the fusion law of the original universe was slightly different from what he had just seen. And that slight difference was the fusion method of the top 10 cosmic origins. After all, what he comprehended was the chaos law, which was very different from the fusion law of the original universe. Although the chaos law is also a fusion law, it is based on the top 10 original laws, adding the way of virtual and real secret patterns, which has achieved today's chaos law. He only comprehended a trace of the chaos law, and he had already comprehended some of the ways of life and death, which shows the greatness of the chaos law. This is definitely an extremely broad road. As for the end of the road, Xiao Yu didn't know. Xiao Yu restrained his mind and immediately teleported back to the Thousand Treasure River Palace through the Moyun Vine God Kingdom. Divine Power Base. Xiao Yu's avatar has been in the core control room of the Seven-Colored Altar, maintaining the operation of the Seven-Colored Altar, this original treasure, all the time. When the soul of Xiao Yu's human body transformed, the soul in this avatar has also transformed. Although it only has 1 times the soul calculation speed, it can control the Seven-Colored Altar more easily. At the same time, he also felt that he could actually exert the same strength as the human body. It's really heaven-defying. It's just that the divine body strength of this avatar is insufficient, and it cannot fully exert all its strength, but it is still heaven-defying. Back to the Thousand Treasure River Palace. My lord, Nico and the other 8 immortal army masters respectfully saluted. Since Nico surrendered to Xiao Yu's avatar, which is stationed in the Thousand Treasure River Palace, often guides Nico's cultivation. In addition, Xiao Yu is willing to invest in his subordinates. In more than 10,000 years, Nico has been promoted to the peak of the marquis. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded slightly and walked into the palace. In the huge quiet room, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged. Old Meng, are you there? Xiao Yu called in his consciousness. Yes, an old voice came. In the next moment, Xiao Yu's consciousness was pulled into a starry sky world. The red-bearded old man, Old Meng, appeared out of thin air, scanning Xiao Yu up and down, and exclaimed, "Tisk tisk. Not bad, only the 4th level of Yuan Hun, the soul has transformed in advance." Old Meng, what is going on? Xiao Yu asked suspiciously. Cultivating Yuan Hun to the Dacheng realm, the soul directly transforms into thousands of worlds. Each of these thousands of worlds is like a real world. Each world has endless life, to make this endless life operate like real life. Don't you think that relying only on 100,000 times the current realm, when will you be able to do this? Old Meng explained. Only by constantly transforming the soul can the inheritor do it in advance, so that Yuan Hun has meaning. Otherwise, when you can rely on your realm to create billions of universes with a single thought, this Yuan Hun secret method will become a chicken rib, meaningless. Old Meng continued. Xiao Yu held his breath. Therefore, when I created this, Yuan Hun, secret method, I made my soul transform many times in the low realm, so that I could have that kind of ability in advance. Old Meng said. Old Meng, you said multiple transformations. Xiao Yu asked. Cultivating, Yuan Hun, will experience a total of 9 soul transformations, each time you have to go through life and death tests. Each time you experience a soul transformation, the sensitivity of the soul, that is, the soul calculation speed you think of, and the soul strength will be enhanced hundreds of times. Old Meng smiled. Old Meng, I have a question, the soul strength you said, is it the soul amplitude? Xiao Yu remembered the question he had always had. You kid, you don't even know this, don't tell people in the future that you are my apprentice. Old Meng's voice suddenly increased 3 degrees, angrily. Old Meng, Xiao Yu rarely acted coquettishly. For some reason, Xiao Yu always felt incomparably kind in front of Old Meng, just like facing his grandfather. Okay, then I will popularize this foundation for you today. Old Meng waved his hand and continued. The Yuan Hun secret method increases your basic soul strength and sensitivity, while the amplitude is the degree to which you can exert on the basis. For example, your soul strength is 1, and you use some secret methods to make your amplitude reach 100 times. In battle, you can exert the power of 100. In your current original universe, the amplitude limit is 100 times, and the upper limit of the basic soul strength is only related to your body. The stronger the body, the stronger the upper limit. Old Meng continued. In this way, the perfect gene life can carry more soul power, and the life like the world tree can carry more soul power. Xiao Yu said. You are right, the stronger the gene multiple, the stronger the body, the higher the upper limit of soul power that can be carried, and the larger the body size, the higher the soul power that can be carried. For example, your world tree clone can carry billions of times more soul power than your human body. Old Meng smiled. Of course, theoretically it is. Old Meng, after my soul transformed, why can't I recover? The previous treasures for restoring soul power are not working. Xiao Yu looked at Old Meng eagerly. Haha, after your soul transformed, it is completely different from before, the dimensions are different, the previous treasures are naturally useless, including the little thing in your body can't do it for the time being. Old Meng laughed. Oh, Xiao Yu was shocked. Old Meng actually knew that he had a system. Looking at his casual expression, he didn't care. Haha, it's not a big deal. Old Meng took all of Xiao Yu's thoughts into his eyes and continued, but it is also a good auxiliary treasure, it is very helpful to you little guys in the early stage. Listening to Old Meng's words, he knew the wish fulfillment system. Perhaps he had seen a lot, so he didn't care. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, countless thoughts popped up in his mind. When you reach my realm, you will understand everything. Old Meng stroked his beard and continued. Although these external treasures cannot be restored, you can still recover through some secret methods. What secret method? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Old Meng waved his hand, a purple metal book as thick as 2 meters, and smiled. You can't practice the 5th level of Yuan Hun now, but it has 36 kinds of secret methods to restore soul power. With your current realm, the Yuan Hun secret method is the most suitable secret method. Yuan Hun, with your current transformed soul, practicing Yuan Hun will only take 100 years to recover. Old Meng said, although you can't practice the 5th level yet, you can study it in advance, and when you are promoted to the Lord of the Universe, after you fully understand the top 10 original laws of the original universe, you will meet the conditions. Thank you, Old Meng. Xiao Yu respectfully saluted. Get out of here, you brat, don't disturb my sleep if you have nothing to do. Old Meng's face changed and he returned to his original joking appearance. As soon as Old Meng finished speaking, Xiao Yu returned to reality. Chapter 286. 30.6%. Number 286. Chapter 286. Universe Master. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Thousand Treasures River Palace. Xiao Yu held a massive book in both hands, studying it intently. After 3 months, Xiao Yu had memorized the contents of the 5th level of Origin Soul. From now on, he would only need to continuously study it. Now, Xiao Yu began to cultivate the Source Soul secret technique to accelerate the recovery of his soul power. According to the secret technique, after the soul transformation, it would also recover automatically. With his current realm and the loss of most of his soul power, it would take tens of thousands of epochs to fully recover. However, By practicing the Source Soul secret technique, without relying on any treasures, it would only take 100 years to recover all of his soul power. Xiaoyu then instructed his servants that he would be in seclusion for 100 years, and would not see anyone during this time. Time passed, and 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu's soul power had been completely restored, and all of it was the kind that increased by 200 times. With the soul restored, he maintained the previous allocation. The sensitivity of the soul was enhanced by 200 times, and the speed of comprehending the laws also increased by more than 100 times. Not only did the speed of comprehending the chaos law accelerate, but also the speed of comprehending the time-space origin law surged. Xiaoyu had already paused his comprehension of the time law, focusing solely on the space law. Previously, Xiaoyu was only a sliver away from fully comprehending the space law. Now that the speed of comprehending the law had surged, it was even faster. 50 years passed in an instant. Instant, kill, seal are completely fused. Xiaoyu murmured. Divine power surged, and countless divine powers were used to create strands of law. 3 incomplete secret pattern diagrams appeared in midair, and then the 3 secret pattern diagrams directly merged, perfectly combining. A near-perfect secret pattern diagram appeared. This was a secret pattern diagram resembling the strange life form in the 7th diagram of the Universe Chaos Tablet. The space law was complete. A smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face as he disappeared from the palace. Inside the Divine Kingdom, Xiaoyu appeared out of thin air in the colorful palace of the Divine Kingdom. Rumble. The endless pressure of the universe's origin law directly descended upon the Divine Kingdom, and the entire Divine Kingdom boiled. Above the Divine Kingdom was a huge colorful vortex, spanning 1 light year, occupying most of the Divine Kingdom's sky. The aura of the 8 lower origin laws perfectly combined, and at the core of the vortex was a void, emitting the aura of the endless space law origin. Whir. Countless space divine power sea water surged from the void, flowing into the huge world tree. Xiaoyu's human body was also bathed in the ocean of divine power, frantically devouring it. The virtual universe recorded images of many powerhouses breaking through to become universe venerables, and Xiaoyu had seen them all. Every powerhouse would have a 5-colored vortex space origin ocean descend upon breakthrough. However, the general 5-colored vortex would be very small, such as 100 kilometers in diameter, etc. But his own breakthrough had a 5-colored vortex that was as large as 1 light year in diameter. It was beyond imagination. It was even more powerful than the scene when many powerhouses broke through to become universe lords. Fortunately, I broke through in the Divine Kingdom, otherwise, what kind of commotion would this scene cause? Xiaoyu murmured. The greater the commotion during the breakthrough, the greater the potential, which was a good thing. It was just that if the alien race knew, who knew what level of powerhouse they would arrange to assassinate him. From immortal to universe venerable, the divine body strength would increase by 100 times. Normal humans went from 100,000 times the power of a domain lord to 10 million times the power of a domain lord, but Xiaoyu had become a perfect gene life, and the purity of his divine power was 10,081 times. In addition, Xiaoyu's current volume and the world tree's enormous volume. The amount of divine power devoured was conceivable. Seize the time to devour. Xiaoyu said to himself, wholeheartedly devouring divine power. Within the primal universe, when powerhouses broke through the 3 major realms of Immortal, Universe Venerable, and Universe Lord, the origin of the universe would descend, but only at the immortal level could they fully absorb and perfectly transform the divine body. The time available for Universe Venerables and Universe Lords to absorb divine power was very short, and how much they could absorb depended entirely on their ability. In just a moment, the endless ocean of divine power had dissipated. The world tree is too huge. Even if it has been desperately devouring it, it can only transform 5% of the divine body. Xiaoyu had been an immortal level being for over 10,000 years. During those 10,000 years, the world tree had never stopped growing. The height of the world tree had reached 5 trillion kilometers, and the diameter of the canopy had exceeded 5 light years, exceeding the diameter of the divine kingdom, and it had to fold space. For 10,000 years, the world tree had been continuously devouring the primal universe's energy and continuously transporting it to the divine kingdom. At the same time, it also pulled in various space fragments to attack the divine kingdom and devour it. Only then did the 8 trillion kilometer diameter grow to 3 light years. Previously, When True Yan King stepped into the universe venerable level, the divine body conversion reached 92%. Most human powerhouses have a divine body conversion of around 90% when they advance to the universe venerable level. And the divine body conversion rate of the golden horn beasts of the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance when they step into the universe venerable level is around 50%. The higher the gene level and the larger the divine body, the lower the conversion rate when stepping into the universe venerable level. For example, the World Tree clone's body conversion rate was only 5%, but the divine power it devoured and absorbed was countless times that of the golden horn beast. Now that Xiao Yu had stepped into the venerable level, the World Tree had also undergone a qualitative transformation, with its height soaring to 1 light year. The Divine Kingdom had also undergone a transformation. The Divine Kingdom was gradually changing, and at the same time, it was constantly absorbing the divine power from the World Tree. The countless roots of the World Tree maintained a relatively slow output. But this slowness was relative to the World Tree, which had reached a height of 1 light year. 5 days later, the transformation of the Divine Kingdom had just ended, and the World Tree had consumed a full 2% of its divine power, a huge investment. But these investments were worthwhile. Xiao Yu felt that his control over the Divine Kingdom and the stability of the Divine Kingdom had greatly increased. Xiao Yu was confident that even a Universe Lord could be suppressed as long as they entered the Divine Kingdom. Although he had not fought against a Universe Lord, he was very familiar with the aura of many Universe Lords. With the World Tree, which was originally the darling of stabilizing the Divine Kingdom and controlling time and space, and being in his own Divine Kingdom, as long as it was not too powerful a Universe Lord, they could be suppressed within the Divine Kingdom. Within the Divine Kingdom, Xiao Yu's 96 clones were reintegrated into the World Tree's body, and then new clones were re-separated. In this way, each clone possessed the strength of a Universe Venerable. Divine Kingdom teleportation. Xiao Yu reappeared in the Thousand Treasures River. The Chaos City Lord, who was constantly scanning the entire Thousand Treasures River, immediately noticed the change in Xiao Yu's aura. He actually broke through and became a Universe Venerable. The Chaos City Lord said in surprise. He broke through to become a Universe Venerable only a little over 10,000 years after breaking through to become an immortal. Having become a Venerable, with his strength, no matter where he goes in the future, the chances of survival will be much greater. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed someone watching from a distance. If it was before the breakthrough, he would not have been able to detect it, but now he could clearly feel it. And he also guessed the owner of the gaze. He then appeared out of thin air in front of that palace. Time-Space King, you've broken through. No, I just called you the wrong name. I should call you Time-Space Venerable now. One of the Universe Venerable guards in front of the hall said. Haha, I just broke through, and I'm here to report to my teacher. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and responded. Then he stepped into it and appeared directly in front of the Chaos City Lord. Teacher, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Broke through, the Chaos City Lord asked casually. Chapter 287. 30.7%. Number 287. Chapter 287. Restoring the Divine Body. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Yes, teacher, just broke through. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. What is the God Body conversion rate? City Lord Chaos asked curiously. The World Tree clone's God Body conversion rate is 5%. Xiao Yu answered truthfully. How big is your World Tree clone? How can the God Body conversion rate be only 5%? City Lord Chaos naturally knew what such a low God Body conversion rate represented. Teacher, my World Tree clone is a bit special. After entering the Universe Venerable level, its height has reached 1 light year. Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. What? City Lord Chaos was extremely surprised. He naturally knew the size of the World Tree in the 9 nether time and space. Even at the Universe Venerable level, it was only 590 million kilometers high, and the trunk was 12 million kilometers thick. This was simply incomparable to Xiao Yu's World Tree clone. It was like a giant compared to an ant. There was no comparison. What are your plans next? City Lord Chaos asked. Since Xiao Yu advanced to become an immortal, he no longer interfered with his disciple's actions, only intervening when his disciple encountered danger. Teacher, after my body is completely converted, I plan to look around and visit various secret realms. Xiao Yu spoke of his plans. Whether it was cultivating and comprehending the chaos laws or cultivating the origin soul, secret technique, experience was essential. Only by seeing more could one comprehend and cultivate faster. Go then, City Lord Chaos said. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. Then, he respectfully bowed and disappeared into the Thousand Treasure River. City Lord Chaos looked at Xiao Yu's figure and murmured after a long while, after countless eons, I have finally taken in a good disciple. In City Lord Chaos's eyes, the standard of a good disciple was that they should at least be able to break through to the Universe Master level, and even surpass their teacher. Xiao Yu disappeared from the Thousand Treasure River and appeared out of thin air in the core control room of the colorful altar. His divine body recovered to a height of over 90,000 kilometers. The immortal level clone that had been controlling this place merged into Xiao Yu's divine body, and then a universe venerable level clone was re-separated. After instructing the clone to stand aside, a huge world tree main root appeared in front of Xiao Yu's human body. The colorful world tree root had a diameter of over 1,000,000 kilometers. What was displayed here now was only a part of it. Restore my divine body, Xiao Yu thought. Endless divine power poured in and flowed into the world tree main root, and then entered the divine kingdom world tree clone through an inexplicable connection. Xiao Yu himself restored his divine body, naturally starting with the greatest effect, a recovery speed of 10 million times. Since there were no major battles between the Hong Alliance and other alliances, the number of people coming here to restore their divine bodies was not as high as before. As of now, only 4 of the 100 divine power cabins were in use, and they were all being used by universe venerables. They had all been severely injured in the cosmic secret realm after being attacked by alien races. Xiao Yu's use of divine power recovery in the core control room naturally did not affect them. At this rate, it will actually take 100,000 years for the world tree to fully convert. Xiao Yu was astonished. This recovery takes too long. Xiao Yu thought to himself. With a thought, a passage with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers appeared in the core control room of the colorful altar, leading directly to the divine power pool. Xiao Yu looked down. He saw that the 9-colored divine power below was boundless, like an endless ocean, almost overflowing the divine power pool. The divine power pool was full of 9-colored divine power, filled with the aura of the 10 original laws. Absorb, Xiao Yu thought. A pillar of endless divine power with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers surged up from the divine power pool below like a water tornado. The world tree root devoured it crazily, and all the surging divine power was absorbed. Even so, Xiao Yu already felt that it was not enough, so he controlled all 3,000 main roots of the world tree, traversing time and space, and directly appeared in the divine power ocean of the divine power pool. Rumble. The amount of divine power stored in the divine power pool was slowly decreasing, 100%, 99%, 98%. The world tree's divine body conversion rate soared, 5%, 10%. For a full 7 days, the world tree's divine body conversion rate had reached 20%. The divine power stored in the divine power pool decreased to 20%. The divine power stored in the divine power pool had dropped to the warning line. Xiao Yu stopped absorbing to prevent any emergencies, in case a universe master was suddenly injured and needed to absorb the divine power in the divine power pool to restore their divine body. Xiao Yu's world tree clone absorbed 80% of the divine power, but only converted less than 20% of the divine body. From this, it could be seen that if the world tree's conversion rate was to reach 100%, it would need at least 400% or more of the divine power pool's capacity, which was roughly equivalent to the divine power contained in 4,000 universe master divine bodies. If the difference in divine power intensity was also taken into account, one could imagine the enormous amount of divine power that the world tree could absorb. Alas, the remaining 70% of the divine body can only be slowly restored. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Then, his human body left through the divine kingdom teleportation. A section of the world tree main root in the control room continued to receive this 10 million times speed recovery. In addition, Xiao Yu left a clone to control the colorful altar. The 3,000 world tree main roots in the divine power pool still roamed in the divine power ocean, slowly absorbing the constantly recovering divine power, but the amount absorbed was only half of the divine power recovery speed. There is nothing wrong with the first one, the content is in 6:1:9. Read the book and see. A normal divine power pool at 80% would need 8,000 years to recover, but now it would need 16,000 years to accumulate fully. In this way, it would take another 30,000 years for the world tree's divine body conversion rate to reach 100%. Milky Way solar system. The solar system has changed dramatically. All 8 planets have been transformed into life planets. Countless spaceships shuttle between the planets, like the vehicles on Earth before the Great Nirvana. On the periphery of the solar system, a huge temple constantly guards the Earth, the planet that the sitting mountain guest spent countless treasures to transform. Deep underground in the ancestral home of the Xiao family in Zhongnan, Earth, Xiaoyu appeared out of thin air in the core control room of the sacrificial tower. In the sacrificial tower, Xiaoyu's immortal level clone was currently in a cultivation room that had been transformed next to the core control, teaching a class. The students were mostly members of the Xiao family and a small number of strong people from the Earth lineage. Those who could be guided by Xiaoyu were at least at the world master level, or geniuses. This class will end here. The mysteries of how to integrate the profound mysteries of fire will be explained next time. Xiaoyu glanced at the nearly 100 people in the cultivation room and disappeared out of thin air. Why did it end so suddenly? Usually, he lectures for 10 days. Why did it end after only 5 days this time? Ancestor, why did you leave after teaching half the class? Could there be something urgent? The 100 or so students in the cultivation field were very strange. In the altar core control room, Xiaoyu's clone entered the world ring and merged into the world tree roots, and then re-separated a universe venerable level clone, which was a clone as high as 100,000 kilometers. Now that Xiaoyu's soul has transformed, any clone can exert its full power as long as it has enough divine power. From now on, you continue to stay in this sacrificial tower. Xiaoyu instructed, and then appeared in the Xiao family's old house. Without alarming anyone else, he accompanied his parents for 10 years. Then, he quietly left Earth. Through the Divine Kingdom teleportation, he entered Zijing Island. Xiaoyu appeared out of thin air in the mansion, and then teleported into the island owner's square. He walked to the water curtain entering the ancestral god's secret realm, stepped into it, and disappeared in the square. Since I've come to this ancestral god sect, how can I not visit the ancestral god's secret realm? Xiaoyu murmured. He really wanted to appreciate the uniqueness of the ancestral god's secret realm. Chapter 288, 30.8%, Number 288 Chapter 288 Phantom Slash AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001 Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Inside the palace, Xiaoyu was preparing a feast to entertain Luo Feng. Ancestor, Knife River King has arrived, the servant reported. Please let him in, Xiaoyu said softly. Yes, the servant respectfully left. After a while, he led a person in, who was Luo Feng. Xiaoyu noticed Luo Feng's change at a glance. The current Luo Feng gave Xiaoyu a feeling of facing a being of the same kind. Luo Feng also exclaimed in surprise, "Third brother, I didn't notice it before, but now that I look at it, I feel that third brother is extraordinary. Could it be that third brother is also a perfect genetic life form?" Haha, not bad, so Luo Feng, you have also become a perfect genetic life form. Xiaoyu said casually. As soon as Luo Feng came in, Xiaoyu noticed Luo Feng's abnormality and guessed that his third clone, the Yuhai clone, had become a perfect genetic life form. My Yuhai clone's gene level has only reached 10,081 times, Luo Feng said with a bitter face, and smiled. I was originally going to advance to become an undying immediately. Who knew that after the gene level increased, the primitive nucleus became even harder, and the law of gold has been comprehended, but it still can't be broken. Third brother, when did you become a perfect genetic life form? I also encountered this situation before becoming an undying, just like you said, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Third brother, how did you solve it? Luo Feng asked immediately. There are two ways. One is to improve the comprehension of the law of space or time, and the other is to create an ultimate secret technique. The two methods are actually the same method, which is to increase the power of attack, Xiaoyu replied. Ancestral God Mystic Realm, in a void, there is a beautiful fountain out of thin air, spraying spring water cyclically. A figure walked out of the fountain, it was Xiaoyu's human body. As expected of the ancestral God sect, the teleportation channel is placed here like this, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Then he turned into a stream of light and flew away, occasionally teleporting directly. The natural forms in the ancestral God Mystic Realm are strange and varied. Some huge celestial bodies are very strange, which are different from normal celestial bodies in the universe and starry sky. Irregular celestial bodies often appear here, or a huge land appears, or a huge lake appears in the void out of thin air. There may be some islands on the lake, and occasionally some continuous mountains floating in the void. There are also waterfalls on the mountains. Xiao Yu passed by a waterfall. The water of this waterfall is an extremely precious material, the cold whale 9 colors water. Ordinary universe venerables will be frozen stiff when entering it, and it can only make Xiao Yu feel cold. Now Xiao Yu's human body's divine power intensity exceeds 100 billion world master power. Counting the 100 times divine body amplitude, the divine power intensity that Xiao Yu can exert reaches 10 trillion times the world master power, exceeding the strength of ordinary top universe overlords. It even reached the divine power intensity of a first-order universe master, 100 billion world master power. How could Xiao Yu not be tempted by such a precious material that can be cleverly used in strong men's battles? Holding a treasure like a bell, Xiao Yu appeared by the huge cold pool, preparing to collect some cold whale 9 colors water. He discovered that a special life form, the cold whale, lived in the huge cold pool. This cold whale has 9 colors when viewed from 9 different directions, which is quite rare. It would be great if I could take it into my divine kingdom, Xiao Yu thought to himself. It's a pity that this cold whale is too strong, only the master of the universe can contend with it. After this cold whale discovered Xiao Yu, it immediately launched an attack, and streams of extremely cold power struck. Xiao Yu instantly launched Phantom Slash and, opening the sky, and suddenly thousands of phantoms appeared around the cold whale. Each phantom was a Xiao Yu, and 1,000 Xiao Yus simultaneously launched the ultimate secret technique, opening the sky, with all their strength. It was like 1,000 first-order universe masters attacking at the same time. With Xiao Yu's current level of comprehension of the law of space, he has already met the requirements for performing the Phantom 10,000 Slashes secret technique. It is a pity that one of Xiao Yu's clones has been constantly cultivating in the Divine Kingdom, but he still can't grasp it well. However, even without performing the 5th level of Phantom Slash, with Xiao Yu's current level of time comprehension, he can still perform thousands of attacks in an instant. Rumble. The cold whale counterattacked in danger, and only blocked 100 attacks, and the remaining 900 attacks directly attacked its body, and the huge impact destroyed the waterfall. The cold whale roared, and then fled to the bottom of the huge cold pool. Just now Xiao Yu's attack, its divine body has lost 90%. Little thing, you ran fast. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, did not stop it, and continued to use the treasure to collect the cold whale 9 colors water, and stopped after almost collecting half of the cold whale 9 colors water in the huge cold pool. After all, this is the ancestral god mystic realm, and you must leave room for doing things, and you must not exhaust the fish in the pond. Otherwise, if you make the beast god or the ancestral god unhappy, Xiao Yu will have nowhere to cry. Xiao Yu glanced at the cold whale lying at the bottom of the endless cold pool to heal its wounds, and disappeared by the cold pool. Teleporting directly away, constantly rushing, collecting some precious materials when encountering them. This is the deepest part of the ancestral god mystic realm, which is specially used by the ancestral god sect to hone the inheritors, and there are very few dangerous areas. And wherever there are some universe treasures, there will be some dangers. As long as the encountered is not a true master of the universe, no matter what special life it is, as long as it prevents him from collecting the treasure, Xiao Yu will teach the other party a lesson. Soon Xiao Yu appeared at a mountain range that was 7,000 light years long. Teleporting and touring all the way, none of them missed a first release at 69 books. Encountered many powerful and mysterious special lives, such as Cold Whale, Tuo Shan Zhen, World Tree. Each one is a special life with the combat power of the Master of the Universe, but none of them are the Master of the Universe, they are considered top universe overlords. When he saw the World Tree, Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. It's also called World Tree. Xiao Yu was speechless. A universe venerable level World Tree is only 590 million kilometers high, and it's only high, at most counting a control of the time and space talent. But the leaves of this World Tree cannot breed the world. Xiao Yu only glanced at it, and was not interested in this World Tree at all. The World Tree lives in the 9 nether time and space, which is the territory of the Master of the 9 nethers. Although the Master of the 9 nethers owes his teacher, the Lord of Chaos City, a favor, Xiao Yu is not willing to provoke this existence whose strength is comparable to that of the Lord of Chaos City. teleporting continuously away from this 9 nether time and space, and then continuing to travel through the ancestral god mystic realm. Time flies, and 800 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Vast divine kingdom. There is a lake of cold whale 9 colors water in the divine kingdom. 1 light year east of the cold whale 9 colors water lake, there is a mountain range about 10 million kilometers high. Outside the mountain range, a clone of Xiao Yu disappeared out of thin air. In an instant, 10,000 phantoms surrounded the entire mountain range, and then 10,000 dark sword lights flashed in an instant. The mountain range that was about 10 million kilometers high instantly turned into flat ground, turning into cosmic origin energy mist and escaping towards the surroundings. Waves of shock came, and then a rumbling sound came out. It's done. Xiao Yu was very happy. For nearly 1,000 years, the 5th level of Phantom 10,000 slashes, has finally been cultivated. Now, although Xiao Yu has created his own ultimate secret technique, Phantom Slash is still irreplaceable. In the ancestral god mystic realm, a lake with a maximum diameter of 6,000 light years and extremely hot, suspended a figure. It was Xiao Yu. Heavenly illusion 9 yang water, like the cold whale 9 colors water, are really 2 extremes. Xiao Yu exclaimed. Chapter 289. 30.9%. Number 289. Chapter 289, Craftsman Star. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. For over 800 years, Xiao Yu had been collecting numerous precious materials within the ancestral god mystic realm and encountering many special life forms comparable to universe lords. It's time to go elsewhere and have a look, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Immediately, he teleported to a safe location and returned to Purple Thorn Island through the Moyun Vine's divine kingdom. He left behind an incarnation to receive inheritances at the inheritance grounds on an irregular basis. Xiao Yu's human form then left the ancestral god sect, riding the palace treasure, Heavenly Brilliance Palace, towards a remote area of the universe, the Yinfa Mystic Realm. The Yinfa Mystic Realm is one of the most dangerous mystic realms among the universe's numerous mystic realms, with a level of danger comparable to the ancestral god mystic realm. However, the Yinfa Mystic Realm is only about the size of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, much smaller than the ancestral god mystic realm. The Flying Palace treasure travels much faster than a G-grade universe spacecraft in the Dark Universe. In less than half a month, Xiao Yu had already arrived at the Yinfa Mystic Realm. System: change my form into a rock life form and conceal my soul aura. Open black lens bracket. 100 million wish coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. An invisible energy enveloped Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu's divine body instantly turned into a liquid, which was then shaped into a gray rock life form divine body 30,000 kilometers high. The square body made Xiao Yu feel a slight aesthetic discomfort. However, for the sake of his own life safety, it was naturally acceptable. Open black lens bracket. Wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. After arriving at the Yinfa Mystic Realm, Xiao Yu switched to an ordinary F-grade universe spacecraft and quickly arrived at Craftsman God Star, his destination. Xiao Yu teleported out of the universe spacecraft and appeared in the void outside the spacecraft. In the void, huge spatial vortexes appeared randomly in various places, like a vast ocean with thousands of vortexes. Each of these spatial vortexes is a natural wormhole. Xiao Yu looked remotely at the distant void, and saw a huge planet at the deepest part of the void filled with countless spatial vortexes. It was Craftsman God Star, an absurdly large planet. Craftsman God Star has a diameter of 3.2 trillion kilometers, much larger than Visca Star. Only in the universe's mystic realms can such huge planets be born, other environments would not allow it. The only reason Xiao Yu came to this Craftsman God Star was because it was home to a great existence, a great universe lord known as the Craftsman God, by the myriad races of the universe. He was originally a mountain giant special life form, naturally fond of crafting weapons. He liked to craft weapons when he was weak, and now that his strength has continuously broken through, he is even able to craft top-tier treasures. Now, with the help of the system, Xiao Yu can also craft treasures, but he is not satisfied with relying on the system. He wants to personally master the method of crafting treasures. Moreover, he cultivates the path of mystic patterns. If he combines it with crafting treasures, he might be able to personally craft supreme treasures. This is Xiao Yu's ambition. Previously, while traveling in the ancestral god mystic realm, he had already exchanged for various secret manuals on refining magical treasures within the human race. With the help of the system and consuming a massive amount of wish coins, he was already able to refine top-tier heavy treasures. Now, Xiao Yu's goal is to learn the method of crafting treasures. This craftsman god star is truly peculiar. It deserves to be a top-tier flying palace treasure. Xiao Yu's eyes of law discovered other aspects of craftsman god star. He also understood where it was stronger than the heavenly brilliance palace. Xiao Yu flew directly towards craftsman god star. The void around craftsman god star is distributed with 98,200 natural wormholes. Only some wormholes lead to some safe areas, and another part leads directly to some extremely dangerous places. As Xiao Yu approached the spatial vortexes, he discovered stone tablets. 2/3 of the spatial vortexes had a stone tablet floating in front of them. The stone tablets were engraved with words, most of which were danger, a few were forbidden ground, and 2 stone tablets had the bloody words death zone in scarlet red. Spatial vortexes without stone tablets should lead to safe areas, Xiao Yu thought. This craftsman god is quite decent. Xiao Yu then entered a natural wormhole without a stone tablet suspended. A moment later, Xiao Yu passed through countless wormholes and finally teleported to the sky above craftsman god star. Craftsman god star pursues peace and prohibits killing. Many special life forms have moved to craftsman god star, living a carefree life under the craftsman god's command. Passing through layers of clouds, Xiao Yu finally landed on the ground. Then he strode forward, each step covering hundreds of millions of kilometers. Although not as fast as teleportation, he could appreciate the various scenery on craftsman god star. Along the way, Xiao Yu saw many special life forms, domain lord level, undying level, and even universe venerable level more than once. Outsider, where do you come from? Are you also here to learn treasure crafting from the craftsman god master? A blue stream of light flew to Xiao Yu's side. It was an energy life form, only less than a meter tall, with a cute face. I want to learn, but I heard that the craftsman god masters conditions for accepting disciples are very harsh, Xiao Yu said with a smile. They are very harsh. Various powerhouses from the myriad races of the universe often come to our craftsman god star, wanting to learn treasure crafting. The blue light figure danced beside Xiao Yu. However, although many fail, there are still successes. The craftsman god master currently has 182 disciples. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile and continued to move forward quickly. Have you been to craftsman god star before? Do you know the direction of craftsman god mountain? The blue light figure asked curiously. No, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Craftsman god mountain is in that direction. The blue light figure pointed to the distance, to an incomparably high, towering mountain that pierced through layers of clouds. The craftsman god master lives on craftsman god mountain. His disciples often go down the mountain to collect materials. Thank you, Xiao Yu said with a smile, then threw a world ring to the blue light figure. The world ring contained some precious materials, which were nothing to Xiao Yu, but their value exceeded 100 million mixed yuan units. Ah, you are too generous. The blue light figure took the world ring. Divine power permeated into it, and instantly understood the value of the materials in the world ring, and continued, my name is Bonia. I moved to craftsman god star with my clan a long time ago, so I am very familiar with every plant and tree here. What's your name? If you want to go somewhere on this craftsman god star and you're not sure, I'll take you there, Bonia continued. Yan Sankai, you can call me Yan Sankai, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. To learn the method of crafting treasures, he might have to stay on this craftsman god star for a long time. Yan Sankai, look, there are many buildings around craftsman god mountain. They were almost all built by powerhouses from various races of the universe. They all came to seek treasures, Bonia said excitedly. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The two had already flown to the side of craftsman god mountain. Aren't you going to learn treasure crafting from the craftsman god master? Look, there are some universe venerables kneeling there. You should go too. Only with enough piety and the potential to craft treasures will you be accepted as a disciple by the craftsman god master, Bonia, who was flying around Xiao Yu, said continuously. Xiao Yu looked over. Hundreds of powerhouses from various races were kneeling at the foot of craftsman god mountain, 1/3 of whom were universe venerables, and the rest were undying level. There are nearly 200 universe venerables, Xiao Yu sighed inwardly. The method of crafting treasures is indeed tempting. Why aren't you going? Bonia looked at Xiao Yu in confusion. Chapter 290, 31%. Number 290. Chapter 290. Learn to refine the ultimate treasure. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. I do want to learn, Xiao Yu said with a smile, looking down at Bonia, but I don't want to kneel here like a fool. How long have they been kneeling? The Lord Craftsman God appears at irregular times. Kneeling for thousands or tens of thousands of years is normal, but the longest hasn't exceeded 100 epochs. If you don't even have the perseverance to kneel for a long time, how are you qualified to learn the art of refining supreme treasures? Bonia said casually, I won't keep you company. I'm going to find my friend. Bonia flew around Xiao Yu once before flying towards a deep blue building in the distance, entering the building to visit a friend. Xiao Yu looked up at the towering Craftsman God mountain, walking towards it step by step. Soon, he reached the foot of the mountain. Stop. Friend, stop, a deep and a crisp voice sounded. Xiao Yu turned his head to look, and dozens of universe venerables and undyings were looking at him. Among them, a golden-eyed venerable with 4 hooves and a human body over 300 meters tall looked at Xiao Yu and said in a crisp voice, Friend, Craftsman God Mountain is where the Lord Craftsman God and his disciples live. Except for the Lord Craftsman God and his disciples, no other strong individuals can enter Craftsman God Mountain without the Lord Craftsman God's permission. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Lord Craftsman God. Sorry, I was lost in thought just now, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Are you also here to become a disciple of the Lord Craftsman God? The golden-eyed venerable looked up at Xiao Yu. Although he was over 300 meters tall, he was just a small dot in front of Xiao Yu, who was over 30,000 kilometers tall. Yes, if there's hope, I want to work hard, Xiao Yu said with a smile, while also wondering which race this alien was or what special race it was. However, he couldn't find any clues in his memory. That's right, you can't give up if there's even a sliver of hope, the golden-eyed venerable said with a smile, I can already refine ordinary heavy treasures. Before coming here, I had full confidence. But after coming here, I realized that I'm not good enough compared to the peerless geniuses of the universe in refining weapons. Look, that demon undying over there, just an undying, can already refine ordinary heavy treasures. His chances of being accepted as a disciple by the Lord Craftsman God are much higher than mine. Xiao Yu can now refine top-tier heavy treasures. Moreover, he also possesses the perfect Tao of mystical runes. With his mystical rune enhancements, even the power of an ordinary heavy treasure can be comparable to an ordinary supreme treasure. The gap between ordinary heavy treasures and top-tier heavy treasures is very large. You should try too, the golden-eyed venerable said with a smile. The Lord Craftsman God's conditions for recruiting disciples are very harsh. Although he looks at talent, he also looks at many other aspects. As long as your weapon refining talent isn't bad and you can refine pseudo-heavy treasures, you might be lucky enough to become a disciple of the Lord Craftsman God. Look at me, I've been persisting. Well, I'll build a residence first, then come back, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu moved away from the area and built a courtyard for himself at the foot of the mountain. Then, he released an incarnation that was exactly the same as his rock life form in appearance and aura. He had it wait for the appearance of the Craftsman God. Xiao Yu, however, took out the equipment for refining treasures and a massive amount of precious materials. Then, in the courtyard at the foot of Craftsman God Mountain, he began to forge a top-tier heavy treasure. Bang, bang, bang. Loud sounds came from Xiao Yu's courtyard. At the same time, with each loud sound, streams of aura spread in all directions. Who is this? Refining a heavy treasure. And looking at the aura fluctuations emanating from the heavy treasure, it has already reached the level of a top-tier heavy treasure. Deep within Craftsman God Mountain, inside a giant temple, stood a giant mountain giant, reaching a height of 10 million kilometers, who was none other than the master of this place, the Craftsman God. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a heavy hammer striking precious materials came. The Craftsman God looked towards the newly built courtyard at the foot of the mountain. The entire Craftsman God star was the Craftsman God's palace treasure. The Craftsman God had complete control over the entire Craftsman God star, so he naturally knew every change on Craftsman God star. Interesting, he's actually trying to attract my attention in this way, the Craftsman God thought to himself. I wonder what means this little fellow used to make the sound enter this hall. The Craftsman God occasionally refined supreme treasures himself, so he had soundproofed almost every palace. Even if a loud sound was made inside the temple, the outside wouldn't hear it. Similarly, even if the sky fell outside, it shouldn't be able to enter the temple. Oh, this is a top-tier heavy treasure being refined, the craftsman god thought to himself, his level is not bad. I can consider taking him as a disciple. A moment later, the craftsman god was surprised. What are these mystical runes? They can actually increase the power of a top-tier heavy treasure to the level of an advanced supreme treasure. At the foot of Craftsman God Mountain, in the courtyard, Xiao Yu forged a top-tier heavy treasure armor and then began to refine various mystical runes onto the armor, combining the virtual and the real. In just a short while, he engraved hundreds of thousands of mystical runes into it. Finally, it's refined, Xiao Yu said, looking at the armor that emitted aura fluctuations comparable to an advanced supreme treasure, nodding in satisfaction. He believed his masterpiece would attract the craftsman god's attention. Unless the other party went out to visit friends and wasn't on Craftsman God Mountain. Young friend, please come to the top of Craftsman God Mountain for a talk, a rumbling voice transmitted into Xiao Yu's mind. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Without a single mistake, first published on 69shu.com. Then, he directly disappeared from the courtyard, instantly teleporting into a giant palace. He immediately saw the giant in the hall, as huge as a mountain range. Xiao Yu knew that the person in front of him was the craftsman god. Greetings, craftsman god, Xiao Yu respectfully saluted. This craftsman god's methods of refining supreme treasures were guided by the mountain guest, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to go so far on the path of treasure refining. Alright, I already know your intentions, the craftsman god said with a slight smile, his voice rumbling, I'll give you two choices. First, you become my disciple, becoming my 153rd personal disciple. I will impart all my skills in the Tao of treasure refining to you. The second choice is that we exchange. I'll use my method of refining supreme treasures to exchange for your unique method of refining mystical runes. Which of these two choices do you choose? The craftsman god asked in succession. Xiao Yu thought to himself, this craftsman god has always regarded the mountain guest as his teacher. If I become his disciple, and Luo Feng is the mountain guest's disciple, then I, who was originally a senior brother, will have to call Luo Feng uncle master. This is both senior brother and grand-nephew, it's too messy. Xiao Yu's thoughts were a bit chaotic. Is it difficult to choose? The craftsman god continued to ask. Not really, I choose the second one, we'll exchange, Xiao Yu replied. Yes, that's fine too. I can guess that you would make this choice based on what you've been doing recently, the craftsman god said with a smile. You can stay here to learn the method of refining supreme treasures in the future. Yan Senkai. The craftsman god could feel Xiao Yu's divine body strength, which was comparable to a top-tier universe overlord. So he was relatively polite. Yes, I will listen to the craftsman god's instructions, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. In the following years, Xiao Yu studied the method of refining supreme treasures in the craftsman god mountain, while also teaching his virtual and real mystical rune method to the craftsman god. The two could be considered to be getting what they needed, but overall, the craftsman god was taking a big advantage. Because Xiao Yu's virtual and real mystical runes could almost be considered a unique skill, while the method of refining supreme treasures wasn't only possessed by the craftsman god. Moreover, with Xiao Yu's talent, he could enter that threshold even if he explored it himself in the future. Chapter 291. 31.2%. Number 291. Chapter 291. Refining the Treasure. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. For hundreds of years, Xiao Yu had been starting with the most basic refining materials. Previously, he relied solely on self-study, but now with guidance from an experienced elder, he naturally needed to build a solid foundation. Deep within the heart of Craftsman God Mountain, a peculiar, gourd-shaped object, about 3 meters tall and composed of entirely black, strange material, floated in the air. The gourd's mouth spewed endless flames upwards. Standing beside the flames were 2 rock giants, one large and one small. The taller one was about 10 million kilometers high, and the shorter one was over 30,000 kilometers high. These two were Craftsman God and Xiao Yu. Craftsman God's disciples and grand disciples were generally unable to enter the deepest part of the mountain's interior. The only one who could enter was Craftsman God's 9th disciple, a universe overlord capable of refining high-grade treasures. At this moment, Xiao Yu was using void god power to envelop a mass of heavenly illusion 9 yang water, using the endless flames to extract its essence. 3 colors, heavenly illusion 9 yang water is the hottest liquid in the original universe. The higher the temperature of the extracted flame, the easier it is to extract its essence, but you can't just blindly use high temperatures. Your technique for controlling the temperature is still lacking. If you do it like this, you will lose 20% of the essence. It should be like this, craftsman God instructed while refining. He taught by example, doing his best. Xiao Yu listened carefully, constantly correcting his refining technique in his mind. How is it? Want to try again? Craftsman God asked. Yes, I'll try again. Craftsman God, please take a look. Xiao Yu nodded. Soon, Xiao Yu took out another 10,000 cubic kilometers of heavenly illusion 9 yang water from his world ring, imitating craftsman God's refining technique, adding his understanding of refining, and his control over the heat. When the heavenly illusion 9 yang water encountered the endless flames, it immediately emitted 9 colored illusions, eventually turning into a 9-colored liquid, the liquid becoming extremely thick. Well, not bad, good progress. You can already extract more than 95% of the essence, craftsman God praised. Guiding Xiao Yu was the least worrying experience in craftsman God's teaching career. Generally, a technique would not require more than 3 instructions to master. When encountering some difficult to refine materials, even if he had not taught it before, he could achieve a purity of over 60% on the first attempt. With a little guidance, he could exceed 90%. Xiao Yu's growth in the art of refining was a peerless genius, comparable to his cultivation talent. Craftsman God regretted not insisting on taking Xiao Yu as his disciple. Craftsman God, can I refine treasures now? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, your open double angle bracket God craftsman close double angle bracket secret technique is also well practiced. You can start refining treasures, craftsman God said. Good, Xiao Yu laughed happily. After hundreds of years, he had finally laid a solid foundation and could officially start refining treasures. For the next month, Xiao Yu neither studied treasure refining techniques nor taught the secret patterns of craftsmanship. Instead, he rested leisurely in his palace, adjusting his mood. A month later, Xiao Yu and craftsman God appeared beside the endless flames above the gourd's mouth. This was Xiao Yu's first time refining a treasure, and craftsman God did not allow his disciples to watch. 3 colors, operate boldly, I'll take care of everything, craftsman God said. Over hundreds of years, the two had become friends as well as teacher and student, forging a deep friendship. Don't worry, old Shan, I never do anything I'm not confident in, Xiao Yu laughed. Craftsman God was originally transformed from a mountain range, without parents, surname, or given name. Since becoming a universe venerable, he had been called Craftsman God. Now, endless years had passed. Even if he had given himself a name when he was weak, he had long forgotten it. Therefore, Xiao Yu called him Old Shan, and Craftsman God did not find it strange, but rather felt intimacy. Craftsman God nodded slightly and took a step back, a distance of 10 million kilometers. Xiao Yu took out a massive amount of materials from his world ring, most of which were G-grade metals, as well as some time attribute materials and space attribute materials. These very precious materials were partly collected from the ancestral god mystic realm and partly exchanged with craftsman God. One by one, the materials were placed into the endless flames for roasting, and from time to time, they were hammered and quenched with various refining tools. Bang, 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 not bad, the technique is very skilled, not like the first time refining a treasure, craftsman God nodded in satisfaction in the distance. In these hundreds of years, he had learned a lot from Xiao Yu about the secret patterns, especially the combination of virtual and real secret patterns, which had allowed him to go further on the path of refining treasures. He felt that soon he would be able to break through the bottleneck and refine supreme treasures. At that time, his teacher, sitting mountain guest, would definitely acknowledge him as a disciple. For billions of years, craftsman God's wish had been to have his teacher, sitting mountain guest, acknowledge him as a disciple, even a nominal disciple, but he had not been able to fulfill it, merely considering sitting mountain guest as his teacher. Massive amounts of precious materials were constantly shaped in Xiao Yu's hands, turning into small treasure components. Each treasure component was exactly like the design in Xiao Yu's mind. Refining treasures was not arbitrary, but required advanced design. It was not integrally formed. Even a battle blade had to be divided into countless components, and then connected together using lost secret patterns to exert great power. Now, Xiao Yu was refining a sealing treasure, possessing both spatial and temporal binding power, and not only having binding ability, but also prohibiting spatial teleportation, temporal acceleration, and other abilities. These abilities were embodied in the material attributes and the secret patterns engraved on each material. These secret patterns are really strange, appearing both complex and extremely simple, craftsman God praised. In hundreds of years, he had only learned the basics of the virtual and real secret patterns. He saw Xiao Yu engraving only one stroke on some components, and when Xiao Yu put down that component, the component, about several meters long, was covered with extremely complex secret patterns. Perhaps this is the great Tao made simple. Craftsman God in the distance constantly appreciated it, while also openly stealing learning. 3 years later, when Xiao Yu engraved at least tens of thousands of virtual and real combined secret patterns on the last small component, which was only 1/3 the diameter of an atomic nucleus. Suddenly, the hundreds of millions of components in front of Xiao Yu automatically combined together in an instant. Each component was tightly connected, seamless, and even divine power penetration could not detect traces of connection. Naturally formed, perfect, immediately, auras belonging to a treasure emanated from the square ruler. Not yet, Xiao Yu thought to himself. The aura emanating from this square ruler treasure was not perfect enough. Then, Xiao Yu continuously injected tens of thousands of virtual secret patterns into it. The aura emanating from this ruler suddenly changed, the strength of the aura almost catching up with high-grade treasures. Especially since this was a sealing treasure. Not bad, Xiao Yu admired. The square ruler in front of him was about 1 million kilometers long, 100,000 kilometers wide, and 60,000 kilometers high. Not bad, not bad. Refining such a perfect sealing treasure on the first try, and it's almost indistinguishable from a high-grade treasure, craftsman God appeared behind Xiao Yu and praised. Haha, just luck, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. From then on, Xiao Yu could also call himself a treasure refining master, and even truly establish a sect within the human race. Chapter 292, 31.3%. Number 292 Chapter 292, 10,000 Years of Training Part 1. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Deep within the Artisan God Mountain, above the endless flames. Has this treasure been named? The Artisan God asked. Only the refiner has the right to name a supreme treasure. This is a right that every master who painstakingly refines a treasure should have. I haven't thought of one yet, Xiao Yu said with a smile. I've thought of 2 names, one is Town Sky Ruler, and the other is Lock Sky Ruler. Your supreme treasure is of the suppression and sealing type. Whether it's Town or Lock, they are both direct and good, the Artisan God said, savoring the 2 names, feeling that they were both acceptable. Then let's call this supreme treasure Town Sky Ruler. Xiao Yu said casually. Agreed, the Artisan God nodded in approval. Immediately, Xiao Yu shot out streams of divine power towards the Town Sky Ruler. These divine powers penetrated into the Town Sky Ruler, and then formed 2 characters composed of secret patterns on its front, Town, and Seal. This treasure refinement was well done. Go back and rest first, and then reflect on what you've gained from this treasure refinement. Have the properties of the various materials been brought to their limit? Are there any better combinations? The Artisan God patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder, giving guidance. As for learning my secret patterns, you can postpone it for a while. I've already gained a basic understanding and have been pondering on my own recently. Thank you, Xiao Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude, and then put away the Town Sky Ruler, left the mountainside, and appeared in a huge palace with a diameter of over 1 million kilometers at the summit. This huge palace was specially prepared for Xiao Yu by the Artisan God. It was located below the Artisan God's palace, but above the palaces of his disciples. This also showed Xiao Yu's position in his heart, which was higher than his disciples. Inside the huge palace, Xiao Yu carefully reflected on the treasure refinement process just now. For several months in a row, the gains were great. There were improvements during treasure refinement, and even greater improvements during reflection. Some of the detail mistakes made during the previous operations were all discovered and self-corrected by Xiao Yu during reflection. Refining magical treasures is a matter of practice makes perfect. Because the materials for refining magical treasures are different, and the uses of the magical treasures are different, almost no two magical treasures have exactly the same performance. Unless they are the kind of mass-produced garbage. 3 months later, Xiao Yu resumed his work and began to teach the artisan god, constantly pointing out the details where the artisan god's understanding of virtual and real secret patterns and the combination of secret patterns was not in place. 3 months later, Xiao Yu began to study with the artisan god again, occasionally joining the artisan god's treasure refinement work, mainly in an auxiliary role. At the same time, Xiao Yu was also designing his second supreme treasure to refine. The materials I collected before are only enough to create 3 supreme treasures at most, and no more, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Before, Xiao Yu collected hundreds of precious materials in the ancestral god's secret realm, more than a dozen of which could be used as the core materials for supreme treasures. Time passed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sankai, your progress in the way of treasure refinement can be called heaven-defying. Now you can actually refine high-grade supreme treasures, the artisan god said, looking at the high-grade domain supreme treasure in Xiao Yu's hand, which looked like a formation plate. This high-grade domain supreme treasure was refined using the heavenly illusion 9 yang water and the cold whale 9 colors water, 2 treasures with completely opposite attributes, as the core materials. Both the heavenly illusion 9 yang water and the cold whale 9 colors water were purified and strengthened, and the power of heat and the power of extreme cold were strengthened thousands of times. Then, after being strengthened by virtual and real secret patterns, its power became even more prominent, belonging to the top tier among high-grade domain supreme treasures. Xiao Yu named this supreme treasure, Illusionary Cold 9 Heavens. Alas, the many treasures I collected in the ancestral god's secret realm before have been used up, Xiao Yu sighed. You're not bad. In just under 1,000 years of exploring the ancestral god's secret realm, the treasures you've collected have turned into 5 supreme treasures, and only the Mad God Armor and the Town Sky Ruler are low-grade supreme treasures. Among them, the Town Sky Ruler is a suppression and sealing supreme treasure comparable to a high-grade supreme treasure, the artisan god said with some envy. The other 3 are all high-grade supreme treasures: a high-grade supreme treasure armor, the Martial God Armor, a high-grade psychic weapon, the Heaven Flipping Seal, and another high-grade domain supreme treasure, the Illusionary Cold 9 Heavens. These 5 supreme treasures were refined by Xiao Yu in the past 100 years. Without borrowing the system and personally refining supreme treasures, the higher the level of the supreme treasure, the longer it takes to refine. Old Sean, isn't it because I regret not having any more materials? You have so many materials, can't you lend me some? Xiao Yu said shamelessly. Get out of here, the artisan god pretended to be disgusted. Don't, Old Sean, Xiao Yu. The two had become accustomed to each other's temperaments. All right, I'll give you an idea. Now that you can refine supreme treasures, you can take on some work down the mountain, the artisan god said with a smile. At the foot of the mountain, there are tens of thousands of universe venerables and universe overlords waiting, taking out many precious materials, hoping that the artisan god can help them refine a supreme treasure. Naturally, it is not free help. Often the cost is very expensive, but it is invisible. For example, to ask a master to refine a supreme treasure, at least 2 sets of top-level suit treasures are needed to refine an ordinary supreme treasure. But in reality, the materials needed to refine an ordinary supreme treasure at most require the materials to refine a set of top-level suit treasures, and sometimes even half a set is not needed. This has to do with the ability of the treasure refinement master. In this way, you can imagine how the artisan god's many supreme treasures came from. It can also be understood why the mountain-seated guest can prepare so many supreme treasures for his disciples, and he himself has countless supreme treasures. Okay, Xiao Yu also wanted to try it. With your speed of treasure refinement, in the future, take 1 job every 100 years, and take up to 3 jobs at a time, and don't take on more. The artisan god said with a smile. What, Old Sean, are you afraid that I'll steal all your jobs? Xiao Yu shouted. Treasure refinement is just for you to practice. Learning is the most important thing. I'm still thinking, when will you be able to refine top-level supreme treasures? The artisan god said with a smile. Don't worry, Old Sean, I won't forget my roots, Xiao Yu said solemnly. I will only take on jobs for supreme treasures, preferably those high-grade supreme treasure jobs. To be honest, these universe overlords at the foot of the mountain will at most entrust you to refine a rare low-grade supreme treasure, the artisan god said casually. Generally, high-grade supreme treasures, and even top-level supreme treasures, are mostly entrusted by universe masters or groups to refine. This, I also understand. I hope I can encounter one. Xiao Yu nodded. Rest for a month. After a month, I will release the news, and you can take orders. However, public is public, and private is private. You have to pay a rental fee for the equipment and venue for refining treasures in the Artisan God Mountain, the Artisan God suddenly said with a treacherous smile. Crooked merchant. Xiao Yu casually spat, then left the mountainside and returned to the palace. Xiao Yu was going to take orders at the foot of the Artisan God Mountain. The Artisan God still had to tell his high-achieving disciples about this, in case they felt awkward. Teacher, that Xianxia has only been studying for a few hundred years. How can he start taking orders? What if he can't refine a supreme treasure? Wouldn't that ruin the brand of our Artisan God star? The ninth disciple spoke first. A few hundred years, what can you learn? Can you refine various heavy treasures? The other disciples also raised objections. Humph. The Artisan God snorted coldly, do you think everyone is as useless as you? Xianxia can already refine high-grade supreme treasures. Chapter 293. 31.4%. Number 293 Chapter 293. 10,000 years of practicing Bao Middle. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. When refining treasures, Xiao Yu's human form devoted all his spirit and could not be distracted in the slightest. Moreover, generally, refining a high-level treasure takes 10 to 20 years. Xiao Yu's refining speed is considered fast. Even a universe venerable would feel a trace of fatigue, but after a month of rest, Xiao Yu completely recovered. At the foot of Craftsman God Mountain. More than 500 kneeling universe venerables and immortals all hoped that Craftsman God would appear soon. Teacher is out. Teacher is out. Prepare quickly, the teacher will soon test you. Those who pass the final test will be able to become the teacher's disciples. The 3 disciples of the Craftsman God Master shouted from the sky. The 500 universe venerables and immortals, who had been kneeling and possessed the talent to refine weapons, looked into the distance with joy. The universe venerables of various races in the building complex also quickly came out. Quick, the Craftsman God Master is about to appear. The opportunity to ask the Craftsman God Master to refine treasures is coming. Whoosh, tens of thousands of universe venerables emerged. Boom, a giant mountain range of tens of millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air in the sky. Craftsman God Master, countless universe venerables and immortals on the ground saluted. Today, I will announce a message. Craftsman God opened his mouth and said an astonishing message. From today onwards, Master Xianxia will accept 3 treasure refining orders every 100 years, up to the high-level treasure level. Master Xianxia, who is Xianxia? Xianxia came hundreds of years ago and disappeared half a year later. He can actually refine treasures, and high-level treasures at that. I don't know Xianxia. I'll still ask Craftsman God to help me refine. Xianxia, whoever wants to find him can find him. Craftsman God doesn't appear often, and he doesn't accept many orders each time he appears. I'm just refining an ordinary treasure anyway. Since it's recommended by Craftsman God, he must have real talent and learning. Yes, I'll talk to him later. The tens of thousands of universe venerables waiting for the Craftsman God to refine treasures in the square reacted differently. Some wanted to explore Xiao Yu's reality, some firmly believed that the Craftsman God would not fool them, and some disdained Xiao Yu. These people's reactions were all within Xiao Yu's expectations. At this time, Xiao Yu was standing next to Craftsman God, overlooking the bottom. Xianxia, go, don't forget my instructions, Craftsman God instructed. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, then, he teleported to the foot of the mountain. All those who want to become my disciples should follow my 3 disciples to the training ground, where everything needed for the test has been prepared. Craftsman God ordered, and then disappeared into thin air. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air. Not long after he stood, a 4-armed giant walked forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Master Xianxia?" "I am Xianxia," Xiao Yu said. "Master, hello, I am Yang from the Canyon clan. I would like to entrust the Master to refine an ordinary treasure for me." Venerable Yang has joined the 9 Regions Alliance and is the only universe overlord of the Canyon clan. Once this Venerable Yang falls, the Canyon clan will inevitably decline and even be exterminated. Although Venerable Yang is a universe overlord, His clan's strength is not good, so he is not valued in the 9 regions alliance. Okay, then what kind of treasure do you want to refine? Weapon, armor, or suppression type, palace type, or other rare types of treasures? Xiao Yu asked casually. Master, please see what treasures can be refined from these things of mine. Venerable Yang handed over a world ring. Xiao Yu's nihility divine power penetrated into it and found that the many materials inside were enough to refine 2 sets of top-grade heavy treasures. It seems that the other party had already planned it. An ordinary treasure armor, or an ordinary treasure weapon, Xiao Yu said casually. To be honest, Xiao Yu was not very interested in refining this kind of ordinary weapon or armor treasure, but in order to open up his reputation, Xiao Yu also accepted it. Master, then I want to refine it into a treasure armor, Venerable Yang said solemnly. Okay, how about this armor being built like this? Xiao Yu said casually, having already designed the type of treasure in his mind. Nihility divine power presented the appearance of an armor in midair. Even though it was just an ordinary treasure armor, Xiao Yu would execute it in the most perfect way as long as he accepted it. Master, can this be made more domineering? Venerable Yang tried to ask. Okay, how about this? Xiao Yu immediately showed the revised plan to the other party. Xiao Yu now treats refining treasures as a project. Half an hour later, both parties satisfactorily reached an agreement. An hour later, Xiao Yu accepted 2 more orders for refining magic weapons, both ordinary treasures, 1 weapon and 1 armor. There is no mistake, 1 first, 1 release, 1 content, 1 in, 1 at 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 to see. Time flies, and 100 years pass in an instant. Xiao Yu had already refined 3 ordinary treasures. When the time came, Xiao Yu appeared at the foot of the mountain and handed the 3 treasures to the client. Thank you, Master Yan Senkai. Venerable Yang was very excited. Thank you, Master Yan Senkai. The other 2 universe venerables were also very happy. Although what Xiao Yu refined for them was said to be ordinary treasures, they were also the most top-notch among ordinary treasures, almost reaching the high-level treasure level. How could they not be happy? At the same time, Xiao Yu was also very happy. For each ordinary treasure, Xiao Yu only consumed 1/3 of the other party's materials. Now that the treasures were handed over, the remaining 2/3 of the materials all belong to Xiao Yu. Anyone else who needs to refine treasures, register with me. Xiao Yu shouted. With the previous 3 people testing the waters, this time there were more people. But Xiao Yu still only accepted 3 orders. Among these 3 orders, 2 were high-level treasures and 1 was an ordinary domain-type treasure. These were the 3 people with the highest level among the hundreds of people who entrusted Xiao Yu to refine treasures that Xiao Yu had selected. With 100 years of time, Xiao Yu handed over these 3 treasures on time, and even more people wanted to ask Xiao Yu to refine magic weapons. With more people, Xiao Yu could choose. He mostly chose some magic weapons that were more difficult, rarer, and of higher value to refine. 9,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu hardly interrupted refining 3 treasures every 100 years. Moreover, as the information about Xiao Yu refining 3 treasures every 100 years on Craftsman God Mountain spread throughout the universe, some races even asked Xiao Yu to refine some rare treasures such as high-level domain treasures and high-level flying palace treasures. In this way, Xiao Yu basically maintained the Xiao Yu who refined 3 high-level treasures every 100 years. In 9,000 years, Xiao Yu refined 270 treasures, most of which were high-level treasures, which can be said to have earned a lot of money. The obtained materials were enough for him to refine more than 800 high-level treasures. In the endless land of flames in the belly of the mountain, the materials accumulated over the years should be enough to refine a top-level treasure, right? Craftsman God asked. Haha, if it is an ordinary top-level treasure, I can refine more than 10 of them, Xiao Yu said happily, but even if it is a high-level rare treasure, I can refine 1. Then let's start, Craftsman God said with a smile. In the previous nearly 10,000 years, Xiao Yu not only completed his own treasure refining orders, but also occasionally helped Craftsman God, and gradually transitioned from being an assistant to refining top-level rare treasures to sharing a small part of the refining work. Chapter 294. 31.5%. Number 294 Chapter 294. Practicing Treasures for 10,000 Years Part 2. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Refining a top-tier supreme treasure was extremely difficult. Although Xiao Yu was confident, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to believe he would definitely succeed. Therefore, this time, he planned to refine a top-tier supreme treasure weapon. This supreme treasure weapon had a total of 36 million components, almost every one of them unique. Despite having designed and verified all the components countless times, Xiao Yu still carefully re-verified them more than 10 times. Now, he began to take action. Void Divine Power controlled 360 different instruments, starting the work of forging, purifying, and refining the massive amount of precious materials. These 360 instruments included all kinds of hammers, forging knives, and so on, each one specially made by Xiao Yu. The 360 refining instruments danced like flying, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 components of various sizes had completed their initial refinement. Sankai, your efficiency in refining treasures is really high. It's much faster than this old fellow like me. God of Craftsmen exclaimed. Refining top-tier supreme treasures was no longer unfamiliar to him, but he couldn't refine them so quickly. Old Sean, your arms and legs are old, so of course you're not as fast as a young man like me. Xiao Yu joked, his hands moving non-stop. Piles of metal materials, as precious as mountains and even more valuable than the most top-tier G-grade metal, were quickly purified in his hands and then refined into components one by one. Looking for a beating. If I didn't see that you're doing something important, I would beat you so hard that your own mother wouldn't recognize you. God of Craftsmen laughed. Go ahead and hit me. Even if you don't hit this face, my mom won't recognize it. Xiao Yu laughed. God of Craftsmen and Xiao Yu continued to joke around. Behind them were dozens of God of Craftsmen's disciples at the Universe Venerable level watching and learning. Those at the Immortal level were not able to enter here. Ninth brother, did Master Senkai really learn this technique and speed from the teacher? How would I know? We are all the teacher's disciples, but none of us have this kind of efficiency. Has anyone seen someone inject secret patterns when initially refining supreme treasure components? I certainly haven't. This is also the first time I've seen it. This is really an eye-opener. Brothers, do you think Master Senkai will successfully refine a top-tier supreme treasure this time? Probably. The performance of many high-level supreme treasures refined by Master in the past was comparable to top-tier supreme treasures. While studying, God of Craftsmen's apprentices didn't forget to discuss. No matter how quiet their discussions were, they couldn't escape the ears of Xiao Yu and God of Craftsmen. That's right, Senkai, I was just about to ask, why are you injecting virtual secret patterns into the components during the initial refinement? God of Craftsmen was also seeing Xiao Yu's strange operation for the first time. Take another look. Xiao Yu's void power penetrated like a pair of hands, grabbing a refined component. God of Craftsmen's divine power permeated into the interior of the component and discovered the secret. Wonderful, truly wonderful. God of Craftsmen praised, why didn't I think of this before? These secret patterns can also be used to repair the interior of the material, change the internal structure of the material, and eliminate the material's own defects. Don't feel ashamed. How much do you know about virtual secret patterns? I only thought of it recently. Wasn't I just testing it while refining a top-tier supreme treasure? The effect is not bad, Xiao Yu laughed. Ha ha. God of Craftsmen suddenly laughed loudly. Old Sean, why are you laughing strangely for no reason? It's scary, Xiao Yu said. Finally, I have finally found a way to refine an ultimate supreme treasure, God of Craftsmen said. I have accumulated an unknown amount of materials in order to refine an ultimate supreme treasure, but I have not been able to achieve my wish. God of Craftsmen couldn't even refine a peak supreme treasure before, but now he has found a way to refine an ultimate supreme treasure. Really, I'm really happy for you, old Sean. Xiao Yu laughed. When the time comes, be sure to let me observe. The conversation between Xiao Yu and God of Craftsmen was through voice transmission, so the disciples behind them naturally didn't know. That's natural. I'll need your help then, and the virtual and real secret patterns of the final ultimate supreme treasure will also need to trouble you. God of Craftsmen said solemnly. Although he was a universe master and learned everything quickly, he knew that he was far inferior to the universe overlord in front of him in the way of secret patterns. Sure, but don't think I'll help for free. My fees are very expensive. Xiao Yu grinned, joking, his hands moving like flying, instantly blasting out thousands of secret patterns. Haha, when the ultimate supreme treasure is refined, all the materials of accumulated over hundreds of millions of epochs will be given to you, God of Craftsmen laughed. Over hundreds of millions of epochs, he often helped some powerhouses or groups refine various supreme treasures, accumulating a massive amount of materials and resources. The materials added together could be said to be more than the materials accumulated by a powerful force. Peak groups such as the demon race and the human race often asked him to refine supreme treasures. This was the benefit of God of Craftsmen not joining any forces. Because he did not join any forces, and helped refine supreme treasures externally, although the fees were more expensive, there were still many powerhouses, even universe's strongest, who sought him to refine supreme treasures. Okay, I'll take care of all the secret patterns. Xiao Yu agreed readily, and then, as if thinking of something, he asked again, Old Shan, what ultimate supreme treasure do you want to refine? I want to refine Craftsman God Star into an ultimate supreme treasure. God of Craftsmen didn't hesitate at all. Craftsman God Star was his treasure for survival. It was not only a top-tier flying palace treasure, but also his treasure refining place. This is a big project. Xiao Yu said, I suddenly feel like I'm going to regret it. Haha, it's too late to regret it, God of Craftsmen laughed. Time flew by quickly in the laughter of the two, and a month passed quickly. All 3,600 components had been initially refined, and then there was various trimming and perfecting work, and so another month passed. Then Xiao Yu began to inscribe secret patterns. Each component had to be inscribed with thousands of complex secret patterns. For me, the most troublesome thing is this inscription work, Xiao Yu sighed inwardly. Sankai, you're really good. After each component is inscribed with secret patterns, the aura fluctuations it emits are comparable to a top-tier heavy treasure. The power of a top-tier supreme treasure formed by combining these 36 million components should already be comparable to a peak supreme treasure, God of Craftsmen praised. These components are just superficial appearances. Although they seem comparable to top-tier heavy treasures, their power radiation range is limited. Only when these 36 million components are combined can they be considered a top-tier supreme treasure, but it should also be of the highest quality, Xiao Yu shamelessly boasted. 10 years later. This is the last one, and also the most critical one. Xiao Yu held in his palm a miniature blade smaller than a sesame seed but emitting an aura comparable to a high-level supreme treasure. Swish! Almost instantly, Xiao Yu used the law of time, accelerating time, pausing time, and other profound mysteries, almost simultaneously inscribing tens of millions of secret patterns on this miniature blade. Then the law of time disappeared. Time and space recovered. However, the miniature blade emitted a 7-colored light, and this 7-colored light formed a huge battle blade phantom about tens of millions of kilometers long in the void. Although it was a phantom, it emitted an unparalleled power. Countless secret patterns constantly flashed in the phantom, as if it was composed of secret patterns. Chapter 295, 31.6%. Hash 295 Chapter 295, Top Treasure Tianyuan Sword. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Immediately, all the remaining components in the flames flew up one after another. In the void, the illusory shadows were filled in by each component, and finally, a battle blade 12 million kilometers long was formed. The blade emitted a black light, which was the space crack produced by the tearing of the supreme treasure that could immobilize space. Only the last step is left. The craftsman god looked at Xiao Yu, who was constantly operating in front of him, and was extremely satisfied. He sighed from time to time, if only he were my disciple. Having good talent, whether it was in cultivation or treasure refinement, and growing fast, in just 10,000 years, he has gone from being able to refine only top-tier heavy treasures to being able to refine top-tier supreme treasures. Xiao Yu floated in the void flames, continuously striking out 360 illusory secret patterns towards the huge battle blade of 10 million kilometers in the void. After leaving Xiao Yu's palm, these secret patterns continuously derived under the stimulation of divine power. Finally, each secret pattern grew to be as huge as the supreme treasure battle blade. After fusing 360 layers of secret patterns, the aura emitted by the battle blade suddenly soared, completely becoming a whole. Not bad, it is definitely the top tier among the top tier supreme treasures. Xiao Yu said with a satisfied smile. The power of your top tier supreme treasure is already comparable to a peak supreme treasure. Brother Sankai, you really can always surprise people. The craftsman god was also very happy, and at the same time, he raised Xiao Yu's status in his heart, no longer treating him as a junior. Xiao Yu didn't care about the change in the craftsman god's address to him. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of ethereal divine power penetrated into the battle blade, imprinting his spiritual mark. Immediately, the battle blade, which was 10 million kilometers long, quickly shrunk, and then appeared in Xiao Yu's hand, merging into his divine body. "You are going to use this treasure yourself," the craftsman god said casually. "You must give it a good name. Let's call this one the Tianyuan blade." Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, "Brother Senkai, congratulations," the craftsman god said loudly. "Congratulations, Master Senkai, congratulations. Congratulations." A universe venerable disciple behind the craftsman god appeared in front of Xiao Yu, congratulating him. "Thank you. I will hold a banquet later to invite everyone," Xiao Yu said. "Haha, how can I let Brother Senkai spend money? As the host, I should be the one to invite you," the craftsman god said with a smile. Xiao Yu didn't stand on ceremony with the craftsman god and didn't continue to argue. The news that the craftsman god held a banquet to congratulate Yan Senkai on successfully refining a top-tier supreme treasure spread throughout the craftsman god's star on the same day. Naturally, the universe venerables from all races at the foot of the mountain who were seeking treasures also knew about it. It also meant that the various forces in the universe knew about this. Naturally, they also knew about Yan Senkai, the newly emerged treasure refinement master. In the virtual universe, in the palace on the highest peak of Thunder Island, the aura of chaos surged. "City Lord, a new treasure refinement master named Yan Senkai has appeared on the craftsman god star, and he has just refined a top-tier supreme treasure." The Dark Shadow Monarch reported the information he had just collected. "Oh, he can already refine top-tier supreme treasures. He's growing really fast," the Chaos City Lord praised. Immediately, he thought of his 33rd direct disciple, Luo Feng, who still hadn't broken through to immortality. He was still creating his own secret techniques under his arrangement. "City Lord, should we win him over?" the Dark Shadow Monarch said. "In the universe, there are only 4 people in total who can refine top-tier supreme treasures. Now, Xiao Yu is the 5th. Since very few people know about Sitting Mountain Guest's treasure refinement abilities, for many people, Yan Senkai is the 4th person who can refine top-tier supreme treasures. For such talent, the human race's high-level officials, who are unaware of the truth like the Dark Shadow Monarch, naturally want to win him over. Even if they can't, they must not offend him. I have my own plans," the Chaos City Lord said. The fact that Xiao Yu is Yan Senkai is currently only known to him and the Giant Axe creator. The other universe lords are unaware of this. In a remote area of the universe. Inside a huge, crystalline palace. The voice of the Crystal Race Universe Lord echoed in the temple. "Go, invite this Master Yan Senkai to refine a few top-tier supreme treasures." "My lord, should we investigate first?" a Crystal Race Universe Venerable asked. "No need to investigate," the Crystal Race Universe Lord said slightly. "Double the reward, be sure to express my race's sincerity, try to win him over as much as possible, and if that doesn't work, don't offend him." "Yes, my lord," the Crystal Race Universe Venerable responded. Bug Race Territory. Inside a huge temple, beautiful Bug Race Mother Emperors stood on both sides, each of whom was at least at the Universe Venerable level. An alien Universe Venerable with a height of 1,000 kilometers and 3 pairs of horns on his head, with 2 ugly heads, quickly walked to the front of the temple and shouted, "Master, a new treasure refinement master has been discovered on the craftsman god star." On the huge throne of the temple, the Bug Race Queen slightly opened her eyes, overlooking the kneeling Bug Race servant below, and said softly, "Check the other party's background. If he is not from a hostile force, see if we can win him over." "Yes, Master," the 2-headed alien Venerable said respectfully. "Be more skillful in your methods, don't mess things up," the Bug Race Queen gently reminded. "Yes." The 2-headed alien Venerable knelt and withdrew from the temple. The appearance of a master who can refine top-tier supreme treasures in the primordial universe has alarmed the major forces in the universe. Not only are the 9 super forces searching for information about Yan Senkai, but after discovering that he does not belong to any force, they have sent out strong people to win him over. Even some powerful forces have joined in. These forces have skillful methods of winning him over. First, they promise to refine top-tier supreme treasures with heavy rewards. The banquet was held 1 month after Xiao Yu successfully refined the top-tier supreme treasure. On this day, not only was the craftsman god mountain decorated with lanterns and colored banners, but the foot of the mountain was also filled with joy. The craftsman god also took the initiative to distribute precious wines to the residents of the entire craftsman god star. He was really rich and generous. So generous. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. After the banquet, Xiao Yu also welcomed the arrival of forces from all over the universe. Dozens or hundreds of forces invited him to refine top-tier supreme treasures, and the rewards given were treasure refinement materials. Generally, they would give 5 to 10 portions of materials to request the refinement of a top-tier supreme treasure, and they did not make any requirements for the type of supreme treasure. At the same time, the delivery dates were very lenient. The latest force only required completion within 10,000 eras. Haha, you're making a killing. The craftsman god said with a smile. Haha. Xiao Yu also laughed loudly. These Foss's methods of winning people over are really strange. This is just a stepping stone. These forces haven't had any dealings with you before, so how can they win you over? Only after entrusting you to refine a few supreme treasures will they express their intention to win you over. The craftsman god looked like he had been there before. Back then, I also encountered such treatment, but only when they realized that there was no hope of winning me over would they start negotiating. Yes, now is the time for them to express goodwill, so naturally they have to be generous enough. It probably won't be like this in the future. Xiao Yu thought to himself. How was the harvest this time? The craftsman god asked with a smile. Not bad. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. There are 36 top-tier supreme treasures entrusted to me for refinement, and all the materials received are enough to refine 600 top-tier supreme treasures. Because of the illusory secret patterns, Xiao Yu himself saves materials when refining supreme treasures, especially some precious materials. He saves even more. The materials that the craftsman god uses to refine one top-tier supreme treasure are enough for him to refine 2 top-tier supreme treasures. Well, not bad. The craftsman god nodded slightly. Firstly, this is the first time, so they gave a lot of materials. In the future, it will only be about 3 times the amount of materials. Chapter 296, 31.7%. Number 296. Chapter 296, Large-Scale Refining. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. In the universe, major forces request the craftsman god to forge top-tier treasures, offering 3.5 times the materials needed. However, the craftsman god doesn't guarantee success. If all the materials are used up and the forging fails, the commissioning party can only blame their bad luck. To ensure a suitable top-tier treasure can be forged, at least 10 times the materials are required before someone will accept the commission. In the primal universe, forging treasures above the top-tier level is akin to a monopoly. Lao Shan, when are you planning to start forging the supreme treasure? Xiao Yu asked curiously. In 10 eras. Although I have ideas now, I still need to consider everything thoroughly and carefully design and verify it, the craftsman god said with a smile. 100,000 years isn't a long preparation time for forging a supreme treasure. The more advanced a treasure, the more components it has. And the more components there are, the more difficult it becomes to integrate the performance of all components and unify their power. Fortunately, the existence of illusory secret patterns makes this step much easier. Great, let me know when you're forging it, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Oh, are you leaving? The craftsman god noticed a hint of something unusual in Xiao Yu's words. Yes, after helping these forces forge 2 rounds of treasures, I will leave. But I won't leave completely. I'll leave behind an incarnation, Xiao Yu said. An incarnation? The craftsman god put down his hammer. Yes, don't underestimate my incarnation. Like me, it can forge treasures, but it's not as fast as my main body, Xiao Yu explained. Haha, the craftsman god laughed. Inside the Heavenly Wolf Hall within the Demon Clan territory. Lord Heavenly Wolf, Master Yan Senkai has accepted the materials and agreed to forge a top-tier treasure for our clan, a wolf-beast humanoid universe venerable said respectfully. However, when I went, I encountered the Worm Clan's venerable Deng Fengyonglong and the Human Clan's venerable Golden Axe, among others. Almost all the powerful and super forces in the primal universe sent overlord-level experts. As long as he accepts our clan's materials, that's good, Lord Heavenly Wolf said with a smile. To win over a top treasure forging expert requires patience and financial resources. Fortunately, we have both. The only real threats to us are the 9 super forces. Lord Heavenly Wolf, do you think this Master Xianxia will be like the craftsman god and not lean towards anyone? The wolf beast venerable asked. That would be even better. If we want to forge top-tier treasures, we'll have one more choice, Lord Heavenly Wolf said. He didn't have much hope of winning over Xianxia. The current actions were more about expressing goodwill, in doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. One by one, the super experts from the super forces and powerful forces, after learning that Xianxia had accepted the invitation to forge top-tier treasures, were pondering how to win him over. Only the human clan's city lord of chaos looked into the distance with a smile, as if he had everything under control. I wonder how they'll react when they find out that Xianxia is Xiao Yu. City lord of chaos thought to himself. By they, he naturally meant the 3 peak races that were most at odds with the human clan, the worm clan, the demon clan, and the mechanical clan. Virtual universe, primal region. Inside a training ground resembling a dimension. Today is the day of your demise. Luo Feng controlled the giant beast god in midair. The 5,200 crystal spheres were still at the tail of the beast god, but now the entire beast god was incredibly clear. Under Luo Feng's deliberate control, the towering beast god was a full 3,000 kilometers long. Opposite him was a huge monster, about 10,000 kilometers long, resembling a reptile. In midair, that powerful monster had transformed into a black stream of light. Wherever it passed, some distant stars and planets were directly annihilated by the black light. But the beast god hovered motionless in the high sky. These 2 special lifeforms were about to collide in the high sky. Kill. A sharp glint flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He had failed more than 300 times against this 1950th opponent. The beast god's tail, several thousand kilometers long, finally moved, instantly transforming into a dazzling rainbow light, like the final eruption of a star about to be annihilated. This dazzling rainbow light was silent and seemed to teleport, instantly passing through the attacking black light. At this moment, a huge rift appeared in the starry sky, and the huge energy shockwave ravaged the surroundings. Opponent number 1950 is dead. Previously, it took 3,000 years to deduce the first form of the myriad stars Taoist diagram to the ultimate level. Now, 6,000 years have passed, and the second form still hasn't been deduced to the ultimate level, Luo Feng sighed. Although he had told his teacher, City Lord of Chaos, that he would take as long as it took to deduce the second form to the ultimate level, that didn't mean he wasn't anxious. It's just that deducing techniques is useless no matter how anxious you are. Continue, opponent number 1951. Deep within Craftsman God Mountain, in the land of endless flames. Xiao Yu stood in the void, with 2 of the Craftsman God's disciples watching behind him. The Craftsman God wasn't here, he was in his own temple, preparing to forge the supreme treasure. To jump from forging top-tier treasures directly to forging supreme treasures, and palace-type supreme treasures at that, was incredibly crazy. Begin forging, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Divine power permeated into one world ring after another, taking out rare materials and starting to forge top-tier treasures. In the endless flames, piles of mountain-sized materials were rapidly refined under the impetus of Xiao Yu's ethereal divine power, and then quickly transformed into finished components under the processing of various tools. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Today was the day Xiao Yu planned to deliver the 36 top-tier treasures. In fact, Xiao Yu had completed the forging of the 36 top-tier treasures as early as 2,000 years ago. However, Xiao Yu couldn't let the other party feel that he was forging treasures easily, so he delayed it for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, Xiao Yu hadn't been idle. He had used some of the materials he had previously obtained to forge 100 top-tier treasures. The styles of these 100 top-tier treasures were basically the same, all of them blades. These 100 top-tier treasure weapons were all comparable to peak treasures in terms of power, but some aspects had not yet reached the level of peak treasures, so they could be considered pseudo-peak treasures. From a long time ago, Xiao Yu had ideas about top-tier domain treasures like the Thousand Treasure River. Now, he wanted to take the opportunity to create a domain treasure composed of at least 3,000 top-tier treasures. At the same time, he also wanted to see the power of a treasure formed by combining 3,000 top-tier treasures. Craftsman God Mountain, at the foot of the mountain. A rock life form more than 30,000 kilometers tall appeared out of thin air. Master Yan Senkai is out. Master Yan Senkai is out. Not only were the kneeling universe venerables and immortals excited, but also those universe venerables seeking treasures, as well as the universe overlords dispatched by various forces who had received notification and came to collect top-tier treasures today. Xiao Yu said casually, "Everyone, I'm not accepting disciples for the time being. Also, those seeking treasures, please wait a moment. I'll hand over the previous batch of top-tier treasures first before we talk." "You go ahead, Master." One by one, the universe venerables retreated. Then, a Crystal Clan universe venerable appeared in front of Xiao Yu and said with a smile, "Master Yan Senkai, hello. I heard that you have forged my clan's treasure." "That's right, here is the top-tier treasure commissioned by your clan," Xiao Yu said slightly. Chapter 297. 31.8%. Number 297. Chapter 297. Refining top-level rare treasures. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. At the same time, a world ring flew towards that crystal race venerable. The crystal race venerable happily accepted it, and then divine power permeated into the world ring. He was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, "Master, amazing. This top-tier treasure is definitely the best." "Haha, just lucky," Xiao Yu responded casually. "You are too modest," the crystal race venerable continued to transmit his voice. "Master, my race would like to commission you to refine a top-tier flying palace treasure." A world ring appeared in the crystal race venerable's hand, and the world ring flew towards Xiao Yu, then hovered in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu took the world ring, and void divine power permeated into it. He was delighted to see that this world was full of rare materials, including some materials comparable to treasures. The materials in this world ring are enough to refine 10 top-tier flying palace treasures, Xiao Yu thought to himself. The crystal race is really generous. "Well, there are enough materials, but I can't guarantee success," Xiao Yu said softly. "That's natural. When refining treasures, no one can guarantee 100% success, but my race believes in the master," the crystal race venerable said with a smile. "In addition, Master, for you refining treasures for my race, the master of my race asked me to express his gratitude to you on his behalf." As he spoke, the crystal race venerable threw out another world ring. Xiao Yu took it and saw that it contained some rare cultivation resources, suitable for rock life venerable level cultivation and resources for restoring the divine body. "Thank you very much," Xiao Yu said with a smile. "Then I won't disturb the master. I'll chat with you next time if I have the chance." The crystal race venerable bowed slightly and then left. The crystal race venerable left, and soon after, the demon race venerable came. Like the crystal race, he took the top-tier treasure and then reordered. One after another, representatives of forces came and went. Xiao Yu spent a whole day at the foot of the mountain to deal with 36 representatives of forces. Among these forces, only the 9 super forces continued to place orders, and they basically ordered rare types of treasures, such as top-tier flying palace treasures, top-tier domain treasures, etc. In addition, these 9 super forces basically took out an extra gift of thanks. Except for the human race, the other 8 super forces all expressed it additionally, and the gifts they took out were also different, but they were all very precious, including rare resources, unique and precious materials, etc. Although the human race did not take out a corresponding gift of thanks, they commissioned the refining of 2 top-tier treasures, one of the flying palace type and one of the town seal type. Each type of treasure has different requirements for prominent functions. For example, flying palace type treasures have the highest requirements for defense and flying ability, while town seal type treasures have higher requirements for resisting seals and restraints, especially top-tier town seal type treasures, which require being able to affect half of the universe masters. Refining treasures not only requires exerting the performance of the materials, but also requires sufficient understanding of the laws, otherwise it is impossible to engrave corresponding secret patterns. For example, Xiao Yu, because his understanding of the law of time is still lacking, although he has understood how to integrate it, he has not yet taken that step. The time secret patterns he engraves always have a trace of flaws, so he always uses the interaction of other laws to make up for these traces of flaws. How to refine 10 rare top-tier treasures is what Xiao Yu will consider in the next 3,000 years. The representatives of the 36 major forces rushed back to their clans with their respective top-tier treasures and handed them over to their clans. Initial universe, Chaos City. Inside the Chaos Ruins. The chaotic airflow kept surging back and forth. Golden Axe Venerable appeared out of thin air in the endless corpses, and took a step to appear in front of City Lord Chaos. Teacher, Golden Axe Venerable said respectfully. As the matter settled, City Lord Chaos asked casually. This is the top-tier treasure armor refined by Xianxia, and its power is already comparable to the peak treasure. Golden Axe Venerable took out an armor emitting colorful light. Under the light, time and space seemed to have subtle changes, fluctuating regularly, as if forming a time and space barrier on the surface of the armor. Well, this kid Xiao Yu is not bad, City Lord Chaos said with satisfaction. Junior brother, Golden Axe Venerable's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, Teacher, are you saying that the Yan Senkai Master is junior brother? That's right, besides him, who else has this colorful divine power? City Lord Chaos nodded and said, remember, don't spread it. Yes, Golden Axe Venerable nodded, thinking constantly in his heart, Teacher Wuyu will teach him so many resources and let that Yan Senkai refine 2 top-tier treasures. It turns out that is junior brother. I have long heard that junior brother has the ability to refine treasures. I didn't expect that he can already refine top-tier treasures. Every race that received the top-tier treasure was very satisfied. In order to obtain more materials, Xiao Yu did not target anyone extra, and treated them almost equally, but he refined the treasures of the human race with extra care. The top-tier treasures of the human race were divided into 36 million parts, while the top-tier treasures of other races were only done with 100,000 parts. There is no mistake, 1 head, 1 hair, 1 inside, 1 content, all in 6, 9, book, bar, c. Although the difference in power is not significant, the human race's treasures can be controlled more precisely during actual operation, and the extended uses will be more. Master Senkai's treasure refining ability is already comparable to the god of craftsmen. I hope Master Senkai can successfully refine the top-tier domain treasure for my race. My race finally has a treasure comparable to the peak treasure. This top-tier treasure armor is the treasure of my race. Super large forces and powerful forces, each force has a different reaction, but they have not regretted their investment in Master Yan Senkai at all, but they all feel that the previous investment was worth it. Craftsman God Mountain, in the endless flames in the belly of the mountain. 2 lives, 1 large and 1 small, like rocks, are suspended in the flames, but their bodies have not changed at all. Refining a top-tier domain treasure is 100 times more complicated than refining ordinary top-tier treasures before, and it also costs 100 times or 1,000 times more materials. Craftsman God sighed, in terms of power, the top-tier domain treasure has already seen the power of the peak treasure. Yes, I understand, but according to my idea of refining treasures, I still subdivide these treasure parts, and then use secret patterns to combine them into treasure parts, and then use a set of secret pattern system to combine them into a complete top-tier domain treasure. Xiao Yu said his refining ideas. The method you said is different from my way of refining treasures, but it is also feasible, Craftsman God said. In the previous 10,000 years, he diligently studied secret patterns, and he is already extremely familiar with Xiao Yu's current ideas of refining treasures. Then I will start refining, Xiao Yu thought to himself. The movements in his hands continued. At the same time, in the edge area of the Divine Kingdom, in an endless flame area, the power of the flames here has undergone several transformations and is extremely strong, even stronger than the power of the endless flames in the belly of the Craftsman God Mountain. At this moment, there are 50 avatars, each holding dozens of attacks, using the materials that Xiao Yu had previously transmitted, which were enough to refine 664 top-tier treasures, and began to refine them. Because of the treasure refining task, each of these avatars has been assigned 100 times the soul sensitivity, although not as fast as the main body, it is not much different. Almost every 100 years, each avatar can refine a top-tier treasure, and the refining speed is very fast. 664 treasures were refined in 1400 years. Chapter 298. 31.9%. Number 298. Chapter 298. Leaving the planet of the craftsman. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Within the God Kingdom, the instant Xiao Yu's avatar completed its task, the sensitivity of each avatar was immediately reduced by 999 times, leaving only 1 times its original level to maintain activity. Meanwhile, within the Craftsman God Mountain in the Primal Universe, Xiao Yu had just finished refining 4 top-tier treasures, including a top-tier domain treasure, the 7-kill anti-sky tower, 2 top-tier flying palace-type treasures, the azure yellow flowing splendor ship, and the transformation heaven flowing sun palace, and a top-tier suppression-type treasure, the demon locking pagoda. On average, it took 280 to 300 years to refine a top-tier rare treasure, which was incomparable to the previous speed of about 10 years to refine a top-tier treasure. However, the speed was still much faster than that of the craftsman god. The reason for this was still Xiao Yu's powerful soul, which was much stronger than that of a universe master. The soul of a perfect genetic life form was already powerful, not to mention that Xiao Yu's human body was 5,000 times stronger than that, and his soul had undergone another transformation, becoming 200 times stronger after transforming from illusion to reality. Calculating in this way, even ordinary true gods might not be stronger than Xiao Yu's soul. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's soul was strong in quantity and sensitivity, otherwise, even though this body was a perfect genetic life form, it might not have been able to withstand it. Time passed by, and 3,000 years had passed since Xiao Yu's second batch refinement of top-tier treasures. Finally finished refining it, Xiao Yu said, storing a newly refined top-tier domain treasure into his world ring. Congratulations. The craftsman god suddenly appeared, congratulating him, now you and I have the same status in the primal universe. Haha, don't blame me for stealing your job. Xiao Yu laughed, looking slightly tired. How could I? We still need to help each other when refining supreme treasures. The craftsman god transmitted his voice softly, Sankai, go and rest. Alright, Xiao Yu did not decline. Refining treasures non-stop for 3,000 years had indeed made him feel somewhat tired. Xiao Yu disappeared out of thin air from the endless flames and then appeared in his own unique palace. Lying on a bed made of a high-grade treasure that was over 100,000 kilometers long, he quickly integrated into the inner world of the treasure and then entered a dream. This high-grade treasure bed was a casual creation of Xiao Yu in his spare time. Its function was simple. It possessed a world within, allowing those who entered the world to quickly enter a dream state and rapidly recover their spirit, soul power, and divine body, while also preventing all negative effects such as illusions. Outsiders could not detect the abnormality of this treasure bed unless they destroyed the treasure, otherwise, they could not discover the world within the treasure, and thus could not harm Xiao Yu within the treasure world. In addition, it also had early warning capabilities. As long as someone with malicious intentions towards Xiao Yu entered within a light-year radius, it would issue a warning. Other than that, it had no other functions. 3 years later, Xiao Yu finally got up from the treasure bed. This time, he actually had a long dream, dreaming that he had returned to his previous life's world, defeated the myriad races, found the mastermind behind the scenes, and continuously whipped the corpse of the mastermind hanging on a plane tree. The scene was as satisfying as it could be. Alas, it's just a dream, Xiao Yu sighed slightly. He hadn't had a dream in many years, let alone dreamed of his previous life. Xiao Yu's divine body flickered with 7-colored light, and then an avatar appeared beside him. This avatar looked exactly like Xiao Yu, and it was the previous avatar. Within this world ring are the 10 top-tier treasures I refined earlier. 1,000 years later, you will deliver them to them in stages, Xiao Yu said, handing a world ring to the avatar and instructing him. Understood. Am I not you? Our minds are connected. Anytime you want, I will know, the avatar Yan San Kai said. Alright, then I will leave. You take these tools and treasures first, Xiao Yu then handed another world ring to the avatar Yan San Kai. System, strengthen the divine body of avatar Yan San Kai, Xiao Yu said silently. Open black lens bracket 100 billion trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Streams of 9-colored profound divine power surged into the body of avatar Yan San Kai, and Yan San Kai's divine body was rapidly strengthened. In a short while, Yan San Kai's divine body was strengthened to be like Xiao Yu's divine body. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Haha, this feeling is really good, Yan San Kai said, wearing a treasure identical to Xiao Yu's current divine body, and holding the heavenly Yuan saber in his hand. Increase Yan San Kai's soul sensitivity to 2,000 times, Xiao Yu said silently, and immediately the aura and pressure emanating from Yan San Kai became even stronger. I'm leaving, Xiao Yu then left through the Moyan Vine God Kingdom teleportation. He left with the precious materials sufficient to refine 90 top-tier rare treasures. Yan San Kai, like Xiao Yu, entered the depths of the craftsman god mountain. Why don't you rest for a while longer? The craftsman god asked, his gaze sweeping towards Yan Sankai, and suddenly asked, you are not Yan Sankai. No, you are Yan Sankai, but you are slightly different from Yan Sankai. Old Shan, you are indeed a top-tier treasure refining master, you have already discovered it with just a slight difference, Yan Sankai laughed. You wouldn't be the avatar that Yan Sankai mentioned. It's just like a real person, not like an avatar at all, the craftsman god praised, recalling what Xiao Yu had said thousands of years ago. Sankai wouldn't have already left, right? Why didn't he even say goodbye? The craftsman god said angrily. Old Shan, am I not Yan Sankai? We are originally one person, and we haven't really left, so what's there to say goodbye to? I still need to trouble you again, Yan Sankai continued, don't find me annoying. Haha, with you here, I am also much more at ease, the craftsman god still lacked confidence in refining supreme treasures. Old Shan, I have a secret to tell you, don't be angry, okay? Yan Sankai said cautiously. During the previous 10,000 years of getting along, the craftsman god had always treated him sincerely, but he had always shown himself with a false face, and he always felt a trace of guilt in his heart. What secret? You wouldn't be saying that even this name is fake, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? The craftsman god said, already having some guesses in his heart. A name is just a title, what's true or false about it? However, after I tell you this secret, don't spread it. Yan Sankai transmitted his voice. Wouldn't your race also be fake? That should be impossible, right? The craftsman god kept guessing. Changing one's appearance was something that many races and powerhouses could do, but changing one's soul aura was only possible for a few life forms with talents such as replication and imprinting. Old Shan, you are really wise. Yan Sankai nodded slightly and transmitted his voice with a smile. My true body as a human. Damn, it's really like that. The craftsman god pretended to be angry and stretched out his huge palm, let me beat you to death. The two chased and fled in the endless flames. It was quite interesting. Yan Sankai wasn't really escaping, and the craftsman god wasn't really chasing. Old Shan, you're really something, I've already told you, don't spread it. Yan Sankai repeatedly urged. Yan Sankai continued to stay here to borrow the craftsman god's momentum, in other words, to borrow the craftsman god's IP. Similarly, the craftsman god also understood the reason why Yan Sankai did this, but he was also optimistic about Yan Sankai. Similarly, he would still need Yan Sankai's help in refining supreme treasures in the future. In the primal universe, the friendship between powerhouses, although there is true affection, cannot avoid being mixed with mutual utilization. Chapter 299, 32%, Number 299 Chapter 299 Yuansao Secret Realm. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Sankai, aren't you a human? How can you help the demon, mechanical, and insect races refine top-tier treasures? Craftsman God asked. His neutrality was to realize his dream of refining supreme treasures. Otherwise, he, Craftsman God, would also depend on a superpower, but once he depended on a power, it would be impossible to refine treasures for opposing forces. Lao Shan, don't you think, if I refine a top-tier treasure for their 4 races, I can get materials for 10 top-tier treasures, which is equivalent to my human race having 10 more top-tier treasures. The more I refine for them, the more treasures my human race will have. Yan Senkai smiled. Besides, whether it's the insect race, demon race, or mechanical race, they all have some rare materials that my human race doesn't have. Oh, but if that's the case, if your human race's universe lord finds out, he probably won't spare you. Craftsman God sighed. Although that's what you think, not all universe lords of your human race will think so. Universe lords each have their own personalities, and they all have their own biases and character flaws, and not everyone will think comprehensively. If one day, the human race doesn't want you, come with me, let's mix together. Craftsman God said solemnly. He was not afraid of the human race. Haha, Lao Shan, when the time comes, we can come up with a catchy combination name. Yan Senkai smiled, his eyes blurred, as if dreaming. Thank you for your kindness. I don't think there will be that day. Some of the human race's higher-ups know my identity. Who? Giant Axe, or Chaos? Craftsman God asked curiously. They should all know, Yan Senkai said uncertainly. They won't, Craftsman God said. Don't worry, Lao Shan, I'll be fine. Yan Senkai said, although my human race has had a traitor, it's still a special case with its own particularities. At least I won't become the next one, and my Earth lineage won't become the next one. Earth lineage, Craftsman God said in surprise. You wouldn't be Luo Feng, the new leader of the Earth lineage guided by teacher Zuoshin K, would you? That shouldn't be possible, right? Luo Feng hasn't become an immortal yet, has he? No, Luo Feng is my brother. Yan Senkai continued. Luo Feng only has 4 brothers, one is the financial genius Luo Hua, one entered the human mercenary alliance called Lei Shen, who is only at the immortal level now, and another is Hong, who entered the virtual universe company and just recently broke through to the immortal level. And the only one who has advanced to become a universe venerable is Xiao Yu. You are Xiao Yu. Craftsman God knew everything about Luo Feng very well. After all, that was what teacher Zuoshin K asked him to pay special attention to. Craftsman God, you are indeed Craftsman God. I only said 2 words, and you were able to know my name. Yan Senkai praised. When Hong advanced to immortality, Xiao Yu also specially congratulated him through the Divine Kingdom transmission, and specially gave him a high-level treasure as a celebration. After Yan Senkai's clone confessed his identity, he continued to use the identity of Yan Senkai, going out of Craftsman God Mountain once every 1,000 years, and each time accepting requests to refine 100 treasures. The treasures that these universe venerables wanted to refine were varied, the highest being high-level treasures, but mostly ordinary treasures, and the rewards they could give were not much, but little by little it added up. In 1,000 years, Xiao Yu could accumulate materials for about 10 ordinary top-tier treasures. Because Xiao Yu received requests so frequently and on such a large scale. Throughout the universe, countless universe venerables acted one after another, heading to Craftsman God Star. The universe venerables gathered at Craftsman God Mountain numbered in the hundreds of thousands, more than any superpower in the universe possessed. This is unprecedented, Craftsman God sighed. In the past, the most universe venerables at the foot of the mountain did not exceed 30,000. Now there are more than 300,000, which is really terrifying. If these people united to attack, any universe lord would be afraid. Fortunately, these universe venerables are all seeking treasures. Xiao Yu looked at the palaces at the foot of the mountain, as if looking at leaks. These were all treasures waiting for him and Craftsman God to harvest. 1,000 years later, Xiao Yu not only handed over the 100 treasures, but also handed over 5 top-tier rare treasures to the 4 major forces, 2 top-tier treasures to the human race, 1 top-tier treasure to the crystal race, 1 top-tier treasure to the prison race, and 1 top-tier treasure to the insect race. Master Senkai, I wonder if you have any thoughts of leaning towards a certain force. The universe overlord of the crystal race said softly, his voice earnest. If Master Senkai joins my crystal race, his status will be equal to that of a universe lord, and if the master's strength increases to the level of a universe lord, your status will also increase. I'm sorry, Venerable Yikai, I don't have any thoughts of joining any forces for the time being. Yan Senkai refused, but I will always serve all my generous friends. Just now, Yan Senkai received goodwill from the crystal race again. Then, the next time my race has treasures that need to be refined, we will definitely ask the master to refine them. Venerable Yikai said softly. Okay. Yan Senkai nodded slightly. Xiao Yu's Yan Senkai incarnation not only rejected the invitation from the crystal race, but also rejected the invitations from the other 2 races, and the Golden Axe Venerable who came from the human race did not extend an invitation because he already knew the inside story. Xiao Yu not only rejected the invitations from these 3 races, but he would also reject the invitations from the other 5 major forces in the future, even the invitation from the ancestral god sect, the number 1 force in the original universe. The treasure handover with the human race, crystal race, and other 4 major forces was completed, while the representatives of the remaining 5 major forces became anxious. Everyone, my strength is limited, the remaining top-tier treasures will be handed over to you in 3,000 years. Yan Senkai shouted loudly. Master Senkai, there's no hurry. The universe venerable of the mechanical race said as if he were a different person. The people of the other 4 races were like the venerable of the mechanical race. There is no mistake, the first one is sent, the first one is inside, the content is in 619, a book, let's read it. Haha, those 5, let's meet again in 3,000 years. Xiao Yu left a sentence and did not continue to pay attention to the 5 universe overlords. Continue to take orders, 100 years of treasures, still the highest as high-level treasures, no top-tier treasures. At the foot of Craftsman God Mountain, a group of universe venerables gathered together. Golden Axe Venerable, has your human race invited Master Senkai? Venerable Yikai asked curiously. Haha, guess. Golden Axe Venerable smiled. How could Master Senkai take a fancy to your human race? He will definitely choose our Northern Xinjiang Alliance. A top universe overlord of the Northern Xinjiang Alliance said. You all seem to be wrong, he will definitely join our insect race alliance. A beautiful universe overlord of the insect race said. It was actually a universe venerable level insect race queen who came in person, which was really rare. The 9 major forces argued as if scrambling, all expressing that their side would successfully invite Yan Senkai to join. Xiao Yu's human avatar returned to the human territory through the Divine Kingdom teleportation, and then Xiao Yu rode the Flying Palace treasure, the Heavenly Flower Palace, to a dangerous secret realm in the universe, the Yuanshuo Secret Realm. The Yuanshuo Secret Realm is a cosmic secret realm with a maximum diameter of nearly 1.3 million light-years. Although smaller than the ancestral god's secret realm, its interior is extremely dangerous. This is a newly discovered dangerous secret realm in the recent tens of thousands of epochs, and has not yet been occupied by any superpower. Those who come here to explore are at least universe venerables, and there are many top universe overlords among them. Chapter 300, 32.1%. Number 300 Chapter 300 Amethyst Giant. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The Yuanshuo Secret Realm holds countless treasures, but it is also fraught with dangers, not only from the secret realm itself but also from the competition among various forces. A palace was flying in the void. Inside, a human universe venerable, about 3 meters tall, was sitting cross-legged. It was Xiao Yu, who had reverted to his human form and changed his appearance. With Xiao Yu's current level, changing his appearance was simple, but he couldn't change his soul aura and life aura. I've arrived at the Yuanshuo Secret Realm, Xiao Yu thought to himself. He stored the Flying Palace, Tianhua Palace, within his divine body and instantly teleported into the Yuanshuo Secret Realm, each teleport varying in distance to avoid crowds and dangerous areas. Xiao Yu appeared in the most dangerous area on the periphery of the Yuanshuo Secret Realm, a boundless land of flames spanning about 30,000 light-years in diameter. Amidst the blue flames, wisps of purple flames occasionally emerged, forming vortexes of fire. These purple flames were the celestial astral purple flames. The purple celestial astral purple flames were extremely hot, capable of melting even black holes. Once, a high-level universe venerable fell into them and instantly had their divine body annihilated, turning to ashes. This place was extremely dangerous, and even universe overlords were unwilling to enter. Xiao Yu came here specifically to collect the celestial astral purple flames to refine treasures. How could he do without top-notch flames? With his venerable divine armor covering his entire body, Xiao Yu flew into the flames. Instantly, a wave of intense heat rushed toward him. After being weakened to the extreme by the venerable divine armor, the heat felt like a warm breeze in summer. Whoosh! Celestial astral purple flames emerged from the endless blue flames around Xiao Yu, and then 9 celestial astral purple flame vortexes rushed toward him. Just what I needed. Xiao Yu produced a purple bottle. This was a top-tier special treasure called the Bright Moon Bottle, that he had specially refined before. It was a top-tier treasure specifically for holding flames. As long as the Bright Moon Bottle absorbed a wisp of celestial astral purple flame, it could continuously generate celestial astral purple flames, and the temperature of the generated flames could be increased by thousands of times. The Bright Moon Bottle in Xiao Yu's hand rapidly grew larger, instantly turning into a giant bottle over 100 million kilometers tall. Then, an incredibly powerful suction force was generated from the mouth of the bottle. Endless flames, along with the purple flame vortexes, were sucked into the Bright Moon Bottle. Instantly, the flames disappeared within a trillion-kilometer radius around Xiao Yu, leaving it like a void. Xiao Yu continued to advance in this void surrounded by endless flames, while the Bright Moon Bottle continued to devour the endless flames madly. The Bright Moon Bottle generated endless celestial astral purple flames after devouring the original flames, but it still needed to consume energy, either by the Bright Moon Bottle itself devouring the universe's origin energy or by Xiao Yu providing it himself. To save divine power and to better explore the endless land of flames after the surrounding flames were devoured, Xiao Yu chose to provide the energy himself. The bright moon bottle's frantic devouring of flames caused quite a stir. Who is spying on me? Xiao Yu was vigilant, and the heaven-piercing blade appeared in his hand, flashing with a black light, which was the crack created after space was torn apart. At the same time, the high-level domain treasure, illusory frost 9 heavens unfolded within a trillion-kilometer radius around Xiao Yu, forming a region where extreme heat and extreme cold intertwined. After a long time, Xiao Yu still hadn't found anything, so he continued to move deeper. As he approached the depths of this endless land of flames, the celestial astral purple flame vortexes became more numerous and dense. From time to time, shockwaves were generated in the flames, formed by the extreme concentration of celestial astral purple flame vortexes, as if they were solid, and then suddenly exploded. Whoosh! In the blue flames, a huge creature swept past, staring from afar at the human venerable in the void surrounded by blue-purple flames. Xiao Yu continued to fly deeper, maintaining the illusory frost 9 heavens and having already deployed a spatial blockade, being extremely cautious. He faintly felt that he was being watched by a powerful being. Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion, a huge figure instantly appeared from the endless flames, instantly appearing at the edge of the illusory frost 9 heavens, and then directly rushed into the domain. Boom! The illusory frost 9 heavens had extremely strong resistance, but it couldn't stop this huge figure at all. Only then did Xiao Yu see clearly that it was a purple crystal giant, 1,000,000 kilometers tall, wielding its 6 huge arms, each holding a huge red hammer. What is this? Xiao Yu's search for information about the Yuanshuo's secret realm was minimal, and there was no mention of this purple crystal giant. Instantly, Xiao Yu analyzed the giant's approximate strength. The purple crystal giant could rush into the illusory frost 9 heavens, indicating its strength had reached the peak overlord level. Judging from the aura it emitted, as a universe venerable, it was definitely a special life form, and its life gene level was not low, at least above 5,000 times. The 6 divine hammers it held were all high-level treasures. Having refined treasures for 10,000 years, Xiao Yu's judgment of the quality of treasures could be considered at the Grandmaster level. Get out! Get out! The purple crystal giant roared, charging toward Xiao Yu, who was surrounded by the extremely hot and cold domain. Who are you? I didn't mean to offend you, Xiao Yu said, his original 3-meter body instantly growing to over 90,000 kilometers tall. At the same time, the heaven-piercing blade in his hand also turned into a giant blade 100,000 kilometers long, emitting an even stronger black light, and the surrounding illusory frost 9 heavens domain automatically retreated. Human, trespassing in the purple heaven territory, die! The purple crystal giant roared and attacked. Within the illusory frost 9 heavens, with a radius of 300 million kilometers, the purple crystal giant had already overcome the obstacles in just a moment. Get out! Xiao Yu roared, instantly transforming into a 7-colored light, the giant heaven-piercing blade in his hand, emitting an aura of creation, cutting through a strange trajectory in time and space, slashing towards the purple crystal giant. Ice-cold, destruction. The creation technique, performed with the heaven-piercing blade and amplified by 100 times, was like teleportation, directly slashing at the purple crystal giant. Tens of thousands of years ago, creation had already reached the ultimate level, and after tens of thousands of years of deduction and incorporating the chaos laws that Xiao Yu had comprehended, its power had increased thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Xiao Yu estimated that it had at least reached the peak Universe Lord level secret technique, or even the ultimate Universe Lord level secret technique. Damn it! The purple crystal giant let out a crazy roar, and suddenly golden secret patterns appeared on the surface of its purple crystal body. Countless golden secret patterns covered the entire chest and back of its purple crystal divine body. For a moment, the surrounding space instantly began to tear and rotate, making Xiao Yu feel as if black holes had appeared out of nowhere. With a mad roar, the 6 divine hammers in the purple crystal giant's hands struck Xiao Yu one after another. Each divine hammer, driven by a special secret technique combined with innate secret techniques, formed 6 visible black spatial vortexes that directly bombarded Xiao Yu. The creation attack struck the purple crystal giant's divine body. The creation attack power had already reached the Universe Lord level, far exceeding the defense limit of high-level treasure armor. The high-level treasure armor only defended against part of the blade light, reaching its limit and breaking. The purple crystal giant's million-kilometer-long divine body was directly annihilated by 90% of the blade light. However, the purple crystal giant's 6 black spatial vortex attacks did not reach the Universe Lord level. After the extreme weakening of the venerable divine armor, only 1/millionth of its power remained, which could not shake Xiao Yu's divine body, whose basic strength had reached the Universe Lord level.